Hi friends! Welcome back to my channel. This is Asotero, and in today's very long, very juicy, super big boy pick a card reading, we are going to be looking at your true loves. Potentially. So the basis of this reading is I really just wanted to look at pure, authentic, true love connections. It doesn't matter if there's a soul connection. It doesn't matter if you know this person, if you've never met this person. I just wanted to do something that showcased to everybody here watching that not only are you worthy of a true love connection, but that true love connections can happen and are very possible. Really, I truly believe all that it takes to have a true love connection is to be in a connection with somebody that you truly love and that they truly love you back. And I think anyone can achieve this so long as they have love in their heart and a willingness to believe in the universe and to trust that you are worthy of receiving true love and that you are worthy of having true love with someone. So what we are going to do in this reading today, we not only have a very long free reading, but I also have an extended reading that is double the length of my typical extendeds, but I'm leaving it the same price it always is. But essentially what we're going to do in the free reading is we are going to look at the connection in its truest, most loving form to start out. And so that's going to indicate to you whether this is a connection for you or not. So if you hear the description of the connection and you're like, I don't think I could be in a true love connection with someone and have a connection like this, then this is likely not your pile. If you do, then congrats, you found your right pile, but there may be more than one pile for you. I think it is possible to have true love with more than one person in more than one way, and I think that this is just more so to help you kind of understand what kind of connection would make you feel the most loved and what would make you feel happiest. But also do be aware, especially for my non-monogamous people or polyamorous people, you can absolutely ask about multiple people and just pinpoint it to a certain pile, like your connection with one person for one pile, your connection with another person for another pile. There's really no right or wrongs here. All that matters is that it resonates for you and that you find either some comfort or some answers or some clarity for yourself. So after we look at the connection in its truest form, then we're going to dive really deep into you and this person, what your energies will be like. We'll dive really deep into who you both are and how you will interact within the connection. And then we will move into tarot, where we're going to look at whether this connection is a matter of fate or free will. We are going to see how you and this person will meet. We are going to look at a blessing to come from this connection and a challenge with this connection. And then we'll finish off with the potential of this connection. And then we'll finish off with some in-depth advice for you and what you need to know leaving this reading. But if the reading resonates and you're enjoying it, like I said, I have a super juicy extended where each reading is 40 minutes long, so well worth it. And we're going to look at the physical connection between you and this person, so know that it's 18 plus. And then after we look at that, we're going to switch gears and see how others will perceive your connection. So we're going to see how your family perceives the connection, how their family perceives it, how your friends, their friends perceive it, and then how strangers will perceive it. Then we will switch gears and get channeled messages from this person, and then we'll go even deeper into channeled messages with a separate deck, and we'll see what you would say to this person, what this person would say to you, and what you would say to each other. And then we will finish off with some final advice, and the advice includes a lot of self-care advice and just things for you moving forward and things that you need to know. So, wow, even just talking about what all is in this reading just goes to show how long it is, but I hope it's enjoyable. So we have 4 piles for you guys to choose from today. Starting with pile 1, we have this Little Mermaid Lenormand card, as well as this fire quartz stone and this red heart. And then for pile 2, we have this Beauty and the Beast Lenormand card, as well as this Mookaite Jasper stone, as well as this yellow heart. And then for pile 3, we have this Prehnite stone, as well as this green heart and the Princess and the Frog Lenormand card. And then finally for pile 4, we have this Aladdin Lenormand card, as well as blue sandstone stone and this blue stone. So Go ahead and pause the video if you need to decide which pile you feel most drawn to. Like I said, it's absolutely okay to pick more than one, to watch more than one, to take a feel. There's really no right or wrongs here, and I don't want you to feel like you need to feel pressure picking a pile. I mean, true love is affirmed for you so long as that's something you desire and that's something that you seek. Not everybody needs it, not everybody wants it, but if you're here and it's something that you want, it's something you can have. The universe is never going to deny you something as beautiful as that. And it really, all it takes is an open heart and an open mind and the willingness to follow the guidance the universe has for you. So once you've picked your pile or piles, you can go ahead and scroll down to the comments section or the description box where I will have all the timestamps listed below, and then the links to the extended will be directly underneath that or directly above that. I haven't decided. And then yeah, once you've picked your pile or piles, you can click your timestamp and we will get into your reading. Thank you guys so much for being here. I really hope you enjoyed this video. I really loved making it. So yeah, I hope it's good and I hope it resonates. Yeah, and that's all I have to say. So I will see you in your reading. Bye. Hi there, pile one. Welcome to your reading and thank you so much for being here. If you guys chose the Little Mermaid Lenormand card and the Fire Quartz and Red Heart, this is going to be your reading on your true love connection. So to start, we are going to look at this connection and what it will be like in its truest, most loving state. If this feels like a connection where you're like, nah, I could not be in true love with somebody and be in this connection, then this is not your reading. So we're going to go ahead and start by looking at what this Lenormand card says. So I'm going to move these bad boys up. So to start with the heart, this heart represents the root chakra. And I definitely think that this is going to be an incredibly grounding connection. But to start here, we have ship with new direction, change, and wealth. So from what I can see just off of this card, I definitely think that this is going to be a connection where it either comes after a hard ending or a time of difficulty. I do feel like you will either meet this person either traveling or you could meet them online. You could also meet them moving to a new place. It does seem like your life is taking some sort of trajectory that maybe you weren't expecting. I do think that this could come from some sort of heartbreak in your past or disappointing outcome that you weren't prepared for. I did just hear Rona in my head. If you don't know what Rona is, I'm talking about the panoramic. So it is possible that the Panasonic could have something to do with this connection, either helping it or hindering it. I do think, though, that there will be some challenges in the sense that you and this person could be from different cultures. You could be from completely different worlds. Obviously, with Ariel and Eric, Ariel is a mermaid and Eric is a human. So it does seem like this will be the meeting of two very different people. But with the ship being here, I also think that the people around you will ship this connection. That's actually one thing that we're going to see in the extended. But I do think that this is going to be a breath of fresh air, a welcome change that you're ready for. And I think that when this comes around, if you haven't met this person yet and you're not in a connection with this person, or if you're not in a connection with this person, that this connection is definitely going to evolve over time and it's going to be a change of what you thought you wanted. But I think that this connection is going to bring a lot of abundance to the both of you, not just in like a material sense, but also in a metaphorical sense. I think that there's going to be an abundance of love, an abundance of compassion, and I think you both are going to be pleasantly surprised with how this connection turns out, or how this connection comes together, or who this person is. So let's go ahead and look at the energies of this connection in its most loving state, or the connection in its truest, most loving. That's what I was saying. Okay. So first we have back to what you love, reevaluate your desires. This is also the second number 3 that I see here. So the number 3 could be significant. You could meet this person in March, or somebody could have a March birthday. Somebody could also be a Pisces. We also have discernment. The frequency of discernment supports our ability to view the world and the people around us from a place of inner balance and detachment, yet with compassion and wisdom. We have miracles. We have transcendence. Yeah, and with this number 1 being here, maybe 2 of the things that you and this person are going to learn. I'm gonna move this moon up a little bit, sorry. I do think one thing that you and this person are going to learn is how to transcend difficult energies, but I do think that will be something you do together as well. We also have mushroom dimension. Everything is connected. Connection, magic, openness. And finally, we have divine feminine. So, ooh, let me see. Is this going to fit? Is everything going to fit? Let me look up on the camera. Okay, we're good. So, I think that this connection in its most loving state is going to be something that you never thought you wanted, but you realize you totally needed. I think that this connection is going to bring you back down to earth in a way that's really important. I almost feel like one of you is going to be maybe more, I just heard Heidi Klum in my head saying, one of you will be the winner and one of you will be out. But that's not a very loving way of viewing a connection. So I don't know if one of you will have an interest in fashion, or maybe both of you will like have a situation where you lose out or you feel like you've lost, and then when this connection is brought together you realize, oh no, I actually won because I get this person. This person is going to show you what's truly important, and I think once you're in a connection with this person, you're going to realize like where your discernment was off in the past, like where you may have looked at people with rose-colored glasses. And with this miracles card, I feel like I want to cry. Like I feel like I just want to cry tears of joy, because this person or this connection is going to make you realize that the universe was never like punishing you. The universe was never wanting you to be miserable or to suffer. You're going to realize that the people from your past and your past experiences were only there to get you where you needed to go and get you towards this person. I also think that you and this person are going to heal a lot of shadow aspects together. I think that you and this person are really going to be a team, in the sense that even if you have very different lives in your everyday sense, like maybe you do very different things or you have very different interests, you two connect in a way that's very deep, very intimate, and very relaxing. Like you can breathe. And I think you feel safe almost to open up about, you know, your wounds, your past, the things about yourself you're not too proud of. And I think you and this person are going to be very committed to helping one another overcome your shortcomings, or the things that either of you don't like about yourselves. With the mushroom dimension, you and this person could enjoy dabbling in altered forms of consciousness. You certainly don't have to, but I think that you and this person are going to realize that you are always connected. There could be signs related to this person or synchronicities that relate to this person where you realize that the universe was hinting this person all along. I do think, though, that if you don't know who this person is yet, or if you haven't met them or you're not in a connection with them yet, the universe is going to keep this connection protected, in the sense that you're only going to know what is necessary until it's time to meet this person. Because it almost seems like maybe in the past, you felt very sure about certain people or certain situations, and then you're gonna realize that like they were always meant to wash away, and you were only meant to learn certain things from those connections. I also think that you and this person are going to be able to guide one another in very positive ways, where if one of you feels lost or one of you feels uncertain, the other's going to be right there, you know, to pick you back up, to remind you what your worth is, to remind you what your value is. I think this connection is going to be incredibly nurturing, incredibly sentimental. And with the Divine Feminine card here, I think that there is going to be a predominance of feminine energy, in the sense that you both are going to be very nurturing, very loving towards one another. You're also going to be very open with your emotions, very honest about how you're feeling. And I think that you both are going to be, you're both going to have heart awakenings within this connection. Like, you thought you could love before, and then this person comes in and you're like, oh wow, I didn't even know what love was before this person came in. There's also going to be a lot of transformations within the two of you as well. I don't think that it could be, but I don't think that this is going to be like a love at first sight situation. I think that this is a situation that's going to build over time. Especially because you may not recognize each other at first. And Spirit's actually showing me like the scene in The Little Mermaid where Ariel is like, she's with Prince Eric, but she just lost her voice. And so Prince Eric is like disappointed because he thinks that Ariel isn't the person that saved him, or the person that he saw in his dreams. I haven't seen the movie in a long time, forgive me. But it's like through getting to know each other and through connecting with one another, you'll realize that you have way more in common than you don't. And I think that you'll realize that there was some magic involved in bringing you two together. It's almost like this connection is going to serve as an umbrella, in the sense that even if you're going through really dark times, even if you're dealing with really difficult energies, this connection is going to be like a safe haven within all of that craziness. I also think that this connection is going to help you both transcend ego desires, because you're going to be able to be aware of what really matters and what doesn't. I think at the end of the day, you may realize that a lot of your desires before you met this person were actually egoic in nature, or not necessarily in alignment with what is in your highest good. And I think that this connection is going to ground you both, in the sense that you'll have much more realistic expectations of yourselves and of a partner. And I think you'll have a realistic understanding of what a person can provide for you and what a person can't, what you need to do yourself and what another person can bring to you. I also think that there is going to be a very earthy aspect to this connection, where maybe you both like being in nature, or maybe you both love similar nature settings, like for example the beach, or maybe you like traveling, maybe traveling to like national parks or really beautiful places is going to be something that you both enjoy. I think that this connection is also going to increase your divinity, in the sense that this will help you trust in a higher power. It's like this connection itself is going to feel a bit like a miracle. And there may be a lot of serendipitous happenings within this connection, like things that just don't make much sense, or things that seem kind of confusing, or elements to you in this person where like you'll just know things without saying, or you'll follow your gut or your heart without knowing why, and then some sort of like miracle or amazing thing will happen, and you'll know exactly why Spirit was leading you there. This is definitely a connection like that. If this feels like a connection that you want, you really have to trust your own heart and trust your own path, and not be afraid to do something different, to go outside of the box, because I do think that there may be things that you have to let go of in order to welcome this connection in. So for example, in Ariel's case, you know, she gave up her life. Well, I mean, she wanted to be fair, give up her life as a mermaid to be a part of Prince Eric's world. You know what I mean? So I do think that there are going to be parts of yourself that you not necessarily sacrifice, but there are going to be things that you both have to adapt to within this connection. I can see possibly one person moving to the location where the other person is in, but if that's the case, I don't know if you both will stay in that location. You might end up moving to like a neutral location where you both are unfamiliar with the territory, solely because it may be uncomfortable for one of you to be in this in the other person's environment. Like maybe the other person feels a lack of support or feels very lonely. But I do think that there is going to be a well, not hypocritical, but paradoxical aspect to this connection, where it's like very grounding but very otherworldly at the same time, where it's like, but the grounding part of it is going to be something that's a part of your everyday life within this connection, and the otherworldly parts of it are going to be like out of nowhere, like shocking. Like one thing that I just heard is that you may like buy a car, buy a house with this person, and the way that you get it is going to be very unique. Another thing that I noticed here is that you and this person will also help one another see one another's blind spots and help the other improve their discernment abilities. I also think that you and this person will be very good at communicating, in the sense that you won't take things too personally. And I think that this is going to be a very basic connection, in the sense that love is the foundation, and neither of you are going to want to overcomplicate things. I think both of you are going to have very realistic expectations of one another, and you're also going to be just happy to be there with this person, just happy to do life with this person. But this song, 1, 2, 3, 4 by the Plain White Tees is playing in my head. So I think that's kind of the overall energy of this connection. But I notice, we have a 1, we have a 2, we have a 3, and we have a 4 with the Divine Feminine. So I definitely think that this connection is going to solidly build over time. This is not going to just be like a really intense, like, oh, I meet this person, I know they're the one, and like everything is sunshines and rainbows forever. I definitely think that this is going to be something that slowly but surely evolves over time, and as you both grow and connect more, things are just going to get deeper and more solid. And I think that you both are going to feel very supported within this connection, very safe within this connection, and it's going to be a safe haven of sorts for the both of you. So if this sounds like a connection that you would like to be in, or that sounds like something that is meant for you, we are going to go ahead now and look at you and this person within this connection. So to start, I want to look at what the biggest thing that this connection is going to teach the both of you, or what aspects of this connection is going to help you grow. I got water on it because on some of the cards, because my genius self was trying to throw a can into my trash can from here, and I didn't realize I was fully empty. So if some of the cards look wet, that's why. But starting with this connection, we have the solar plexus chakra with responsibility, self-discipline, empowerment, reliability, and fulfillment. Yeah. Oh my gosh, and we have the 220. Oh, so okay, so for some of you, maybe you met this person in 2020, or maybe you or 20, I am uploading this in 2022, so it could be 2022, or the 20th could be February, or the 20th could be a significant date. But I think that you and this person are going to feel very responsible towards one another. Like, I think that you both are going to be very good. For example, if you live with one another, I think that you're both going to be, you will like divide chores and things like that very easily. I think that you both will feel committed to one another, in the sense that you want to help nurture and grow the relationship. This is going to be a very mutually giving connection, and I think you both are going to learn more about personal responsibility, possibly in ways that you didn't in the past. With the solar plexus being here, I think that this connection is going to help you both feel more confident in yourselves, and feel more confident in the world. Like, having this person by your side will help you go out into the world and just feel like you belong there, and not feel like it's a bad thing to take up space, or that you shouldn't be there. It's like, not only will you feel more like an adult, honestly, but also, like, I think that you and this person are going to encourage each other to be better and to do better. You're going to hold each other accountable, especially when it comes to your responsibilities and the things that you and this person want to achieve. I think that you and this person are also going to be very committed to helping one another follow your dreams and follow your goals. I do think that there is a protective aspect to this connection where the nurturing of this connection will come first, even before maybe like your careers or what you do for fun. And this is not going to be something that feels like a sacrifice. It's going to be something that feels natural, because I think that through this connection, you'll realize where maybe you relied on your career or your friends or your hobbies to bring you fulfillment, or like rely too heavily on them to bring you fulfillment, maybe in past connections or just in the past in general, because there was some sort of lack within like desiring a connection or feeling loved. I can see like if there was a past connection where you struggled, I do think that like maybe there was a lot of irresponsibility on one side or both sides, but this is going to be a very balanced connection, especially with the 20 being here. It's like the both of you are going to be very... Why did I just hear farmers only in my head? Maybe some of you will meet them there, but like, I think this is just something where you're both going to be very patient with one another. You're both going to be very kind to one another. You both will also, I think, stand up for one another. Like if there's any difficulties with the other's friends or family, this person is not going to let their friends or family, why did I just hear dick you around? That's not a nice phrase, Spirit. They're not going to let their friends and family impact this connection, which I do think friends and family could be something that helps or hurts this connection, which even if you think about the movie Little Mermaid, like obviously Ariel's dad is like, you're not going to the surface, like get your mermaid ass back here. And like, she's like, no. And she does it anyway, so don't worry about like family and friends. Like even if it takes them a while to come around, I think they will. Like, you know, King Triton was one stubborn merman, and like even then he still came around to it when he realized that this was a truly loving connection. But you both will be able to rely on other in good times and bad. Like I just heard in my head, in sickness and in health. I think you both are going to take really good care of one another. You're going to be committed to helping the other feel supported. I can also see you both like writing like cute little notes to one another, or like texting each other like little encouragements throughout the day. Like if somebody has like a big thing at work or something, I could see the other person like packing them lunch or like writing them like an encouraging little note. It's like you both are going to tend and nurture the connection, and also weed out any problematic habits or behaviors that don't serve the connection in any way. So first we are going to look at both counterparts as a whole, so your personalities and what you are like. As I can see, these are upside down, so I'm going to fix them. But to start, the first counterpart in this connection is represented by the star, and the other person in this connection is represented by the world. So starting with the star person, this could be an Aquarius, or they could have Aquarius energies. What's very interesting having the star here is that even though it's an air sign, it is the water bearer, which there does seem to be this balance of like water and earth, which are the feminine elements. I think that one of you is going to be very grounded and the other is going to be a little bit out there, but in a very intellectual way. The star person is definitely going to be the one that maybe has more outlandish ideas, or has they're more future oriented. They have more hope, and I think that they encourage the world person in a way where no one else has. I do think that the world person, they could have a fixed energy or fixed signs, so Taurus, Aquarius, what's the other two? Scorpio and Leo. I do think that these two are going to complement each other well, where the world person will kind of keep the star person grounded, while the star person will help the world person broaden their perspective and see see things that maybe they didn't see before. I do think that both of these counterparts will have some growing pains, in the sense that there's gonna need to be a lot of adaptation. But I do think that the star person is going to maybe sacrifice more than the world person, in the sense of making this connection work. But I don't think that's something that the star person is upset about. I think that the star person does really appreciate change and does have a desire to do things differently. I think the star person is also going to be the big picture person, the person who gives ideas to the connection, gives inspiration to the connection, maybe likes to plan fun things. But the world person is going to be the one that practically applies those things. So like if the star person is like, I want to go to the beach next month, the world person is going to be the one like looking at hotels or figuring out travel plans and things like that. And the star person may be like, I want to go like scuba diving while they're there. And then the world person is like, okay, like I'll go ahead and look and see like what we can do and things like that. You balance each other out in a really precious way, where like you dutifully serve one another in a way that's not expecting anything of the other, just in a way where you balance each other out in really helpful ways that only strengthen the connection more. I do feel like with the world person, this is somebody who maybe never, actually for both of you, maybe you had difficult connections in the past, or you never thought that love was something that you necessarily needed or necessarily wanted. I feel like both of you, either when you come together or before you meet each other, will have this idea that you don't need anyone to be happy, that I think you both will be very fulfilled in what you're doing on your own. It's like this connection is going to come out of nowhere, in the sense that, oh, this person is like really interesting, I want to get to know them more, and it's slowly going to build in a way where it's like two whole people coming together to add to one another's lives and enrich the other's life and give the other perspectives that they didn't have before. I do think that the world person is really going to be interested in traveling. So same with the star person. I think the star person is going to be very interested in cultures different from theirs. Maybe the star person will move to the world person's location, or one way they may meet, which we're going to look at that later, is through like learning languages or something like that. Like maybe the star person is wanting to learn the world person's language or something like that. I do think that these two will come from very different backgrounds, but will feel connected, like they've always been meant to meet, if that makes sense. Another thing that I'm seeing here is that the world person is going to have a really deep appreciation for the star person, where like they just like watching the star person do anything. They might be like extra physically attracted to the star person, or they may just find the star person very visually appealing. Whereas I feel like the star person may get caught up in their own little world sometimes, and the world person will really help them kind of come back down to earth and be grounded again, and recognize where maybe they are being a little too like, they're getting a little too in their head, or getting a little too stuck in their own mentality. Okay, so next we are going to look at light attributes for both counterparts. So when I say light, I don't mean like good or positive aspects. I mean just the aspects of them that are like blatantly obvious, that other people can see, that the counterpart, that you and this person will be able to see, whether you're aware or not. I did also want to say, I probably forgot to say this when I first started, if you see yourself in both counterparts, that's absolutely okay. It's quite possible that you both could have aspects in one another. But to start with the stars light attributes, we have the deer, and with the world person, their light attribute is the horse. So I do think that with both counterparts coming through with earth energy. I don't know why that took me a second. I think that both of you are going to be very materially motivated together, which makes sense with all this root chakra energy. And I think what's really beautiful is that you both are going to work really well together. For the star person, the way that they come across to others is very kind, very nurturing. They do kind of spook easily, but this is somebody that is very gentle and has a maternal aspect to them. Even if they are not a very feminine person, I think that with the divine feminine energy here, I think that the star person comes across as somebody who cares not just about like the people closest to them, but humanity as a whole. This person could also have a deep love for children or for animals, or really just any underserved or needy populations in general. I think as well, this person, the star person, is going to be very near and dear in many people's hearts. I do think the star person as well could be in the public eye in some way. Like maybe they're known, like I just heard in my head like mommy blogging, but that doesn't have to be a thing. It could be just that they're well known in their community for being very nurturing, being very compassionate. I also think that they pride themselves on their ability to care for others. They pride themselves on their ability to be very nurturing, to be very soft. I think they care a lot about making sure that everyone around them feels nurtured and safe and comfortable. And I think overall, they really, really care about just life in general, about everyone. And I think their biggest struggle, if I'm being honest, is taking time for themselves, because I think this is the type of person, this star person is the type of person to really prioritize other people's needs over theirs, and that may be something that the world person helps them with, because the world person being represented by the horse just goes to show that the world person is unstoppable. And I think what's really cool is that the star person is going to help the world person dream even bigger than they already are. I don't think the world person by any means is a very closed-minded is the word that's trying to come out, but it's not closed-minded. It's they may have big dreams, but this star person is going to show them that they can dream even bigger. It's like the world person may have thought that their dreams or ambitions before were what was really helping them go out on a limb, or like what was really crap. I'm sorry, I'm getting lost in my channeling. 1 second. It's interesting, despite the grounding energy within this connection, I do think that maybe one struggle between these two is communication. There may be times where you both communicate things incorrectly or get so caught up in your everyday responsibilities that you may haphazardly like say something that hurts the other, or you may come off as like disinterested in them at times or dismissing of them. But like the way the both of you are naturally, you'll be able to work through that very simply. The horse is a very determined person, and I think that they have dreams that they have planned on following well before the star person. That's why I definitely think the star person is probably going to sacrifice more to be near the world person, because I do think that the world person will either be older than them or more established than them, because this is somebody who will know who they are already, and then within this connection it will just give them more motivation to keep striving for what they already know they can achieve. This is somebody who's incredibly determined and ambitious, same as the star, but I think the star person kind of likes being in a supporting role, in the sense that maybe the star person likes to take time just to enjoy life, to just have fun, and to not be so serious and so hardworking all the time. I think the star kind of enjoys getting lost in their own inner world, or getting lost in ideas or things that fascinate them. But I think the horse the world person, sorry. I think that the world person will really help the deer person in the sense that not only will they help provide for the deer person, make them feel safe. Sorry if I accidentally say like the deer person instead of the star of the world, just because I'm used to, if you've seen any of my readings before, I use these cards a lot to describe people and or describe energies within connections, and so I'm used to like using the animals as the people. But you both have similar visions in terms of what you want out of your lives and what you want for the future, and so I do think that you both will come together in a very seamless way. I also think that the star will give the horse person, the world person, a deeper purpose in the sense that the world person will not just be going after their goals for themselves now, they'll be going after their goals for the both of you. If you're the star person, if you're the world person, for both you and this person. But what I do see here is that I think that the star person is maybe more outwardly affectionate than the horse person is. I think that I'm just going to call him the horse person because I keep doing it. The horse person, I do think that they are going to be the type of person where their affection is something that you feel and it's something more subtle. Like they may be somebody who's more uncomfortable with PDA. Oh man. Spirit just showed me a scene from 90 Day Fiance, like between, let me just say right now, I am not comparing your connection to these two at all. Just using an example from it. Nicole and Azin, Nicole, she was like trying to be very, very affectionate towards Azin, and they were in Tunisia, and Azin was incredibly uncomfortable because PDA is something that's not really like appropriate there, if like, especially if you're not married. I mean, I'm not saying that I know what it's truly like. That's just from what I can remember being shown. I don't know in that situation if it was entirely because he was uncomfortable with PDA, but I do think that this person is going to be slightly uncomfortable with PDA. I think they will keep most of their affections for the star person, like the outward displays of affection, like in private, and keep it something sacred. But one beautiful thing about this is that both of these animals are facing forward. And so I think that these two counterparts, especially when it comes to the other, are going to mean what they say and say what they mean. They're not going to play games. They're not going to beat around the bush. They're going to be straight up with one another, and they're going to be really real. I do think that there's going to be like similarities in upbringing or similarities in motivations behind succeeding for some of you. But I also think that you're going to share a similar vision for the future, share a similar vision of what you want your home life to be, what you want your career life to be, what you want your future to be in general. And I think you both are going to really work to make this dream happen in your own ways. Like, you guys are almost the dream team in the sense that I think one of you is going to have this more supporting role where I think it's the star person is going to be more supporting to the world person. But the star person will still be doing impressive things in their own right. The world person will be supporting the star person in the sense that I think the world person is going to do more of the heavy lifting and the physical, in terms of like maybe they have a more high paying job or more like stressful job, whereas maybe the star person stays at home or works part-time, or their job is less significant to them. The star person could also go back to school when they're in this connection. I do think that the star person is actually incredibly intelligent, but I do think that they may hide some of that because they are afraid of being judged, or maybe they learned growing up that their intelligence was something that they should hide because it wouldn't make them desirable. I don't think that is true, but I think that's something that this star person was taught, and which is high-key problematic. But I think this world person is going to encourage the more intellectual sides of the star, because I think that the world person maybe is more, I think the world person likes to learn in the sense that they like to learn about things that pertain to what they're doing in life. But I think the star person likes to learn about everything. They like to learn about different cultures. They like to learn about history, and they like to learn about what may be happening in the future. This is somebody who kind of has many different, the star person has many different interests and fascinations, where I feel like the world person is maybe more focused on the things that they are interested in, focused on their roles in life. And so yeah, these two are going to balance each other out really well. I also think the world person is going to be very respected within their community. I think a lot of people are going to look up to the world person, and I think that they are going to really respect the world person's outlook. They could be in some kind of leadership position. And like I said, I can see where maybe the world person will be older than the star person, especially because the horse card is like the last card in the suit of Earth. So I definitely think that this person has really developed their strengths within the material world. But now, or not now, but when this connection is together, so whether you are in this connection now or this is a future connection, the world person is going to have more faith and trust in their path, and be assured with, like, they're going to feel more assured in the sense that, like, the universe is supporting their dreams, the universe knows what they want out of life, and the universe is actively helping them work towards it. So next we are going to look at shadow attributes in both of these counterparts. So like I said, these do not have to be negative aspects, but these are just parts of these two that they don't readily show the world, and that they don't necessarily put out there, but are still parts of them. They may be parts of them that they're more ashamed of or maybe more uncomfortable with, but they are parts of them nonetheless. So for the star person, the shadow attribute coming out is tome. And for the world person, the shadow attribute coming out is mermaid, which is really interesting. So first, I'm going to start with the world person, because first of all, I think maybe the world person will hide their attraction for the star person, especially because we have mermaid here. And I'm kind of seeing the world person having a more masculine energy and the star person having a more feminine energy. Now, that does not mean that this is a hetero connection at all. I mean, this can be non-cis het, this can be same-sex, does not matter. We're talking about energies, not biological sex or gender. I feel like the world person has this esoteric aspect to them where they are fascinated by maybe the occult, or maybe like energy healing, or psychic abilities, but I don't think that's something that they necessarily share with others because they might be afraid of being judged. I do think that the world person feels safer looking at life from a more grounded perspective, but I do think that the world person is going to be completely enamored by the star person, but I don't think that they're going to show that outwardly to the people around them all the time. Like you know, the world person might jokingly call the star person, like, oh, the old ball and chain or something like that to their friends, but in reality, like, the world is simp city for the star. Like, they absolutely adore the star person, and I think that there's gonna be an uncomfortable truth that this world person has to face, that this star person, they feel this star person more deeply than they realized. There could be a little bit of rockiness in the beginning of this connection, like maybe these two you and this person will like play it really cool at first and not admit feelings, or you may start as friends and allow the connection to build and grow over time. But I do think that one big thing that is going to attract the world person to the star person is the fact that the star person is going to satisfy this inner mermaid energy that they have, this inner need to have more like magic in their life, to have more whimsy, in their life. I also think maybe the world person like enjoys singing or enjoys music, and they're typically don't feel comfortable enough to put that part of themselves out there. And maybe that's something that the star person helps them with, like feels comfortable enough to express themselves, or feel comfortable enough to like sing badly or sing well or learn to sing better or something like that. Singing seems to be something here for some reason. But I also think that the star person is going to help the world person embrace their more feminine side and embrace the aspects of the world that are not what you can see with your own two eyes. I think the star person is also going to help the world person feel more comfortable expressing their emotions. I think that the world person typically likes to keep, like, they like to look very stone cold and serious to the people around them, but I think the star person is going to show the world person that it's unrealistic to think that they can just be emotionless and rigid all the time. And so I think the star person is going to show the world person that it's safer to express their emotions, because the world person definitely is more emotional than they're willing to admit. I think it's just something that they typically internalize and don't like to show. But I think that the star person is going to be very important for the world person, in the sense that both the star and the world are fixed energies, but the world person may be more fixed than the star. And so I think the star will help expand the world person's worldview without challenging them so much that they're uncomfortable, or they're like, okay, this is too out of left field for me to be comfortable with. I think you both are going to show each other new things that are going to be very cherished between the two of you. Like you may show each other like types of cuisine from your culture, or different movies, or like TV shows, books, or even just like games, activities, experiences that this world person is really going to enjoy. I think they're really going to enjoy having more cultural experiences than they had. But what I was going to say too is that this world person could also be mixed, in the sense that like their parents could come from two different cultures as well, so they could already be like bilingual or multicultural in some sort of way. Whereas I feel like the star person, maybe they come from a very like specific background, but I think whatever that background is, it's something that they don't necessarily resonate with, but it is something that's still ingrained within them, that I do think the world person is going to help them with, in the sense that I think the world person will show them like, that's kind of a silly belief to have, because in this culture they don't see it that way, and in that culture they see it this way. Like I feel like the world person is going to show the star person where maybe there were limitations in their personal life or what they were taught, that's going to make the star person feel more free to be themselves, and almost give them more relief, because there could be elements to the star person where they may have had guilt or shame towards aspects of themselves because they thought they were bad, or like they were taught in their culture that they were bad. And the world person is going to be like, nah, like in this culture, like this is actually really celebrated, or whatever it may be. I do think that these two are really going to enjoy just expanding their worldview, no matter whether it's something they're familiar with or not. But looking at the star person, we have the tome card. So that really tells me that the star person does keep their intellectual side more hidden. But they are very fascinated by learning and life in general. I bet the star person is a bit of a bookworm, or somebody that really enjoys like audiobooks or podcasts, or like constantly learning. Another thing that I just heard is that the star person could be neurodivergent in some way, where they may have like hyperfixations on certain topics that they know tons about, or they may have like an interest of the week or an interest of the month. And I think the really cool thing is that the world person is going to be really happy to go with the flow and support the star person in whatever they're doing. Oh, I want to cry. I want to cry again. And I think what's so sweet about this is that even though the star and the world person may not necessarily always understand why one person views things a certain way, or why one person sees things a certain way, both of these two are always going to be open to seeing the other side and understanding why one person sees things one way or another. And I think that this is you both will have this beautiful collaborative energy where it's like you have a safe space to, one, be wrong about things, to two, explore different things. We're gonna look at in the extended, we're gonna look at the 18 plus connection. So I do think that this isn't the 18 plus part because I can't really do that on YouTube, but I do think that as long as these two aren't asexual, like, there is going to be a very experimental part of the physical connection here. I also think that these two are going to really just enjoy each other's physicality, in the sense that I think you both are going to be wildly attracted to each other. And I think that the world person really deep down has had a desire for somebody that was otherworldly, or somebody that could satisfy their desire to experience things that are otherworldly. I think that the star is going to be a breath of fresh air for the world, because I think the world has always known deep down that there was someone out there that could like scratch this itch that they had to see beyond what they could in their own personal world. Like, one reason why I definitely think this could be an international connection is because with the world person, like, they may find that the people that they're attracted to within their country or within their culture tend to have certain like rigid beliefs, or tend to have certain personalities, or from their perspective, certain personalities or certain expectations that this world person never really wanted to adhere to. I think that especially if there's like kind of rigid cultural expectations, and I think that's one thing that is going to make the world person like very, very drawn to the star, in the sense that the star is going to be different and is going to have different ideas, and probably likely come from a different place and see things differently. And I think that is just really going to make the world person very relieved, in the sense that like this world person may have felt like they may have had to sacrifice this part of themselves, this deeper, maybe more feminine part of themselves, or this part of themselves that questions things, or that is drawn to things that maybe wouldn't necessarily be accepted societally. And I think the star person is really going to give them the safety and the freedom to explore those aspects. And I actually think the star person is going to be very well versed in them, especially if it has to do with like psychic abilities. I think the star person is really going to help the world person be open-minded towards things like psychic abilities, or meditation, or channeling, or things like that. But with the star person, I definitely think that they keep their more intellectual side hidden, probably because they were taught or brought up to believe that that isn't a part that they should show off. There's this really bullshit standard in certain places in the world, or a lot of places in the world, that so for example, if the star person is a woman or identifies as such, like, you know, there's the belief that, like, for example, if this is a hetero connection, guys don't like smart girls, you know, guys don't like people that are, you know, smart or challenge them. And I think that this star person maybe internalized that a little bit and became afraid to challenge their love interests, or to be fully honest about their intellectual skills or their desires. And I think this world person is actually going to really love this about the star person, because I think the star person may be really good at like statistics or research in some way, or just like reading in general. They may just be like a giant encyclopedia, in the sense that they have tons of facts about random things, and they always have something new that they're reading or something new that they're learning. And I think that this world person is going to find the star very intellectually stimulating, and really love that side of them. They're not going to be intimidated or threatened by that side of them. They're actually going to love it. Both of these counterparts are going to be very secure in themselves when they meet one another. And I think that's because both of these counterparts are going to have had difficult lessons in the past, or difficult connections in the past, that while they may have thought at the time that was the one, or that was it, those may have ended and been difficult, but taught each counterpart what they needed to learn and grow. And so by the time these two come together, I think that both of them have a very both of them have a much better understanding of who they are, why they're on this earth, what they want to achieve out of life. And then I think when these two meet one another and start getting closer and growing, it's like their vision is going to change somewhat, but not in a way in which disappoints the other, but in a way that empowers both counterparts to feel like the parts of their vision that they didn't have a full understanding of, or that they didn't know what they wanted. It's like both of these two are filling in the blanks for one another in really beautiful ways. I really like this. So next we are going to look at the unique energy that each counterpart is going to bring within this connection. So I think these are things that neither counterpart has experienced in a past connection, or energies that you just don't get very often within connections in general. So for the star person, we have the blue jay and the cardinal. I'm actually going to slide these up a little bit. Yeah. And for the world person, we have the raccoon. So starting with the star person, I kind of understand now why maybe I was getting like a fashion project runway type of energy. I think the star person may have a very like eclectic look to them, or a very unique sense of style. The star person may prefer to be very colorful, or maybe they have like colorful hair, or they just stand out. Even if maybe they dress very plain, like their energy makes them stand out. I think the star person is very fashionable. They may help the world person like up their wardrobe game, or help the world person feel more confident to go outside of like maybe what they typically wear, what they typically dress in. But I do think that there's two sides to the star, where like they may have two separate aesthetics that are very different from one another, but satisfy two different parts of the star person. Or they may have two sides to them where, like, for example, maybe one part of them is very confident in like certain, crap, spirit just stopped me. How do I want to explain this, spirit? So there's like two sides to the star, where maybe they're very good at blending into their environment, like knowing when maybe to tone it down. But even when the star like tones it down, they're still like doing it up. Like the star person, I'm sorry, like they just don't know how not to shine. And I don't think that that's something that they need to learn. Like the way that they shine is very beautiful. I do think that the star person could get flack at times for how they adorn themselves, how they dress themselves, or how they appear, by like judgmental people, which I think is really unfair. But the people that see the star for who they truly are recognize how compassionate the star person is, and also like the star person won't take it to heart. They'll be like, they just don't have good style, or like they just don't understand like class or taste. Like the star person will always take it in stride and not take it personally, especially because I think the star person is very like future oriented. Like I think the star person will like to keep up on trends and be maybe very interested in aesthetics and making their space look very unique to them. I think the star person really likes to stand out, really likes to be different, and I don't think they're going to sacrifice those qualities for anyone. I do think that they have the ability to adapt to different groups. So for example, like maybe the star person has like a book club that's maybe more subdued, and then they're also part of like a rugby team. And so maybe they've got like fly ass rugby clothes that they always make sure that they wear, and then when they're at their book club, they always maybe like dress like a character in the book or something like that. The star person is very creative, very unique, and they definitely stand out. I think if they have social media, they have a really distinct like aesthetic to their social media, or they don't have an aesthetic at all. It's just like whatever they feel like in the moment. But they still do have this very awesome sense of style, where like You may not agree with it, you may not understand it, but it doesn't matter because this star person is rocking it. Like, this is somebody that can wear pretty much anything and pull off pretty much anything. But for the world person with the raccoon here, so my Virgo moon is slightly malfunctioning because there's a C missing, but I think that it makes sense in this pile because there are things about the world person that, there's a lot of things about the world that they don't necessarily see that the universe is going to show them. The interesting thing about this deck is that there's no, I think the deck writer just forgot to like write a definition for the raccoon, so I gotta go fully based on intuition. But I do think that this world person is maybe, it kind of falls into this mermaid energy where maybe where the world person is very fascinated by outer space or by, you know, aliens or things that, the unknown questions of the world. I think the world person is going to bring a lot of inspiration and spark to the star person where they give the star person motivation to like be more encouraging or be more I guess okay, I'm having a hard time wording this, which I think honestly this is an energy within your connection. It's like either you two flow, like the communication and understanding between the two of you either flows seamlessly, or there are like hiccups where you both kind of have to scale back and be careful because you may get upset or frustrated with one another if you're not communicating properly. Like, you might say things the wrong way, or you might take things too personally at first, and there may be times where you both need to cool down. But what I feel like with this raccoon energy is that this person does have a lot of unique like quirks that they try to keep hidden, that they may even feel ashamed of, if I'm being honest. And I think that this star person is going to feed those aspects of the world person. Like, the star person is going to give the world person more freedom and more confidence to kind of explore the areas outside of their general expertise that maybe they didn't really focus on or pay attention to in the past because they thought it wasn't relevant to what they're doing. But I do think there are a lot of aspects that about themselves that the world person just likes to keep hidden out of embarrassment or shame, where they may feel like their quirks or their eccentricities make them more unattractive or make them more foolish or make them look childish. And I think the star person is going to empower those aspects in a way where this raccoon / world person is less afraid to be more open and honest about their interests and fascinations. Like, maybe these two will watch like Ancient Aliens together, or maybe you'll go stargazing, or collaborate in creative ways, not necessarily to share it with the world, but just to just to be in the experience of creating together. And what I think is going to be unique for the world person, and truly like the unique energy that the world person is bringing, that is actually something that is beneficial more so for the star person, which actually I guess that makes sense because the star person is going to help the world person maybe up their fashion game. But I think the world person is going to show the star person that it's not necessarily so easy to be different, and that there can be a lot of fears, a lot of insecurities around exploring things that may not be societally accepted, or may not be things that this world person is comfortable with. I think this star person is going to be awakened through the world person, in the sense that they're going to realize that, oh, some people are too afraid to explore their own divinity, or to explore the big questions of the world, or to be a little out there and to be a little different. You know, I think that the world person is different in their own way, but they may be more bogged down by tradition and expectation than the star person is. And so I think the star person is, through this connection, is going to have a lot more empathy for people who are more traditional or people who are more reserved, because they're going to realize that that may not necessarily be their natural personality, but it's something that they're doing because they are too afraid or don't feel comfortable enough to be their authentic self. I think that while this world person does have fears, they're buried very deep down. And I think that this star person is almost going to be shocked when they realize, like, the types of insecurities or the types of fears this world person has, because they almost would have never thought that this world person would have those. And so I think the star person is going to have a lot of empathy for the world person and help create a space for the world person to be a bit weirder and to be a bit different. And I think that that's just going to be something very healthy between the two of you. And I just have to say that I stand. So finally, we are going to look at what each counterpart is going to learn as a result of the connection. So for the star person, they are learning to release what doesn't serve them. And for the world person, they are learning to follow their heart. So yeah, this makes a lot of sense. I think the star person is going to learn to let go of certain insecurities through the world person. And through this connection, I think they're going to realize that a lot of the things that maybe they were worried about in the past weren't necessarily things that that needed to live in their head rent free. Like, maybe the star person got bullied for being different, and so instead of like stop not being different, they almost like wanted to be even weirder out of spite towards the people that were making fun of them. And I think that this world person is going to teach the star person that they don't need to hold on to their past, that they don't need to hold on to the beliefs, the shame, the habits and patterns that they picked up that don't serve them. I think they're going to realize that maybe the star, despite how unique they already are, I think they're going to realize that they really allowed other people to have too much of a say in how they did things. And even like, maybe the star felt extra motivated to be different just so that they could stand out. Even though it's a part of themselves, they may realize that they went too deeply or too intense into their rebellion just to prove a point to others. So I think that the world person is really going to help the star person recognize where they may be doing things out of societal approval rather than doing things because they want to. Because even though both counterparts experience that energy, I think for the star person, they are maybe less aware of what they do because they want to rebel against what other people say, or they want to stick it to what other people say or think of them. And it may not actually be an authentic expression of them. Whereas for the world person, I think that they're going to learn to trust their heart more and to follow what is meaningful to them. I don't think the world person ever really cared too much about serious commitments or serious relationships in the past, but I think that this star person is going to awaken the world person's heart in a way where the world person, instead of just being blindly motivated by their goals and aspirations, they're going to realize that their heart connection, their connection like to their heart, and the connection their heart has to the star person is going to be something incredibly important and significant to them, and it's going to help the world person reevaluate what's truly important and why they do the things that they do and what their next steps should be. Instead of looking at what is most logical or what is most rational or what seems like the best idea, I think that this world person is going to be more comfortable to follow their heart. They're going to be less practical than they once were. But the beautiful thing is that despite all of the unique experiences these two are going to have, despite all of the unique experiences, again, I can't find another word for that, these two are still going to be responsible. So it's not like these two are shirking responsibilities just to, you know, go buck wild and just party or something like that. It's like, while both these two are going to be grounded in the reality in the sense that neither of you are going to do something to jeopardize like your finances or your health or the connection, you are going to push one another to go outside of your comfort zone, to try things in different ways. And I think the star person is really going to encourage the world person to make more decisions because they feel good rather than because they make sense or they should. And the world person is going to encourage the star person not to let their community or what people say to them dictate how they act or what they do. So to finish off with this section, I'm going to pull a few descriptor cards for each side. So these don't have to be like fully on point. They don't have to be entirely accurate. Just take what resonates here and leave the rest. So Spirit, what attributes does the star person have that could help pile one recognize whether it's them or their person, please? Okay, so we have blue. So this person is going to, they may have good glizzy game, but they also are going to appear very calm, cool, collected, and maybe very good with their words. Very Aquarian of them. Blue may be their favorite color or could be a color that they connect to. I'm also hearing the song Out of the Blue. I can't remember who it's by, but like the song starts with like, you must have come from out of the blue, no other color would do. We also have hair, so light or ash hair, light toned skin, pale eyes, minimalist. Wait, what else do we have for the star? Like I said, especially when it comes to physical attributes, because we're reading energy more than anything. But Aquarius is an air sign. We also have Oceania, so Australia, Samoa, New Zealand, Fiji, Guam, Vanuatu, I might be saying that wrong, Tonga. So this person could have ancestry from Oceania or be from Oceania, or they could just love the ocean or have a desire to visit these places if they're not from those places or don't have ancestry from those places. What else, Spirit? We also have Gemini, so witty, entertaining, persuasive, versatile. So even if this person doesn't have Gemini energy, or it doesn't have Gemini placements, it does seem like they have Gemini energy in the sense that they're very like intelligent, very book smart, very, also very kind, but they have the ability to like connect with many different types of people, and I think that makes them incredibly attractive, especially to the world person. And on the back of the deck, we have Pisces energy with romantic, vulnerable, artistic, and escapist. So I definitely think that maybe this star person will make some sort of change in their life to escape problems that they've been having, and that may be what actually leads them to this world person, but we're going to look at that in a second. But Spirit, what attributes do the world person have that you want to highlight to help pile one discern whether the world person is them or their person? Okay, so we have the year of the horse. So this person doesn't have to be born in this year, but one of these years could be significant. So we have 2014, 2002, 1990, 1978, 1966, 1954, 1942, 1930. If they're born in 1918 or 1906, good luck, Charlie. Charlie horses could be a significant thing, but also just like the horse as an animal could be a significant sign for this person, or maybe this person rides horses or has a background in equestrian things. Let's see. Oh, we also have the year of the tiger. So we have 2010, 1998, 1986, 1974, 1962, 1950. Okay. And then, yeah, then it gets a little bit lower, and I don't know. I doubt anyone born in these years is watching this video. If they are, I'll be impressed. But with even if they're not born in these years, with tiger energy being out here, I think that this person is very fierce. I also think that this person is very dedicated to their goals and ambitions. Like, this is somebody that works smart and hard. Like, they're not just thinking about what's in the near future. They're thinking about what is they're playing the long game, I guess, is essentially like, this is somebody who is willing to lose the battle in order to win the war, so to speak. What else about the world person, Spirit? Okay, we have the year of the snake. So we have 2013, 2001, 1989, 1977, 1965, 1953, possibly 1941. But also with the snake card being here, I do think that this person could be somebody through this connection who sheds a lot of old identities, a lot of old skins, to so to speak. This person could also have a Kundalini awakening like before this connection, or because of this connection. I also think that this person really is going to be loyal to this connection, in the sense that like they are willing to have snaky behavior towards others if it means protecting this connection and protecting the star person. Okay, can we get something other than birth years, Spirit? But these could also be important signs. Spirit was like, yeah, how many you want? Oh my gosh. So now we have Sagittarius energy coming out here. So this person doesn't have to have Sagittarius placements, but they may at least have Sagittarian attributes. So this person will be adventurous, philosophical, brave, and honest. And one more, Spirit, for the world. Okay, we got monkey. So the monk in me may be significant. So with the monkey years, we have 2016, 2004, 1992, 1980, 1968, 1956, and 1994. I'm going to pull a few more just because this person got so many years. But also, like, maybe this person as well is very interested in, what is it? In history, or interested in, like, documenting history or something like that. But can I have a few attributes that aren't birth years, Spirit? Okay, so we have brown, natural, warmth, melanin, friendly, which actually is interesting because we have two very different, so like you could be a different race than this person, or you both could be, I don't know why brownies is coming through. Like maybe this person has a really big sweet tooth, but this could definitely be a mixed race connection. And I also think that this person is just going to be very like warm and giving towards the people around them, and I think that they will really enjoy being very nurturing to the star in a way where like maybe the star is more detached and cool at times, or maybe more lost in the sauce in terms of like their own feelings and emotions. I feel like the world person is going to really bring the star person back down to earth and be like, hey, you know, let's not get too lost in our own worries and fears. But we also have the card orange with sacral, creative, enthusiastic, and sensual. So I definitely think that this person is going to be very like, I think that this person's sacral chakra is going to be activated by this connection. So I think that the star's influence is going to help this person be more creative. But I think on their own, I think that the world person is naturally very sacral. Like they have very sensual desires, and I think that when they are motivated or passionate, they can be incredibly enthusiastic. So those are the energies of the counterparts. Now we are going to get into the tarot. So I'm actually using a fellow YouTuber's tarot deck. Of course I had to, considering we're doing Little Mermaids. So this is the deck by Julissa's Messages. Shout out to her. Her channel is awesome. If you never checked her out, you should. But what we are going to do with the tarot is we're first going to see if this connection is something that you can manifest through free will, or if it's something that is fated. And then we're going to look at how you'll meet, and then we're going to see a blessing from this connection, a challenge with this connection, and what the potential for this connection is. So I'm just going to give this one more good shuffle. Okay, so Spirit, is this connection a matter of fate, or can it be manifested through free will, please? Okay, yeah, we have the Six of Swords and the Eight of Pentacles. So I definitely think that this is something that's kind of a mixture of fate and free will, in the sense that it does require movement on someone's part, and it does require hard work, in the sense that maybe one of you will have to move for your job, or one of you will make the decision to change your career. It is quite possible as well that maybe this will come after a time of like serious self-work and just focus on self. I do think that this is kind of a mixture of free will and fate, in the sense that the divine is going to have a hand in this, but it's not going to be as overt as you may think. I think it's going to come through and in the form of like things around you falling apart, and then you realizing like, I need to move on from this, I need to move forward, I need to go somewhere else. Like, wherever I am now is no longer serving me. And with the ship card being here, I definitely think it's possible that you could be moving to a completely different country, like across the ocean or across a body of water, or maybe even near to a body of water. But I definitely think that this is a mixture of fate and free will, and your job could have something to do with it. But how will these two meet, Spirit? How will these two meet? Ooh, so we have the Seven of Swords. So Spirit's not going to tell you. It's either going to happen in a way that's very sneaky, like either wherever you're moving to, you may have a mutual friend with your counterpart. So you may meet this counterpart from a mutual friend, or this mutual friend may actually set you and this counterpart up without even realizing it. I do think that this is going to be something where Spirit's not really telling you too much, because they don't want you, because I don't think you're going to realize this is your person right away. I think this is something that you're going to build over time. And it may also be something where this person appears out of nowhere. Like maybe you're just at a grocery store and you bump into each other, and then 2 weeks later you're out and about and then you run into each other again. Like, you may have quite a few chance meetings, but I don't think Spirit's going to be really forthcoming about it, because they don't want to ruin it. And I also think that they don't, it also could be too that just in this pile, the way that you're going to be meeting one another for each individual person is going to be different. But what about a blessing within this connection, Spirit? What kind of blessings will this connection bring? Page of Swords. So I think that this connection is going to bring about a lot of curiosity, a lot of intrigue and spark for life again. It's like both of you may have gotten really comfortable and set in your ways of living. And I think that the presence of one another will give you both the encouragement and the desire to grow again, to get out of your typical habits and routines. I also think that this connection is going to be very intellectually stimulating, and I think it's going to help you both think outside of the box more, to be more like inquisitive, or to, like I said earlier, one of you may go back to school, so that could be a thing. If you want children or are planning on having children, or you already have a child, they could be very intelligent, they could be part of your soul plan, or this person could be a blessing to that child. Like, if you already have a child or children, for example, they could really take to this counterpart, really be supported and fulfilled through this connection. But I think the biggest blessing overall is it's helping you both broaden your minds and see the world in different ways than you once did. So what about a challenge for this connection, Spirit? What challenges might this connection go through? King of Cups. Okay, so one challenge is that it may take some time for the two of you to open up about your feelings. And also, it may be difficult to be emotionally vulnerable with one another. Or one thing that Spirit is saying is that it may take some time for the two of you to be emotionally mature enough, if you haven't met this person yet, at least, for like the opportunity for this connection to be open. It may take time. Like, I don't think the universe is going to bring this together until you have enough emotional maturity and experience under your belt to be ready for a connection like this. I also think that maybe there could be a water sign parental figure or guardian figure that may interfere within this connection. Like I was talking about a King Triton-esque character, so it is possible that there could be a family member or something like that that is not for the connection or is opposed to the connection, but I don't think that that is going to be something that is too challenging to overcome. But I do think that with the King of Cups here, maybe the both of you will have trouble at times talking about your feelings. It does kind of seem like both of you are maybe more detached from your emotional bodies, so it may be difficult for you both at times to be honest about how you're truly feeling or be more open about the depths of your feelings. So like maybe if you and this person want to say get married someday or something like that, it may take a really long time for the both of you to feel comfortable enough to be open and honest about that. Like it may be a year before the two of you say like I love you or something. Like even if you both feel it, it's like you both may be very afraid of expressing it or afraid of freaking the other person out, and so you may really hold back and not disclose your feelings for a long time. Maybe you'll stay in like a friend zone or stay friendly with one another because the both of you are like holding your feelings back or not feeling safe or comfortable enough to express them. But I do think that the only challenge here is being truthful and honest with one another about the truth of your feelings. And honestly, like, this is a pretty helpful challenge in the sense that it will just help you both be more authentic. And like I said earlier, I think if there's any family members that are opposing, I think that they'll come around in time. So to finish off with the tarot part, I just want to see what the potential of this connection is, at least at this time, and not for like forever, just whatever potential Spirit wants you to know about. So what potential does this connection have? Oh, okay. Yeah, so this could be like your person. This could be the person that you make a commitment to, not just for yourself, but like in front of God. Like I think that this connection has the potential to be the person that you marry, the person that you make a lifelong commitment to or a spiritual commitment to. I think that this is going to be a very traditional connection in the sense that it is going to, start as friends, then blossom into more. And then I do think there is just going to be very traditional elements to this, but I think this connection has the potential to go all the way to a lifelong commitment. So that is very, very beautiful. And I think that this connection is very beautiful. And so if you don't know who this person is yet, or you don't know what you want out of life, I do think that this person may change what you want out of life or change how you view what you want out of life. So to finish off, before we go into the extended, we are going to get some advice for you just moving forward. I did want to quickly say what we're going to go through in the extended. So we are going to look, it is going to be 18 plus, so we're going to get dirty over there. We're going to look at what your physical connection is going to be like with this person. We're also going to see how others view your connection. So your family, your friends, their friends, and strangers. We're also going to get tons of channeled messages from this person, whether you know them or not. We'll be able to get to know more about them and their communication style as well. And we'll finish off with some final advice from Spirit. But if you don't want to do the extended, that's absolutely okay. But we are going to finish off this reading with advice for you. So I think, what should we start with? We'll finish off with the ego card. So we'll start with these. We have, when I cultivate a spiritual connection, I can trust the universe no matter what. So this isn't talking about like a spiritual connection with another person. This is talking about a spiritual connection to Spirit. So Spirit is really encouraging you to explore your spirituality more, explore your psychic abilities more, and explore like how you can cultivate your connection with the divine more deeply, because I do think that the divine is playing a role in helping guide you and your person. And so I think Spirit is saying that if you trust your own divine guidance, you will naturally be led here. We also have surrender to non-action. Now is the time to be still and not act. Simply breathe and focus on your own power. Let others come to you. And I think that this is not only with like people, but with Spirit as well. Like you don't need to go out and do things. It's kind of like Spirit wants to bring you answers, but it is quite possible that you will, like, this person will initiate towards you. Or if you don't know like what your next step is or what you want to do or where you want to go or who you want to be, I think Spirit is saying it's okay not to know, and it's okay just to be. You don't have to do anything, you just have to be. So surrender to the idea that you have to be taking action or that you have to be constantly on a healing journey or constantly improving. Like, it's okay to just give yourself a break and focus on you. You don't need to be super worried about this or feel like you have to go out and find it and go out and seek it. I think Spirit is really saying that this connection is going to happen in a very effortless way, where maybe in the past you felt like you had to force things, or you felt like you had to make things happen. But Spirit's really going to show you that you don't have to do that, that things can come to you, and that people can come to you, and that answers can come to you. You don't have to constantly know where you're heading or know what your next step is in order to know that you're on the right path. We also have focus. Remain completely focused on exactly what you want. The best is yet to come. So yeah, I think one thing that Spirit is also saying is not to worry about your natural self and your natural expressions. Like, for example, you know, if you're somebody who swears a lot, like I swear a lot, as you know if you watch my channel, not everybody likes that. And I've had people say, well, you're not gonna get a husband if you keep swearing, which is incredibly misogynistic and not okay. But I just always say, like, well, if my future husband isn't cool with it, then like, he's not my future husband. Like, my future husband's probably gonna swear like a sailor. I don't even know if I want a future husband. Another misogynistic thing placed upon me. I don't know what I want out of life. And so same thing with you. It's like, don't try to box yourself into expectations that other people place upon you. Focus on what makes you happy. Focus on what you want. And another thing that's really interesting is that like all of the feminine characters are like, they have their eyes closed. And so I think Spirit is saying you can't focus on what seems obvious to the regular person. You have to focus on what feels right internally, because you definitely have that ability to cultivate awareness for yourself, to trust what you're feeling, even if you don't have evidence of it in the 3D. You really don't need to worry as much as you are. And I really do think you should be kinder to yourself and just focus on your uniqueness and what makes you happy, because at the end of the day, like, you don't need to conform. You don't need to dim your light to make others feel more comfortable. You should be able to shine as brightly as you want. Let's see. We also have first quarter moon in Virgo. Assess the situation. So I think Spirit is asking you to assess where you're at in life right now. What are you happy with and what are you not happy with? What do you want more of in your life and what are you ready to let go of? I think Spirit is saying you don't have to know the answers. You don't have to know what you want, but take stock of what is making you happy and what isn't. What aspects of yourself are you cultivating or are you feeding because you think you should? And what aspects of yourself are you feeding and cultivating because they genuinely bring you joy? I think there's a need to be aware of where you may be conforming to what society or what your family or what your culture wants for you, rather than what you genuinely want for yourself. So do be aware of that and really assess what it is that you actually want and what is it that your ego wants, because your ego is going to want what it makes you most societally acceptable, what will make you feel most comfortable on an egoic level, but not on a soul level, if that makes sense. And finally, we have liberation. Forgive, heal, rewrite, and move on. So yeah, I definitely think if you're in a place right now where maybe you've just gone through a breakup or a really hard ending, or you're realizing that your current way of life is just not sustaining the person that you're becoming and you're feeling like you need a change, I think that this is a sign that you're absolutely right and that it's time to forgive yourself for what you didn't know in the past, to forgive yourself for the mistakes that you've made, because mistakes really just lead us to where we're headed next, right? In the words of Bob Ross, mistakes are just happy accidents, and really they're only mistakes if you see them that way. I think everything and every experience has something that we can learn from and grow from, and I think Spirit is really saying it's time to move beyond your past, beyond what you thought you wanted, especially if it's not fulfilling you or sustaining happiness or what you need, and don't be afraid to rewrite your story. Don't be afraid to do something different. Don't be afraid to move on from what you thought you wanted or from what you thought you needed. It's okay to be wrong about those sorts of things. That's why we have to explore and try different things so that we know what we actually want. Like, that's why, you know, getting to know yourself and dating and things like that can be really important, in the sense that even if you have relationships that don't go well, you can learn about what you don't want and what you do want. And you know, and it'll help you be more discerning, especially when it comes to finding that right person for you, or allowing the universe to find that right person, in the sense that you'll be much more aware of what your boundaries are, what is supportive for you, what isn't supportive of you and for you. And I think you'll feel a lot freer. It's honestly through your own freedom and through attaining your own freedom that all of these beautiful things will come, which makes sense, you know. Ariel, you know, she's confined to the water until she fights for her own liberation and takes that risk. And you might find you want to take some sort of risk, but the people around you may discourage you or be like, absolutely not. You know, Ariel's dad, she's like, you are not going to the surface. Like, I told you not to go to the surface, and like things like that. But she did it anyway, because that's what she felt called to. I just saw the scene from Finding Nemo where they're like, oh, he touched the butt. But yeah, okay. So we're going to finish off with 2 ego cards. So things you need to forgive yourself for that are not necessarily you, but are just parts of your ego. So to start, we have, I forgive myself for holding on to habits that no longer serve me. I choose to believe that when I set the intention to have compassion for my emotional experience, I will find I am able to more effortlessly engage in behaviors that better support me. And we have, I forgive myself for assuming others need me to ensure they are provided for. I choose to believe that when I trust others to actively participate in the creation of their own lives, I invest in a world where we are all empowered to see the true strength that exists in being. Yeah, you don't need to save other people. You don't need to be focused on others. You don't need to be constrained by your past self or by the identity that you once upheld. All you need to do is trust that there are certain things that are not your responsibility. For example, others needing you to ensure that they're provided for, and also, you know, holding on to maybe maladaptive coping mechanisms or things like that that are not serving you any longer. I really think Spirit is saying it's time to look at where maybe you're sacrificing your own dreams, your own desires, what will make you happy just to appease the people around you, and also recognize where elements of your past self are no longer needed for you to carry forward in your future and to carry on in your story. So pile 1, wow, I am going to leave this reading here. If you want to go ahead and check out the extended, that will be linked directly below. But if you are leaving me here, that is absolutely okay. Thank you guys so much for watching, and thank you so much for watching my ads. That is the simplest and easiest way to support me, but if you'd like to support me in other ways, obviously you can check out what I just plugged, but you can also like this video. You can comment down below, let me know how it resonates. You can subscribe if you haven't already, and click that bell notification if you want to be part of my notification squad. I do respond to comments more often. I'm more likely to see your comment if you are commenting when I upload. So if you're part of the notification squad, you'll be notified whenever I upload a new video. And I also have social media linked below, but do be aware I have tons of scammers pretending to be me. So just be careful. I do not offer personal readings. I will never slide in your DMs and try to offer you a personal reading. Yeah, I won't do that. I also have merch, which will be linked below, but I think that's all I have. So thank you guys so much for watching. Sorry I was kind of spacey and scattered for this reading. I always feel like for the very first pile, I'm like kind of questionable, but it usually gets easier after that. So if you're checking other piles, hopefully I'll be more fluid there. But yeah, that's all I have. So thank you guys so much for watching, and thank you so much for being here. I hope you enjoyed this reading, and I hope it resonated, and I hope you will have a wonderful day or night whenever it is that you're watching this video, and I hope you'll come back and see me again soon. Bye. Hi there, pile 2. Welcome to your reading and thank you so much for being here. If you guys chose the Beauty and the Beast couple as well as the Mookaite Jasper and the Yellow Heart, this is going to be your reading on your true love. So first we are going to look at this Lenormand card and see what's underneath here so we can just see right off the bat what you need to know about this connection and what attributes will feature this connection. If you want a full list of what's going to be in this reading, head back to the intro because I explain it all there. But if this reading resonates and you're interested, we have a super juicy, super in-depth extended where we are going to look at the physical connection with you and this person, so it will be 18 plus. We'll also see how other people view this connection. We'll get channel messages and we'll get tons of advice from spirit. So let's go ahead and start now. So to start, we have the number 24 with the heart card. So this is the heart Lenormand card, and the chakra underneath this heart is the solar plexus chakra. So I definitely think that this is going to be a connection that isn't necessarily easy breezy beautiful, but it is something that will be worth it. And it honestly kind of makes a lot of sense. There could be like a Beauty and Beast dynamic here. Or this could be a connection that takes a long time to develop into love. The fact that we have love, friendship, and happiness here, I do think that if/when this connection evolves into a true love connection, it will involve a heart awakening for the both of you. I think that it will take time for these feelings to develop, but I think it will start as a friendship, and I think you both will be focused on your own happiness before this connection comes to fruition. But I do think there will always be love here, even from the beginning. I think there's a deep resonance between these two. You and this person could be from a similar place, or you could have very similar interests or even look similar. But what I can tell for sure is that once this connection evolves into love, it will definitely stay there. And I think with the Jack of Hearts being here, that this will just be actually a pretty romantic connection and a very, very loving connection. So let's go ahead and look at the overall energy of the connection when it is in a truly loving state. So to start, we have express love through gifts. A small token of love can convey great appreciation. We have joy. The energy of joy activates our feelings of happiness and well-being, supports a high vibrational frequency in our being. We have sacred union. We have culmination with root chakra and hematite. We also have life laundromat, choose your own destiny, choices, destiny, consequences. And finally, we have let go with the number 18. Let me make sure all of those are in the frame. Yes, okay, we're good. Okay, so this is an interesting energy, but not in a way that's like bad interesting or like weird interesting. It's actually, I think, wherever you are, this is a connection where if you know this person, you'll know. And if you don't know this person, you'll know. Because this is like a kind of a when you know situation. And maybe deep down, it may take a while to know though, is the kind of vibe that I'm getting. But when this connection is in an energy of true love, it is going to be very, very beautiful. Not only is it going to be something that supports both you and this person in a very like high vibrational way where you both are motivating each other to be better, spending lots of time together, prioritizing your happiness together and your happiness individually. I think this is just going to be a very joyful connection where you both are going to laugh a lot, you're going to be very happy, and I think that this is a connection where it's only going to work out if you both are solid in who you are together, or who you are as individuals before you come together. Because one thing I see here with let go, it's quite possible that this connection may go through some trials and tribulations. Like you may be on and off with this person, or you may have a false start with this person, but you don't have to. I think more than anything, what this let go card is about is more so about feeling safe within this connection, in the sense that you don't feel like worried about what the other person is doing. Neither of you is very controlling over one another, and if you have insecurities towards not being good enough, or fears that you might be cheated on because you've had like past experiences that way, in this connection you are going to heal those things either before you get into the connection or while you are in the connection. But what's really beautiful is that your love is going to be strong enough that you can let go of a lot of those insecurities and trust each other, because I think that on the foundation of this connection, there's going to be a lot of truth, a lot of honesty between one another. And honestly, I think the other will be able to tell if one of you is lying. So it's almost like there's no point in lying, but I don't think either of you would want to anyway. Another thing with the root chakra here is that I think you and this person are going to be really protective of one another and really protective of this connection, but you may have to go through hell and high water to get to that place. And I honestly don't think that that's together. I think that's separately. I think that you both are going to be on your own individual journeys. You may know who this person is. You may stay in contact with this person or maintain a friendship with this person. But I think it is going to be a lot of culminating events that actually bring you two together in order to have some sort of heart awakening. I also think that you and this person are going to be very, what's the best word to use? Ambitious, but that wasn't the word I wanted to use. You will be ambitious, but I think that you and this person will kind of decide as you go the life that you want to live. You may make different decisions. Like your life may turn out differently than you expected when you are in a connection with this person. But in a truly loving connection, you and this person will recognize that there's a sacred union between the two of you, and that this is something that you both cherish and will never want to let go of. And it actually may be that you both have to let each other go or go your own separate ways to recognize how sacred this connection actually is. It's almost like you both have to experience other areas of life, have to experience healing, have to experience triggers for growth, and experience what other connections are like in order to recognize just truly how rare and how special this connection is. One or both of you may have like gift giving as a love language, or you may give gifts like just to show your love for one another, or these gifts might not be like tangible. They might be acts of service. They might be making time for one another, things like that. But I think you're both going to be highly protective of one another, highly protective of the connection. And when you and this person do choose to come together, because let's be clear, if you and this person come together, it's going to be because you both choose to. The fact that you chose this pile means that it's absolutely possible for both of you to choose this. I think the most fundamental thing that must happen is that you both must have some heart healing and heart awakening before it can progress to true love. Because once it is true love, this bond is going to be absolutely unbreakable. But I think how quickly or how slowly this connection comes to fruition is definitely based upon what you both choose to do, how much you focus on your healing, life in general. With destiny being in here, there is a part of the topic of this reading that is asking whether this connection is something you can manifest through free will, or if it's a part of your destiny. I think we're already answering that question, even though I'll still look when we get into the tarot. But I do think that this person was always meant to be a part of your destiny. With the solar plexus being here, I think that you were both meant to trigger a lot of insecurities in one another to help the other grow. And it's like spirit won't ground this connection into a truly loving one until you've let go a lot of the wounds, a lot of the insecurities, fears, anything essentially that stops you from being in an authentic, loving connection. I think truthfully too, you both are really going to fight for each other and fight for this connection once you let go of the idea that you have to be in control of this situation, or that you have to know when and how this situation is going to come together. Both of you, well, actually, one of you may be better at using your words and the other may be better at using physical gestures or their physicality in general to express your love for one another. But I think no matter what, you both are just going to intuitively understand each other. There's going to be a simple childlike joy around your presence with one another. I think that you both are really going to care about the other's health, the other's happiness, and I think that overall, this connection is going to be what you make it. Like, the universe can't force the two of you together, but I think that if this is something that, like, if you chose this pile and this is something that you want, I think that this is something that is just simply meant to be. But I do think it will take some work and it will take some heart opening for the both of you. I do think there's a lot of insecurities to work through, but once they are worked through, there's really nothing going to be stopping you, and it's just going to make the connection so strong. I also noticed with the number 19 here, it makes me think of the sun in tarot, and I really just think that this is going to be a very, very happy connection, and like partially the reason why Spirit won't let this connection come together until you both have really worked through a lot of maybe your toxic habits, toxic beliefs, because let's be real, everybody can be toxic. Everybody can have toxic habits and behaviors. Doesn't make them a bad person. It's just that we are born and raised in toxic societies, and we have to unlearn the shit that we're taught and the natural shit that we feel. But with this sacred union here, this will be a connection where, like, it will be undeniable once that hard awakening has happened, and there will just never be anything like it. And I think that you both will just be so happy to share good energy with one another and to live a joyful existence, like, even when times are tough. Because I do think that you both will go through trials and tribulations together, but it won't be, at that point, it won't be your connection with each other. It will be external circumstances that you both have to overcome and support one another through. But more so than anything, I think that there's a lot to learn, that there's a lot that you'll learn before you come together with this person in a romantic, truly loving connection, so that once you're in it, you've already let go of a lot of those wounds and things like that, and you've already learned how to let go of control and let go of your fears and let go of your worries that kind of rule you. And so you and this person are going to be able to show up in very authentic ways, and I think will feel very comfortable to be honest with one another. I also think that there's going to be a really beautiful friendship here, which you, if you know this person, you may already have, but like I said, we are going to look at how you're going to meet them and things like that. But I do think you will start out as friends first with this person. But more so than anything, this will be a connection that just gets more beautiful over time. It's like your connection starts as a blank canvas, and you may start painting, and there may be mistakes and messy things like that. But when it's all said and done, you'll both will create this like beautiful masterpiece. It's just like a bellissima Picasso or something like that. I don't know if I said it that way, but I also think with all of the yellow here, I have a lot of like citrine and things like that on the table, so I do think that this could be a very financially abundant connection, especially because we have express love through gifts. But I definitely think this is a very good like match. Like, you both recognize that you're a good match for one another, or it may take time to recognize that you're a good match for one another, but once you do, it's like, it'll be so blatantly obvious, you'll wonder how you missed it, or this person will wonder how they missed it, or both of you will. Okay, so now we are going to start getting into you and this person, but we're going to start by looking at what aspect of this connection is going to be most improved or most highlighted, or just an aspect that Spirit wants you to be aware of within this connection. So for you and this person, we actually have the third eye chakra. So I definitely think that this is a psychic connection of some kind. I do think that this connection will really awaken you and this person's psychic abilities. I do think that you and this person will show up in each other's dreams. I think that you will feel one another's energy. I think that you and this person will also just know when things are like you won't need to say things to know what the other person is saying. It's like you intuitively get each other to a point where it might be kind of disturbing. But I think more than anything, once you and this person have a good dynamic set where you both feel comfortable to be honest and upfront with one another, you'll feel way more comfortable to like talk about your premonitions and your dreams and like the things that you see and experience within your dreams. I also think that this connection is spiritual in some nature, so I think it was always meant to kind of wake up your psychic abilities in both of you, or if you already had them awakened, to improve them by a lot. I think the psychic connection between the two of you is going to be insane. Like, you may know what this person is going through without even communicating with them or know what's going on with them. I feel like you may be connected to this person or feel connected to this person before you even meet them in the physical world. But after you meet them in the physical world, it's like your psychic abilities are going to like increase tenfold. I'm hearing the song Deja Vu by it's a K-pop song actually. Oh shoot, who is it? It's not Twice. I don't know, I can't remember. I can't remember. But anyway, your deja vu may increase like once you meet this person, or right before you meet this person, or after you meet this person. You may experience more synchronicities or weird similarities between the two of you. But one beautiful thing I wanted to mention actually with the Life Laundromat is like, I think that you and this person really get to make this connection whatever you want. You can really do, Spirit's kind of leaving it up to your free will to live the life that you both want. And yeah, this is honestly just like really, really beautiful energy. But you should be aware that like, you know, nothing will ever be like 100% sunshines and rainbows and like super amazing. Like, there's gonna be good times, bad times, just like any other person, any other couple. But what's beautiful is that because you have such a joyful connection, such a protective, supporting, loving connection, it's like your love is going to help you both and support you both through anything that you ever go through. So we're going to start by looking at you and this person. I'm not going to signify which is you and this person. We're just going to kind of do a person A, person B format. And you can choose which sounds more like you and which sounds like your person, or this person if you don't know them yet. But I did want to say as well, if you notice that there's mirroring or you see yourself in both piles, that's absolutely okay. That's totally normal. Yeah, and it's nothing to be worried about. It's just a sign that you both mirror certain things, and because this does seem to be a spiritual connection of some kind, it is likely that you will mirror in different aspects. So to start with person A, they are being represented by the Tower, and person B is being represented by the Fool. So the Tower is ruled by Mars, and the two signs that Mars rules is Aries and Scorpio. So this person could have those placements. They don't have to though. And with the Fool, it is ruled by Uranus, the butt planet. And so this person could have a cute butt. But of course they don't have to. They could be an Aquarius, which is ruled by Uranus, or an Aries. I always see the Aries and the Fool because it's like the very first card in the deck, and it's like charge head first, but there's also childlike qualities to it. So I definitely think that these two, there could be Aries energy in common. but there certainly doesn't have to be. What I will say though is that this is definitely an interesting connection in the sense that I do think that there will be some rockiness here. Starting with the tower person, I definitely think that this is somebody who always jumps to the worst case scenario, and I think that's because they have dealt with a lot of upheaval in their life. They may have dealt with some traumatic experiences in their childhood, or they may have seen very unhealthy romantic relationships or experienced very unhealthy romantic relationships. I also think that this person is just incredibly intense, and I think between when you meet this person to when you're friends with this person to when you're in a connection with this person, if you do, which I mean, like, I think you will. If I'm being honest, like, peace and love, I think you guys will be very, very serious with one another. But I don't want to project my opinion. We'll see when we get to the tarot. But I do think that this person will go through a lot of transformations and a lot of upheaval. I also think that this person will maybe act erratically or act dramatically when they feel threatened or when they don't feel safe. I do think that this first person will feel very freaked out by this connection because they will feel the intensity, but also like it will make them feel shaky. It will make them feel rocky. I also think that this connection has the ability to destroy this person's current foundation. And that is something that they will kind of fear as well. But the cool thing about this person is that they have the ability to transform their life in very sudden ways and in very impactful ways. Like, this person can like have their tower knocked down and then have a new, better tower built in like 2 months. You know what I mean? Like, this is somebody who can progress really quickly. This is also somebody who feels very intensely, but they can be combative. This person does kind of seem like a natural leader or somebody who is just more dominant or has a more dominant energy. They could be more masculine in nature as well, being ruled by Mars. I do think that this person has a lot of like inner turmoil that they have to come to terms with. And I do think that the tower person is likely older than the Fool, either in physical age or in like soul years, if that's a thing, or like just like maturity wise. I do think though, more than anything, it does kind of seem like a physical age thing, that I think the tower might be older. I think the tower is less trusting. I think that the tower person feels more comfortable staying isolated and not really letting people get too close to them, because they find that when they do, things get volatile and things get messy. And I think that this tower person is almost like used to things going to shit. And so it's almost like they may even sabotage good things because they don't want the universe to take it away from them. So this tower person definitely has some wounds around change, some wounds around not feeling safe, not feeling grounded, not feeling secure. And I can see here, like, with all of the water in this tower card, I think that their emotions can be kind of volatile. And if they're not somebody who likes to express their emotions, I think that that can also kind of make them teeter. But make no mistake, this person, when they truly believe in something, they will fight to the bitter end for it. They're also the type of person who will do whatever they can to help others around them. I think that they are very compassionate, and when they're not feeling threatened, I think that they typically actually have a very lighthearted energy and feel very in control. It's like with this tower person though, it's like the other counterpart may not know what they're going to get with the tower person. They could also just be like taller than the other counterpart. They could like literally tower over the other counterpart. But they also just have a lot of inner turmoil to heal and a lot of transformation to go through. And I do think that this connection is going to trigger a lot of it. Looking over at the Fool, I do think that this person at first will have no idea what they're getting into with this connection and with this Tower person. This Fool person is a bit more childlike, a bit more naive, but they are very optimistic and they're very fun. They try to keep things light, and I think that they have a lot of hope for life. I think they may have gone into this connection a little bit blindly, or if you don't know who this person is yet, this counterpart may go into this connection not really knowing what they're in for. They may be very nonchalant about this connection at first, or they may just see this connection as like something light and carefree, or they may not know what to think of this connection. They could see this connection as a new beginning, or they may have hopes for a new beginning within this connection. But I do think, like with the Tower person, these two may go back and forth between intensity and lightness. I do think that the Fool will be intimidated by the Tower, and I think that the Tower will be tripped up by the Fool in the sense that maybe the Tower is used to intensity, maybe the Tower is used to confrontation and like shitty energy, and I feel like the Fool just won't kind of play into that. I think that the Fool may also play dumb in the sense that they may know that there's deeper things going on, but they won't want to pry or seem too eager or seem too invested. And both of these people, both these counterparts, I think will really try to play it cool, especially from a friendship aspect, because they may be afraid to admit feelings, or they may not know their feelings for quite some time. Well, from what I can see here with the Tower as well, I do think that this person is much better at like hiding their emotions and hiding what they're feeling, maybe because they suppress them, but I do think that the Tower person suppresses them to the point where they come out at random times when they're triggered by something random. Whereas the Fool, I think this is a more cautious Fool than the typical Fool we see in a Fool card, because they're not jumping off they're not taking that leap that you typically see in the normal Fool card. It's kind of like they're looking at the Tower like, oh man, like, I don't know if I want to go over there. Like, that seems like a lot. That's a little bit overwhelming. And I think the Fool may feel like they are not strong enough to face this, or not experienced enough to face this, or maybe feel like they're not even good enough for the Tower person. They may be like, oh, the Tower person thinks like I'm too young, or the Tower person might think that I'm not good enough, or that the Tower person might think that I'm not serious. I do think that the Fool person is more serious than they let on, because like I said, they're not taking that leap of faith. So I think both parties here are being pretty cautious. And what's interesting is that even this Tower, it's not broken. It's not like, typically in the Tower card, we see more upheaval than what there is right now. And so I do think it will take some time for counterpart A to kind of change their energy and heal. And I think it will take some time for counterpart B to not be afraid of this chaotic energy, if I'm being honest, and maybe take the plunge or take a leap of faith in some way. It's like both parties are kind of, while they may connect, it's like they kind of cautiously stand on one side of the other. These two might actually feel more comfortable exploring this connection through their psychic abilities or through their dreams. It may be quite possible that in the physical, neither party will be able to really confront the other in a romantic sense until they've both made sense of their feelings and they've also done work on their solar plexus. But rest assured, I think that no matter what happens within this connection, the Tower person will come out with a much stronger foundation than they started, and they'll understand why they had to go through all the changes that they did. With Scorpio energy being a part of the Tower, I think that the Tower person will go through the necessary transformations to become the leader they've always desired to be. Whereas the Fool person, I think, may lose their sense of lightness. They may become bitter. They may become angry. based on the early events of this connection or based on certain events of this connection. But I think over time, the heaviness that the Fool may take on from this connection will actually be transmuted and healed, and they will end up being the same lighthearted, carefree person they always were. I also think there is an intelligence to the Fool that not many people see. I feel like the Fool intentionally plays dumb or pretends to not be as smart as they are. And I think that's because they really play their cards close to the chest. Like, this is not a fool in the sense that they're like very reckless and careless. Maybe both these two can be if they're triggered, but I think with the Fool, they're a more reserved Fool than the typical Fool on the Fool card. And it's just kind of interesting because it's almost like the Fool person is looking at the Tower like, oh man, like, I don't know how I feel about this. Like, I don't know how safe I feel. But the fact that this connection has the potential to reach this energy, it's like, against all odds, these two pull through, they heal, and they grow in wonderful, beautiful ways. So next, we are going to look at light attributes for both of these people. And by light attributes, I don't just mean like positive attributes. I mean attributes that are visible to the people around them. Attributes that these two feel comfortable showing. Not like good, happy, positive attributes, but just ones that can be seen. So to start with the Tower person, we have the Whale. I just heard melodrama. And with the Fool, we have the Oyster. Yeah, it's definitely like the Tower person, like, seems to be bigger in size, at least like energetically or in their like energy. They have a more dominant energy than the Fool person. But what's interesting is that both of these two are connecting in their emotions, but not really towards one another. I think both of these people are known as generally compassionate people to those around them. But I think with the Tower person, I do think that they can be a little bit melodramatic sometimes, or if they're not in a good place emotionally, they can kind of like moan about it. But this is also somebody who is deeply compassionate and cares about the people around them. I also think that with this Tower card being here, I think one of the biggest transformations that this Tower person is going to have is they are going to gain a lot of emotional maturity, not only through this connection, but through the experiences they have prior to this connection, during this connection, even after this connection, if it's not a connection that is meant to last. Like I said, I think that is something that is up to the both of you, the choices that you make and things of that nature. But I do think that there is, I just heard in my head, go away, donkey, I work alone. So I do think that the Tower person does have a very solitary energy, where maybe they don't necessarily like to share their emotions with others or be open to others, but at the same time, they want to help others with their emotions. It's kind of like they're projecting their own feeling, their own chaotic, like they recognize people that have chaotic emotions, and they want to help those people because they feel like they can't help their own. And it's almost like their subconscious's way of like addressing their own emotional needs. But I do think that part of what is going to change within this person is they are going to learn that they need to extend that love and compassion to themselves as well. I also think they are going to have a deep heart awakening, in the sense that they're going to recognize that they can't have a happy existence if they're not living in their heart space. I do think that this person, so you and this person could have water risings. You certainly don't have to, or water placements. We have Cancer, Scorpio, and Pisces here. But you certainly don't have to. I do think, though, that when this person does feel things, they feel them deeply, they feel them intensely, and it's not every day that they feel that way. I also think that they don't surface their emotions very often. Like I said, it's something that kind of comes out of nowhere, or comes after time when this person has worked through them. I do think that this person needs time and space to kind of understand how they feel and work through it alone. because they just feel safer doing things that way. I don't think they feel safe to be very vulnerable, and it's likely because of experiences in their past. Now, looking at the Fool here, it's really interesting because this Fool person doesn't reveal really anything. I think the Fool person is compassionate and caring, but they're not really very forthcoming. Oysters could be significant in some way because we do have an oyster with a pearl here, and it's like, I do think that this Fool person has a lot to offer, but I think that they're very shy. So even if they're not shy around their friends and family, I think at least to this Tower person and the people that the Fool and the Tower are around, I think that the Fool person comes off as maybe shy, more reserved, more quiet, more naive. And with the oyster card being here, it's like this person has a lot to offer, but they don't necessarily feel safe enough to open up. So I think that the Fool person is just honestly kind of hard to read all the way around, because they definitely are closed off when it comes to their emotions, even if they think they're not. They may reveal little things here and there, but for the most part, I think one thing that this connection is going to trigger within them is they're going to have to learn the ability to open up to others and be honest about their feelings. I think that they like to try to keep things lighthearted and happy and fun, but they really suffer when they ignore and neglect their emotions, which I think both of these people have dealt with some sort of emotional neglect or emotional abandonment, either when they were growing up or during relationships. Could have been both. And I think that this connection is going to challenge a lot of those emotional issues. But I do think that this Fool person is going to help the Tower person feel more deeply into their feelings, and this Tower person is going to help the Fool person feel safe enough to open up about their emotions, and also to open up their artistic side more. I do think that, like, with the Fool being ruled by Uranus, I do think that this person has some talents and some gifts and some creative endeavor of some kind, but I do think that they are typically afraid to share that because they're afraid of looking dumb. It's kind of funny. This person portrays this energy of looking dumb, but they're also afraid of looking dumb. It's like, I'm okay with looking dumb or looking not very bright if I project it, but no way in hell I'm gonna be authentic and risk looking dumb. So yeah, that's definitely an interesting energy, but once again, there's like a big size difference here, and so I do think that definitely, I think the Tower person is likely more outgoing, in the sense that even though they may socialize with a lot of other people or be out there, they sorry, I burped. They keep their true self kind of under wraps. It's like they put the self out there that they feel safe to project, and they're very good at giving people the idea that everything is calm, cool, collected. And honestly, like I said, I get a lot of mirroring energy here, so it's likely that you see yourself and this person if you know them, if you know who they are yet, in both of these, but you may not know them yet. So next we are going to look at shadow attributes between you and this person. So once again, this does not mean negative attributes. These two counterparts might view these as negative attributes, or they might view them as things that they don't necessarily like about themselves or that they don't feel safe to share. But more than anything, really just what this means is that these are parts of both counterparts that maybe they don't necessarily share with others, or that they're aspects that they're going to discover from the experience of this connection, or parts of themselves that they may be unaware of until they do some more inner work. So for the Tower person, we have the Fool. And then for the Fool person, we have the Rose, which I think is really interesting because if you've seen Beauty and the Beast, you'll know that roses are a significant part of this connection, not this connection, of the story, but roses could be a significant part of this connection. But even the Fool is actually wearing roses on their little fit and holding a white rose. So it's almost like maybe this Fool will want to be honest with the Tower, or like try to make it obvious through their actions, through their what's the word? Through their gestures, or like make it clear on the down low about these kind of shadow aspects, which we'll get into. But maybe they won't outright say them or make a move to make them clear. So starting with the Fool and the Rose card here, I think the Fool craves deeper connections than they admit. With the Rose card here, I think the Fool also cares more about their physical appearance, their beauty, than they would admit. And I also think that this Fool wants romance, wants love more than they're willing to admit. I also think that this Rose person, or the Fool person, they are going to, there's a lot of aspects of themselves that are going to unfold over time, and I think that this connection plays a part in it. There's a different deck, it's called the Work Your Light deck, where there's a card that says the ever unfolding rose. It's happening to you, it's happening for you, not to you. And I think that the Fool may think at first that like they're an idiot for being a part of this connection, or like they're an idiot for thinking that this could ever be a loving connection or something like that. And that like their desire for romance, their desire for love, their desire for a genuine human connection is something that they were foolish of thinking that they could have. But I think they're going to learn that these are parts of themselves that they need to honor. And it's like through their trials and tribulations, they're going to realize that these parts of themselves are something that they deserve and something that they actually want. And I think they're going to realize like that these are parts of themselves that they're going to have to accept. I also think that this Fool person is maybe more delicate than they'd like to admit. And so I think that they put on this facade of, you know, just being really like carefree and lighthearted so that people don't find out that there's actually a sensitive small being inside of there. But I also think that this Fool person has a deep appreciation for aesthetics, has a deep appreciation for the beautiful things in life. And I think that this Fool person, part of their shadow aspects are learning to embrace maybe their more feminine side, or embrace the challenges that push them to grow. And as a result, I think that embracing these shadow aspects is what helps the Fool kind of blossom. But for the Tower person, with the Fool card being here, I definitely think that part of the Tower person's shadow aspect in the sense of this connection is the fact that they may not want to admit their affection or their desire for the Fool. And as a result, they make themselves look like a fool or look dumb as fuck, because they may not be able to either handle the intensity of this connection, or they may not be able to handle they might be afraid of looking stupid within this connection. They might be afraid of looking dumb. I think one thing that this one aspect outside of this connection that this Tower person has is the fact that they do at times still feel really small. They do feel really dumb. And it's like, I think that they have a very very low self-esteem, and I think that's something that Spirit that they have to work on before they're able to enter some sort of sacred union with the Fool. But I think that there's a childlike innocence to the Tower that they don't necessarily feel safe sharing, because they're afraid that people might think that they look dumb, or they might think that people will take advantage of them or something like that. And so this Tower may have shunned the Fool in some way, because the Fool was like outwardly expressing the shadow aspects that the Tower person doesn't really like to admit that they have. I think that this Tower person has insecurity around looking dumb, has insecurity around not knowing what to do, has insecurity around making mistakes. I think the Tower person is a bit of a perfectionist, and so is the Fool. But I think more so than anything, both of these people definitely are the types of people who like to portray this image that they're very independent, that they don't need anyone, that they're strong on their own, and that, you know, they're just living life according to them and they don't need anyone. But I think deep down, both counterparts here want more and want a connection where they can feel safe and secure. I think though with the Tower person, their shadow aspects are also being addressed in the sense that they, if there have been if they did treat the Fool poorly, or if they did make mistakes in the past, because the Fool could have also treated the Tower poorly. Like, the Fool may have thorns, and like when they feel threatened or they feel pricked, like they may bite back. You know what I mean? Like, there may have been, Spirit may have put these counterparts apart so that they could kind of heal that, so that these two don't like affect what this connection could be, by making choices that really are in alignment with them in the long run, that are in alignment with their soul. I think that the Tower person may not fully admit to themselves the importance of the Fool person in their life for quite some time, or at least until they've reached enough emotional maturity to be honest about their feelings, or at least recognize what their feelings are. I do think that both counterparts, like I said, are extraordinarily hard on themselves, and maybe really unfair to themselves. I also think that these two really, despite the lightness or the excitement that they try to portray, I think both have very melancholic shadow sides that they don't really show the world. And I think that they try to heal those melancholic shadow sides, or try to pretend like those melancholic shadow sides aren't there, by like either, you know, having this very light, carefree, fun exterior, and in the Tower's case, like pushing the limits and like chasing intensity and chasing like risk. I think that like, oh my god, I'm getting a very Twilight New Moon energy from this. Like, there definitely could be a separation involved here, either currently or either after you meet this person or in your past with this person. But I do think that this connection is going excuse me, is going to trigger both counterparts to really grow beyond their limitations when it comes to sharing true, authentic love with another person. Okay, so next we are going to look at unique energies or unique lessons that these counterparts are going to learn or bring to this connection. So starting with the Tower person, we have the Salamander. And for the Rose person, we have the Rat. So for the Tower person, I definitely think that they may have an identity carved around their uniqueness, or they may just be somebody who's like kind of funky or not afraid to be different. This is definitely somebody as well who really stands out in the sense that like I said, they're just not afraid to be different. They're not afraid to be unique. And if I'm being honest, with the Rat and the Salamander being here, it almost seems like the Salamander should be with the Fool and the Rat should be with the Tower. But like I said, this does seem like mirroring energy here. So I do think that the Tower has some ego investment in being different, or maybe just enjoy standing out from the crowd. They could have a unique sense of style, or they could just be somebody that marches to the beat of their own drum. Whereas the Rat, I think, definitely brings this energy to the table where they're misunderstood. And I think that that's something that's going to be challenged within this connection, because like I was saying earlier, where the Fool portrays like they're not as smart as they really are, they're actually really intelligent and really sociable. They may be reserved, but I think that's only from conditioning. I don't think that's something that they are. It's not the way that they are naturally. I do think that the Fool will be misunderstood, or there may be preconceived notions about the Fool person that the Tower person has about the Fool person, where, you know, it may take some upheaval for the Tower person to be open-minded about the Fool person. I definitely think that there is much more to the Fool person that meets the eye. And I think what the Tower person will realize about the Fool person is that they are so much more intelligent, sociable, kind, sweet than they portray. It's quite possible that the people around the Fool may have portrayed them as the surface level personality that they project, because even the people around them don't see the Fool's truest self. And so I definitely think that the Tower is going to really change how they see the Fool, whereas the Tower, I think, is going to recognize or feel free to share their unique aspects, or their silly, more quirky interests or hobbies with the Fool. I think the Fool, especially because there is Uranus energy here, I think that the Fool will create a supportive environment for the Tower to feel safe enough to express their eccentricities. There may be enigmatic aspects to both of these people, or just very unique hobbies that they both have. But I do think that these both are misunderstood in their own ways. I think a lot of people project their assumptions onto these people. I also think that a lot of people are subconsciously triggered by these two counterparts. And I think the more that the Fool and the Tower actually open up to one another and are truly honest about their life experiences, the more they'll realize that they're much more similar than they are different. And I think that there's a lot of emotional healing to be had within this connection. I do want to look at the salamander in the guidebook, because I know there's something that I forgot and I need to find it. Nonconformity, that's it. Okay, yeah. So the Tower person definitely is not somebody that wants to live a traditional life, or at the very least, if they're gonna live a traditional life, they're not gonna do it because they feel pressured to. They're gonna do it because they want to. I think both of these two actually have pride in nonconforming. I think they both have pride in their intellectual abilities, which is why maybe the Tower person has more insecurities around the Fool, because I think the Tower will see through the Fool in the sense that they'll recognize that they're much smarter than they portray, and the Tower person might be like, oh shit, like what do they know, or like what can they see about me? And because both parties have these like awakening and burgeoning psychic abilities with one another, it's like I think both parties will almost be like at a standstill, like defensive towards one another, because it's like the other doesn't know what the other person sees, and neither person feels safe enough to like be honest. It's like both parties pick up things subconsciously, but then also their own insecurities may twist and warp what they actually pick up on, which I think that's why the Sword of Truth and let go is really important, because in order for these two to come together in a truly loving connection, they may have to let go of the past, or let go of their respective pasts or their respective past beliefs, in order to be in a truly authentic and loving connection here. But finally, we are going to look at what each counterpart is going to learn through being in a truly loving connection with the other. So for the Tower person, we have I am sacred. And for the Fool person, we have I am wild and free. I'm hearing young, wild, and free. But for the Tower person, I definitely think that this connection is going to show them their own divinity, and the fact that they are worth so much more than they give themselves credit for. I also think that they are going to have some sort of spiritual awakening because of this connection. This Fool person might already be spiritual, but I don't think that they'll necessarily share their spiritual beliefs or their spiritual findings with others unless they feel safe enough to. But I definitely think because of this connection, this Fool person will actually feel safe enough to take those leaps of faith. They'll realize that they don't have to be so constrained, and when they have the support of somebody that they truly love and truly care about, that they are truly wild and free to do whatever it is that they wish. And whether people think they look stupid or not, they'll realize that's not something worth getting upset over. I also noticed that we have the number 11 and we have the number 43. So the angel number 1143 could be significant. But I also think that the Tower person is going to recognize that their body is sacred, that their journey is sacred, and that they owe themselves more credit in the sense that they are so much more divine than they give themselves credit for, and that they weren't treating themselves as sacred. And I think that they're going to realize that this connection is sacred at some point in their journey. And then it's going to help them realize like, oh, well, if I'm a part of this connection, then that must mean I'm sacred too. I also think that the Fool person will really cherish the Tower person in a way where they'll be very compassionate, very understanding, very gentle with the Tower person, and they'll realize and they'll help show the Tower person that they're genuinely deserving of these beautiful things. And for the Fool person, I think that the Tower person will give the Fool person enough confidence to actually embrace their freedom and to embrace the wild aspects of themselves that they may have held back out of fear before. It's like this Tower person is going to turn the Fool's person's world upside down. And in fact, maybe before this connection comes into a truly loving place, the Tower person will have to learn of their own sacred divinity first, and the Fool person will have to learn that they're wild and free and that they're not bound to this connection no matter how deeply they feel it. It's like both parties will have to let go of their preconceived notions about themselves, their insecurities, their fears, their doubts, and truly embrace whatever the world has to show them and just be along for the ride. So what I'm going to do now, just to kind of help you both maybe recognize who you are more deeply, I'm going to pull some attribute cards for each side. Once again, if you see yourself in both sides, I would just take this as extra confirmation. There does seem to be kind of some mirroring energy here. So yeah, just take it with how it resonates. But Spirit, what attributes would you use to describe the Tower person, please? Okay, so we have Taurus energy. So this person doesn't have to have Taurus placements, but they could show that energy. So humble, practical, focused, and patient. And I almost feel like that's what this person is in their everyday life. I really think that they only show up as the Tower within this connection or to the people that they feel closest to. I think that they do a very good job of keeping themselves like very calm, cool, collected around other people. We also have air energy, so they could be an air sign. We also have light or ash hair, light toned skin, pale eyes, minimalist. So like I said, take these as they resonate because they may not describe their physicality accurately or things like that. We also have wood, so this person could have olive skin, they could be athletic, they could have great health or green eyes. They do seem to be, it's almost like this Tower will inspire them to be more grounded or to focus on their health more deeply. What else, Spirit? We also have orange, so we have sacral energy, creative, enthusiastic, sensual. So yeah, I do think that this person, they could be a bit of like, they could have a player energy to them, or they could be somebody that likes to have more casual connections. I also think that when they are inspired by something, or I feel like when they're inspired by something, they really get into it, but it's not very often that they're truly inspired. But with this sensual card here, I do think that this person just really enjoys experiencing life through the senses. So I think they enjoy good food, good sex, good entertainment, good people, good friends around them, just good everything, good energy. So one more, Spirit, what's another aspect of the Tower person? That pile. So we have green, so heart, healer, harmony, wealth. Yeah, this person definitely has a much deeper heart than they give themselves credit for, or that they necessarily show. I also think that this person will increase their abundance a lot, and I think that they will naturally heal themselves, and that this connection will be a catalyst for healing, and that when they get through a lot of their issues, they will be able to coexist in a very harmonious connection with the Fool once they have found that stability on their own. I almost think there's an importance with both of these two healing on their own, because it's like if they relied on one another to heal, I think that these two wouldn't be as confident in the connection, in the sense that it may create a sense of codependence, and these two may feel like they need the other in order to feel healed or feel safe. So what are some attributes of the Fool, Spirit? Okay, so we have Aquarius energy, free-spirited, unconventional, eccentric, and quirky. So yeah, there's definitely eccentricities in both of these people, but the free-spirited energy is definitely on point. Like I said, again, don't have to have any Aquarius placements. It's just an energy that they have. We also have camo. Yeah, hidden, protective, tough, outdoorsy. So yeah, this person could be outdoorsy. This person definitely hides a lot of their feelings. They may also blend into the background, and they are protective of themselves and their own energy. They may also be country, or maybe they're in the military or have connections to the military, or they could just be a very earthy person, or somebody that finds a lot of solace in the outdoors, or really doesn't like to stand out at times. Maybe sometimes they do, and maybe sometimes they like to keep themselves hidden or keep themselves safe. But what else about the Fool spirit? We have Navy. So yeah, maybe it's the Navy. Authority, duty, devoted, adaptable. So yeah, I think that this person, through their growth, they will definitely cultivate some legitness in whatever they're doing, which, like, oh my God, I just saw the Vine of that kid that was like, that was legitness. So yeah, I think that this person has some legitness to them. And I think that when they do truly care about somebody, they can make a lot of changes, and they're also very devoted to the people that they love and care about. And I also think that whatever they are doing in life, they will rise to a very prominent position. Like, I think both counterparts here are incredibly impressive people in their own rights. What else, Spirit? What else about the Fool person? Okay, so we have the Year of the Dragon. So those are the years of 2012, 2000, 1988, 1976, 1964, 1952. So these could be significant years, but just with dragon energy, I think that this person, there is a spirit card that is the dragon in this deck, and it represents the solar plexus chakra, actually. And I think that this person will evolve into an incredibly confident and self-assured person through this connection, or just through their healing journey in general. They definitely don't have to be born in these years, but I do think dragon energy is significant to this person in some way. Now I'm hearing Donkey say, oh, you're a girl dragon. Okay. What else, Spirit? Ooh, so we have fire. So this Fool person could have a fire energy to them. So pointy features, animated gestures, unruly hair, and flushed skin. I'm gonna get one more for them since a year popped out. What else can you tell us about the Fool, Spirit? We have, I dropped it. Okay, we have Teal. So objective, shy, supportive, and trustworthy. Yeah, there's a sweetness to this person that they don't show everyone, but they do show it to the people that they care about. And I also think that, not everybody gets to see their, like, more serious aspects. They almost might feel more safe to be like in those shy energies. Like I said, they do kind of play up the Fool energy. But on the back of the deck, we have the root chakra, and I kind of take this to be like both parties within the connection. Like, both parties kind of ground like passionate, energetic, and sexy energy, ooh la la, when they are together, or when this connection comes to fruition. So now we are going to get into the tarot cards. I am going to use the Star Power Tarot for this pile. And what I'm going to do is, first I'm going to pull a card to see if this is fate or free will. Then I'll pull a card to see how you'll meet, or confirmation for how you did meet. We'll see a blessing to come from this connection and a challenge with this connection. And then finally we'll look at the potential of this connection. So give these a couple good shuffles. I will say, before I started this pile, Life's What You Make It by Hannah Montana came on shuffle. which is obviously a bop. And so I do think that this connection just right off the bat is more destiny than free will, but I do think that these two counterparts are destined to meet each other or interact with one another. But what this connection becomes, I think, is up to free will. But we'll see. Let's give her one more good shuffle. Okay. So, Spirit, is this connection a matter of fate, free will, or both? Yeah, we have Temperance. So, I think meeting one another is fate. It's always meant to be a part of your path. And I just realized, too, there's so many, like, I don't know if you can see that. There's so many little, like, yin-yangs all over the page. So I definitely think that this is definitely a divine counterpart of some kind. I think you both are destined to meet one another and be around one another, but what actually happens with the connection is going to take both counterparts mastering their heart and their mind and finding a balance between the two of them, finding a balance between their light and shadow aspects, and it's going to require a lot of patience and a lot of healing. It's also going to require some faith. You know, Temperance does represent Sagittarius energy, and so I do think that this connection will increase both counterparts' faith in the universe. And I think that really, for this connection to come to fruition, it's just going to take a lot of patience, a lot of understanding, and a lot of balancing and healing on both ends. But it's definitely possible for this to come to a complete balance. And I think that if you haven't met this person, you will meet this person. You're like destined to meet this person, but it really entirely depends on your healing, this person's healing, and how much you both work on being patient, working on your growth. That will determine when or how this connection gets to this point. So how will these two counterparts... Okay, we have the Three of Wands. So I just heard invitation. So with the Three of Wands, you could be traveling or you could meet this person online. But I also kind of see this as like, I don't normally get the Three of Wands this way, but I do think that there could be an element of this connection where you could meet them unexpectedly. Like you may be waiting on something else from someone else when this person comes in, or you may meet this person through like networking or through communication. It's almost like this person will come when you least expect it, or you're waiting for something else. You could be traveling or moving to a different place when you meet this person, or you could be expanding your horizons in some way, or making some sort of like plan or following through on someone else's plan that allows you and this person to meet. I actually want to get a clarifier for the Three of Wands because I think that's a little vague. Oh, the Ace of Cups. Okay. So I do think that there will be some sort of opportunity for you to connect. Like this could be a party for someone else. This could be, this person could just straight up like ask you on a date, or you could meet this person through communicating. I do think that with this Ace of Cups here, like every time you interact with this person, unless it's planned, it will always happen through opportunities through the universe. I think you have more than one way of meeting this person, if I'm being honest. So if you haven't met them yet, it's like you don't even really need to worry about it too much. But I do think you are going to meet them in either like a public setting or when you're not expecting it or something like that. I do think that communication between mutual friends or communication with your friend, like your friends could be involved somehow. But I do think that this is going to be something that's not on your radar when it comes in. It's like you're going to be completely surprised. Like you're not going to be waiting or expecting something like that. Like you may be focusing on your self-love during this time. Maybe this person is as well. And it's almost like this just kind of comes out of nowhere. Like your back is turned almost. Because typically in the Three of Wands, we see someone with their back turned to the card. And so I do think this is just going to be something that culminates and then comes out of nowhere. And it's like, you and this person may be so stuck in your own yearning for other things, or waiting on communication from other people, or you could be involved with other people at the time. And so it's like, you may not be aware of this person the first time that you meet, or you may not understand the significance of this person the first time you meet. There may be some sort of romantic happening the first time you meet, but I don't know if it's something that will necessarily last. At least until a lot of this shit is healed and transmuted. So let's see, Spirit, what's a blessing to come from this connection? I want to take this. The King of Swords. Wow, okay. So I think both of you are really going to be challenged, not only in your mindsets, but also in your wisdom. I think that this connection is going to challenge you to kind of get out of your cold energy, but it's also going to be a connection that really challenges you both to mature mentally and intellectually. I also think the intellectual connection between the two of you is going to be unfucking real. Like, I think that you both are going to finish each other's sentences. I think you both are going to have similar interests in either like academia or academic interests, or books, authors. I think that you both are going to be able to talk to one another in very harmonious ways, but it's like, you're not going to be able to speak to each other in a way that flows freely until a lot of both of your insecurities are kind of healed. And I think that's just because both of you feel a lot of pressure around like, what is it? Both of you feel a lot of pressure around the other, because I think you both really care about one another. And so as a result, it's like you both maybe just hyper aware of what you're saying or what you're thinking, which in the beginning stops you from being more forthcoming. But this connection is going to help you both gain a lot of wisdom and you will eventually see things clearly and recognize where your mentality held you both back before. I also think that with the King of Swords being here, I think that you both are really going to evolve like your skills separately. I think you both are going to take time to mature. I think you both are also just going to challenge yourselves to be more than you already are, and to put more energy into your passions, to put more energy into your desires. And I think overall, when you two come together, you're gonna be some smart motherfuckers. That's all I'm gonna say about that. Like, between the two of you, I think you would like kick ass on Jeopardy or like trivia or something like that. I also think that there will never be a boring moment between the two of you. I think that you will have like fun little quips with one another. You both may enjoy books. Like, I'm thinking about the scene in Beauty and the Beast where the Beast gifts Belle a library. So I do think that you both may love books or love knowledge or something like that. And I think that you both will really see and understand each other through exchanging ideas, in the sense that it makes connecting with the other feel less personal, but by sharing, the literature and the shows and the stories that feel deep and personal to you, it's like both of you will get to understand one another more deeply. And I also think, because there is such intense emotions here, the wisdom that you'll gain from healing a lot of wounds that you both have will help you both not let the intensity of your emotions get in the way of being rational. If one of you is feeling insecure, you both will, or if both of you are feeling insecure, you'll both have the wisdom to either speak those insecurities or soothe those insecurities, in the sense that like you'll be aware of, oh, this is just something my brain is projecting, or this is just a fear that I have, and I'm not going to let this fear or limiting belief stop me from seeing the truth or speaking the truth or whatever it may be. So let's go ahead and see a challenge within this connection, please, Spirit. We have the Four of Swords. It's healing. Yeah, that's pretty That's pretty clear. So I think that the challenge here is that I do think that this connection is either going to go through some sort of separation, or is going to go through a period where you both need to heal separately and need to focus on your own growth. I also think one challenging thing is that this person may show up in your dreams, may show up in your meditations and things like that, and vice versa. And I think that that is going to be a very uncomfortable experience for the both of you if you're not necessarily in a good place with one another. But I think the biggest challenge is getting through a separation phase or a separation period, maybe multiple. Like, you may sporadically see this person, which is why it stays a friendship before it progresses into something more. But honestly, the biggest challenge is resting from this connection, like not letting this connection live in your head rent free and obsess over it. It's like learning how to calm yourself and calm your mind when it comes to this connection, because there almost is like this addictive quality to it where if you're not careful, you may get so lost in the energy of this connection that you have to spend more time healing and finding yourself. But I do think that this is something that you both will overcome, and it's something that the universe deliberately will bring you two together to force you to heal and let go of a lot of the things holding you back. So now we're going to see what the potential for this connection is between the two of you. So what is the potential for this connection for these two counterparts, Spirit? Okay, so we have two cards. So we have the Three of Cups and we have the Page of Wands. So I think at this time, it's really up to you guys. Let me see what's on the back of the deck. What's on the back of the deck? The World. Okay. So if you're in separation, so this is what I'm going to say. If you're in separation with this person, I do think that there is potential to close out this cycle and start something new. With the Page of Wands here, if one of you or both of you have a child, or you feel like it's part of your plan to have a child with this person, or maybe adopt a child or an animal or something like that, I do think that there is potential to reproduce within this connection, or to have a child of your own, not through reproduction or through some other way. I think the potential for this connection is to be very, very happy and to feel complete and whole with one another. But I think that is going to require a lightness of spirit and a willingness to find joy even when things may be difficult. What I think is really interesting is that typically within the Three of Cups, there's three people, but there's only two people in this card, and there's actually three cats. So maybe you'll have like three cats, or maybe you'll have different experiences within the separation phase, but the potential for this connection is to go beyond the fickle beginnings and to either reunite or rejoice in a very joyful way that maybe neither of you thought possible. I do think that this connection is going to challenge you both to mature and to grow. And I also think that this connection is going to challenge you both to feel comfortable with the idea of being happy, and be comfortable with the idea that you can be vulnerable with another person and that you're safe enough to try something new. I also think that the potential of this connection also relies on both of your abilities to heal, to mature, and to close out the cycles that maybe aren't serving you. Actually, one thing that's interesting is that maybe one of you is in more of this Page of Wands energy. Like, you start, like, it almost kind of seems like the Tower could be more of like the Three of Cups, and the Fool could be more of the Page of Wands. Like, maybe the Page of Wands person, needs to evolve and feel more empowered and grow stronger, whereas the Tower person needs to learn how to discover true happiness and not rely on maladaptive coping mechanisms or fickle pleasures to give them fulfillment. It's like you both need to grow beyond the like I just said, the maladaptive things that you do to fulfill yourself or sustain yourself, and to close out those cycles that are stopping you both from healing. But if I'm being honest, I think the potential of this connection is whatever you both decide to make it, when you both are ready to come together in an authentic way where you both are not going to be triggered by one another, where you both, well, which like, even if you are triggered by one another, it's like, it's not that you have to, I just pulled the top card off the deck and it was the Two of Cups. So like, I think that there's also, you may need to close out cycles with non-committal energy. And I think you both will need to be able to recognize where you're more similar than different. It's kind of interesting because these two figures look really similar to Belle and the Beast here. What's the Beast's name? Adam? I can't remember. He's human for like 2 seconds in the movie. Like, how am I supposed to remember that? But yeah, I definitely think that there is the potential for a very harmonious connection here should you both close out these cycles and do the healing that you need to do. And I think that if you're doing that healing, you have to trust that this person is or will do that healing too. But if you're already with this person, if you've already been in this connection, then congratulations for being awesome enough to heal all that. But we are going to go ahead and finish off with some advice for you moving forward within this connection. So we're going to go ahead and start. So we have, I'm in awe of the magnificent guidance that's available to me. So yeah, hopefully you're in awe of this reading. I'm just kidding. And I'm sure this is just a reading to you, but I do think that the more you trust Spirit's guidance in this connection and the more you trust Spirit's ability to help you both heal, I think that it will give you both the, not you both, but you at least, I don't want to speak for this person, it will give you the ability to recognize how the universe really kind of always has been in your corner, always has been supporting you. You may not understand it immediately, but I think you will understand it eventually, and you'll realize like how everything truly was divinely guided all along. We also have surrender to miracles. I love this. Be open to miracles occurring in your life. Feel and know that these events are real. Let go of any resistance and banish any doubt that miracles can happen. Yeah, I think the universe is really asking you to let go of the idea that you have to know when and how something must happen in order for it to happen. I think that Spirit really wants you to be in awe of how this connection plays out if you're not in it already. And if you are in it already, like, definitely comment down below and be like, listen, here's some crazy shit that me and this person went through. Or like, let us know, spill the tea. Only if you feel comfortable though. I don't want to pressure you. But I definitely think that there's a lot of really magical aspects to this connection. And I mean, even like in the Beauty and the Beast movie, there's like 10 trillion miracles. Like, for example, Gaston falls to his death. The beast, like Belle thinks the beast is gonna die, and then she admits that like she loves him, and then he comes back to life and he's like human. It's like, and then like everybody else in the castle changes. Like, it's a whole ass transformation. And so it's like, it will truly be darkest in this connection before the light can come through. And I think that's because Spirit recognizes, or Spirit set you two up to have a very beautiful connection, but it's like, you can't have it until you're ready to actually embrace it in a loving, authentic way. And, you can work through your, through the habits and patterns that would damage this connection so that you don't damage it, if that makes sense. It's like the universe is playing referee until you both can play fair. Because I think that the intensity of this connection could cause both of you to play really dirty. Like guerrilla warfare type ass shit. We also have you're appreciated. You're appreciated by your friends, and your friends and family appreciate you more than you know. So I do think that if this person is a friend right now, I think Spirit is saying that they really appreciate you, and I think that their family might appreciate you as well. But I think that this is just a sign as well that you're a really good friend and a really good family member to the people around you, and that the people in your life already really do love you. And if you're ever feeling like you're missing this person, or you wish you could meet this person already, I think Spirit is really encouraging you to surround yourself with your family and your friends that make you feel really loved, because they will provide a safe space and solace for you when you're really desiring or really craving this and it's just not happening right now. But we also have New Moon in Virgo, trust that all will be well. So yeah, Spirit's basically saying, I got you, babe. What's that song that's like, babe, babe, I got you, babe. Like, I feel like that's you and this person. But even if it's like you're not even saying that to one another, or you haven't even talked to this person or met this person, the universe is literally like, I got you, babe. It's all gonna be fine. Like, trust that all will be well and all will work out for the highest good of all. And then finally, we have the goddess Isis with cast spells, protect, and heal. So with the cast spells, do with that what you will. But with protect and heal, I definitely think that Spirit is encouraging you to work on protecting your energy and work on your boundaries if you're not already, and protect those boundaries. Do not allow people to cross those boundaries. Know what your boundaries are and know what you will not stand for. And I also think that Spirit is encouraging you to cultivate more of a connection with Isis if you haven't already. Isis, which actually is really interesting because Isis and Osiris have a really interesting story. I would encourage you to look that up. And I think because Isis came out in the extended, I'll pull some cards from my Isis Oracle deck to get some advice directly from Isis. So if you want to check that out, that will be linked below, as well as the, you know, the bada bing, bada boom, the 18 plus jazz. We'll look at that. And like I said, we'll also look at how others will perceive this connection, including your family, your friends, their family, their friends, and strangers. And then we will get tons of advice, and we'll get channeled messages from this person, and we'll pull channeled messages from you to them and channeled messages from them to you, so you can kind of see like where your energy is at and where their energy is at. But we're gonna finish off with these two final oracle cards, which are about your egos, or your ego. So the first one that we have is, I forgive myself for shaming my inclination to fall into deep despair in the face of a challenge. I choose to believe that my most intense emotions contain crucial messages that, when received, allow for the alignment of my truest desires, or alignment with my truest desires. So yeah, it's like you can't shame yourself for like the sadness you may experience from upheaval within this connection, or despair within challenges in this connection. It's like your intense emotions contain messages. Like, for example, say you and this person are only friends, it never extends to more before a separation period happens, and it's like you're grieving something that never happened. Well, the grief is a message that the connection was real, that this was real to you. That's not something that you should shame. It's evidence that this was more than just what was on the surface. And we also have, I forgive myself for feeling as though the only path available to me is the one that has been paved by those before me. I choose to believe that when I take the risk to pursue what feels possible in my heart, I expand the realm of possibility for the collective. So yeah, Spirit is really saying, like, don't feel like there is one specific way this needs to happen. Honestly, I wouldn't ask your friends for advice on how to do this connection. I would really just trust yourself and trust Spirit, because this connection may be kind of confusing. And honestly, a lot of mainstream advice that our friends and family give us, while has good intentions, can be inherently problematic. And I think Spirit is saying that you and this person are going to forge your own paths. You're not going to follow what has been laid out before you. But more than anything, it's like, you do not have to conform to anything. You get to write your story. Both you and your counterpart are incredibly unique individuals, and Spirit is rooting for both of you, and Spirit will continue to protect and nurture this connection and help give you both exactly what you need to heal, so that when you two do come together, it will be a sacred union that is truly loving. And both of you will realize why everything had to happen in order to create such a beautiful energy between the two of you. So, pile 2, I am going to move over to the extended now. So if you want to meet me over there, you may. But if you are leaving me here, which is absolutely okay, thank you guys so much for watching. And thank you so much for watching my ads. That is the simplest and easiest way to support me. But if you would like to support me in other ways, like I said, and they'll be linked down below. You can like this video, you can comment down below, let me know how it resonates. You can subscribe if you haven't already. And if you want, you can click that little notification bell to be part of my notification squad. I do respond more often to the people that comment when my video is first uploaded. So if you want to be notified whenever I upload a new video or a new reading, definitely make sure you click that bell. I also have my social media link down below. Do be aware I have tons of scammers pretending to be me, so I do not offer personal readings, and I will never DM you trying to solicit a reading from you. I promise you that if you follow me on Instagram, probably 2 or 3 scammers will follow you right after that, because being dickwads is their full-time job. And yeah, I also have merch linked below as well. But I think that's all I have for you guys. So thank you so much for watching. I hope you all have a wonderful day or night whenever it is that you're watching this video. And I hope you'll come back and see me again soon. Bye. Hi there, Pile 3. Thank you so much for being here. If you guys chose the Princess and the Frog card and the Prehnite and Green Heart, this is going to be your reading. So first we're going to look at this Lenormand card and see what it says so that we can get some insights on your connection. And then we will look at what the connection is going to be like in its truest, most loving state. So to start, we have Clover, Fortune, Surprise, Hope, and the heart has the heart chakra on it. So this is definitely a very heart-centered connection. This connection is definitely going to be something that feels like a gift from the universe, and it might be a blessing in disguise at first. Like, maybe this person comes out of nowhere, or you don't necessarily think that this person is going to be your person. It is quite possible that you and this person could come from different countries, different cultural backgrounds, or different socioeconomic backgrounds. It is quite possible one of you could be like more well off and the other could come from less. One thing that I am seeing though is that you and this person both really have strong hearts. And the way that I'm seeing that is that you're both connected to certain purposes in your life. Like you're driven by certain factors, you're driven by certain motivations. And I think that at least one of you is going to be very committed to their healing journey when you either meet this person or when you and this person enter a connection together. But I definitely think that this is going to kind of come out of nowhere for you and this person. And I think it's maybe going to seem like a stroke of good luck. Like we are going to look later at how you'll meet this person. But for example, you might find that like you might meet this person in passing or through some really random circumstances that if things had been timed just a little bit differently wouldn't have happened. So I definitely think the divine plays a role in this. And I think that this connection is a gift because it is meant to help you both either reinstill faith in the universe or have more faith in the universe. I also think that this connection is going to challenge you both in terms of your limiting beliefs and what you thought was possible. But I definitely think that this is a connection where you and this person are going to be very, very blessed. And you and this person will really motivate the other to continue following your and theirs dreams and to be a support system for one another so that you can keep following those dreams. So let's go ahead and see what this connection is going to look like in its truest, most loving state. So I haven't filmed the intro yet, but I'm supposed to say in the intro, if this connection does not sound like something that you can be in and be in true love with someone, then I would try a different pile. The first part is kind of meant to be like a, oh yeah, this sounds like a connection that I could be in true love with somebody with. So if not, yeah. But let's go ahead and start. So to start, we have romance. Lavish the one you love with personal attention and affection. There we go. We also have authenticity. The energy of authenticity supports our choice to be genuine and truthful in all aspects of our lives, as well as with ourselves. We have message from afar. We have adaptability with the air element and lace agate. We also have haunted staircase. Don't let what ifs haunt you. Regrets, unsaid words, missed opportunities. And finally, we have transformation. So I think what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna push these bad boys down, and I'm gonna put transformation on top of authenticity like that. So the interesting thing is that you may know this person for a while, or you may like come back into contact with this person. Like, I don't think that I don't think that you've been with this person in a romantic way before if you come back into contact with them. I think it's more of a casual thing, or like a friendship thing, if you do meet them at first and like nothing happens. But it's kind of interesting that transformation came out, because if you've ever seen The Princess and the Frog, obviously both of them are transformed into frogs. And the interesting thing as well is it talks about being genuine and truthful in all aspects of our lives. And at first, I think it's Tiana and Naveen. If I remember correctly, I think it's Tiana isn't entirely honest with Naveen, and possibly vice versa. And so they kind of confront each other when they're in frog forms, but it helps them grow stronger more than anything. What's interesting as well is there's 2 staircases here in 2 different cards. So I definitely think that while it feels like this connection might be an uphill battle, it's really not. I think what's really going to be an uphill battle is the the elements that you and this person separately need to achieve or obtain before this connection can like truly come together. But I think that you and this person are going to be very well suited to one another. I also think that there is, with this message from afar here, I do think that there is some kind of guide looking over this connection. For some, it could be a passed on loved one. I heard specifically a mother figure, but it certainly doesn't have to be. I do think at times maybe one or both of you might have to go separate ways for work. And so there may be times where you're separated from this person, not by choice, but just by life aspects. And I think when that's the case, you both are going to be really committed to like making sure that the other is still feeling loved, is knowing that the other is on their mind. Spirit just showed me the image. I don't know what they're called, but I've seen them online before. They're like rings that you can put on, or are they pillows? Rings or pillows or something like that, where if you're like separated from a person, if they're wearing the ring, or they're on like, or if they're laying their head on the pillow, it'll like light up and it'll let you know that the other person is using it or thinking of you. And so you might feel connected. You might find ways to feel connected even when you are separate from one another. But I also think that you and this person are going to really be committed to making this connection work. I think this is not going to be a connection where it's like, oh my gosh, like I just feel a million billion little sparks and it's just like so easy and effortless. Like I feel like you and this person are going to need to put effort in terms of like loving one another and adding more romance. It's like both of you are going to put equal effort into this connection and into making it a genuine, authentic connection where you really prioritize helping the other feel loved. I also think that this person is going to be an excellent support system in terms of helping you both face your challenges. It's like you're gonna face every battle together. And I think that when you meet this person, or once you are, well, more so when you're in this connection with this person, for some of you, you may have the opportunity to be with this person and either you and this person don't say your true feelings, or you're not feeling confident or strong enough yet to, and there might be a few missed opportunities with this person before spirit brings them back around and you have the confidence to be like, hey, actually, I have feelings for you, or whatever it may be. But I think that there is going to be an element here where you both do kind of need to work on your give and take. And I think that's something you're going to do with so much love, because I think while you and this person like on paper may not look like you're entirely compatible, or that people may not think that this connection makes sense at first or something like that. You and this person are honestly not even going to care about that anyway. And the love and support that you have with one another is going to allow you both to adapt to any difficult circumstances, to any craziness that you might have to deal with. I also think there's a really huge mental connection here. So I think you both are really going to enjoy just like talking like late into the night with each other. I'm hearing Pillow Talk by Zayn in my head right now. And I think that you and this person are really going to be like besties in every sense. Like I feel you're gonna have tons of little inside jokes, and you'll probably, like, if you see things that relate to your inside jokes, you'll probably like send little things to each other throughout the day. And I feel like you'll see this person in your dreams before you meet them or before you're reunited with them. I do feel like that this connection is something where it may not be what either of you expected to happen in your lives, but you'll realize it's exactly what you needed. Like, you'll realize it's not what you wanted, but it is what you needed. And you may realize what you wanted originally would have never supported the person that you're going to be, the path that you're on. And I think that you and this person are really going to change for the better together. And I think that you're also going to be very committed to building a beautiful life together and always being on the same page with one another, trusting the other. And I think that there's going to be a real, genuine give and take here. It's going to feel effortless, and when it does feel like there needs to be effort put in, it's like you both are going to sit down, talk, and work through any issues that you have. It's like you're going to take things one day at a time, and slowly but surely this connection is just going to evolve into something that, you know, may have not started as very effortless, but feels effortless once you're in the swing of things. And what's really beautiful too is, like, no matter what challenges you're facing, your hearts are going to be like what always keeps this connection strong, what keeps this connection going, what keeps this connection worth fighting for. Because it's funny, because I don't really feel like you need to fight for the connection, but I do think that everyday life stressors are going to play a role in this connection, in the sense that you may feel disconnected from them at times, or you may feel like you're not getting what you need from them. And so I think that's why authenticity is going to be very important in this connection, because you're always going to be truthful with one another. And it's like you couldn't even imagine lying to this person. You couldn't even imagine pretending like this person doesn't matter or something like that. Maybe if in the past you were afraid to show your feelings or something like that, or maybe when you first meet this person you don't know your feelings, you may not be authentic with one another because you may be trying to impress one another. Or you might meet this person in a circumstance where you're like, you can't be honest for whatever reason. It's like like, you know, the movie Monte Carlo with Selena Gomez in it? Like, you know, when you get stuck in a situation and you might meet that person in a situation where you're like doing something for an entirely different reason, and then this person thinks there's something that you're actually not, and you're like, well, shit, my feelings for this person are genuine, but like I can't really tell them what I'm doing for whatever reason. I don't know, there's just kind of some sort of vibe where like the circumstances around you both may be kind of sticky, but you'll work through it. And I think the biggest reason why Spirit is bringing you this person, because I do think that more so than anything, I think that this person will almost be like handed to you from the universe, and it's kind of up to you whether you take it or not. It's not that I don't think you won't take it, but you may not recognize it at first. So the universe may have to bring this person around a couple of times. And I'm seeing that scene in SpongeBob where I think he's teaching Squidward how to blow bubbles, and he's like, you gotta bring it around town, and he's like, moving his hips and stuff, and he's like, then you do this and that, this and that, and this and that, and this and that, and he's like transforming into all these different weird shapes, and then he blows like a giant elephant bubble or something like that. It's like the end result of this connection is something that's like very simple, very loving, an excellent support system to the both of you when you're facing the challenges of life. But the lessons, experiences, and adventures that you have to go on to get there may be very like difficult or troubling or even harrowing at times. But once this person comes into your life, or once this person, you recognize that this person is your person, or that this is the one that you really love, there's really nothing going to be stopping you, and you're going to understand why this all had to happen. Okay, so we are going to start now going deeper into the connection, looking at you and this person. But to start, I want to see how you and this person are going to connect, or what aspect of yourselves is going to be most healed or improved through this connection. And so for you guys, we have the throat chakra, which I think makes a lot of sense, especially with that authenticity coming out and the transformation and the air element over here. I do think that you and this person are really going to enjoy like long conversations together, and will really challenge one another to grow beyond what has held you back in the past. And I do think, because we did have that haunted staircase here, it's like this connection will really challenge you to be honest in ways that might be kind of scary at first. But once you realize that it's okay and it's safe to be honest with this person because they love you and you love them, I think that there will be a lot of healing to be done. I also think you're going to encourage each other to be more vulnerable and be more open about your insecurities and your fears. I also think that this person is going to help you as well. I'm getting another you guys must like SpongeBob or something. I'm getting another scene in SpongeBob when SpongeBob gets like his ice cream cone like taken out of his hand, and Plankton is like, SpongeBob, like you can't let them like take your ice cream cone, like go back and tell them like, hey, that's my ice cream cone. Like I feel like you guys too will help one another to stand up for yourselves and to be more honest about what you want. I also think that you both like may send each other like long like novels of like text paragraphs or things like that. I really think like words of affirmation could be a huge love language for the both of you. But I do think that there's just a lot of throat chakra healing in general, especially because I think that you're also going to help one another work through any flaws in logic or flaws in your belief systems, in the sense that you may be believing certain things, or this person may be believing certain things, and the other may recognize, well, wait a minute, you believe this thing, but it's not actually serving you or helping you in any way. It seems to be holding you back or harming you in a certain way. So I think that you both are really going to respect one another. I also think you're going to help one another speak more kindly about yourselves and others. There is a huge like misfit energy to this pile, where like it does kind of seem like you and this person, maybe one of you is from the wrong side of the tracks, is something that I just heard, but like it's like you and this person will help one another see through a lot of BS, and like you're gonna know if this person isn't being honest with you, so you'll realize like there's no point in lying to one another, being dishonest. But I don't think you're really gonna have to worry about that anyway, because authenticity and trust and truth are just going to be huge parts of this connection. And I think that you and this person are really gonna hold one another accountable to live your truth, to not just say what you think, but to also, you know, be what you think, and to your action, like you're gonna challenge each other to make sure that your actions match your words. Like you're gonna do something because you said you would. You both are gonna be true to your word. Like you're not gonna just speak sweet nothings and speak out of your butt. Like it's just not. You both are just gonna be really real with one another, and at times that might be kind of uncomfortable, but I think that's exactly why Spirit brought you together, because you may realize once you're in this connection with this person that you truly haven't had an authentic connection with someone before, because you couldn't be honest with them. You didn't ever fully reveal yourself, or you didn't ever fully tell them the truth. And so I think that there's going to be massive throat chakra like upgrades and healing within this connection, and it's going to start when you both are honest with each other about your feelings or what you want this connection to be. So we're going to go ahead now and look at you and this person overall, like what your overall energies are and overall personalities. So to start with counterpart A, we have the Hanged Man, and for counterpart B, we have the Lovers. So we have Pisces and Gemini energy on the board, and with that air element, there could just be a lot of air energy in general, but you don't have to have those placements, and this person doesn't have to have those placements. But starting with the Hanged Man person, I definitely think that this is like an extrovert introvert couple, or like there's a little bit of opposites attract here. With the Hanged Man person, I just heard Shrek say like, "Go away, donkey, I work alone," and I think that that's kind of how this Hanged Man person is. I feel like they've had to make a lot of sacrifices in life, or they feel like they've never really gotten to live life on their own terms. And so I think that this connection is going to be especially healing for the Hanged Man person, because it's almost like they've been kind of chastised for who they are, or have felt like they've been restricted or held back by the universe. And like they may feel like they've constantly had to make sacrifices, or that they've had to change things, or live life on others' terms. And so I think that within this connection, they're going to realize like, oh wow, maybe I was allowing the universe to dictate how I live. Maybe I was allowing people to box me in and make me live according to their rules. Because with the Lovers person, I think that they are way more like gregarious and bubbly and out there. I think that the Lovers person is somebody who genuinely is like, they have kind of golden retriever energy, if I'm being honest. They could also be non-monogamous or polyamorous. Take that as it resonates. But one interesting thing that I'm seeing here is, the Lovers is the number 6 and the Hanged Man is the number 12. So I do think that the Lovers person will maybe have much more of a sense of self before they come into this connection than the Hanged Man person will. I feel like the Hanged Man person will really admire the Lovers person, because I think they'll see how easily the Lovers person can communicate with others, how easily the Lovers person can just mesh into like any environment they're in and match the energy. They can talk to anyone and everyone. Whereas I feel like the Hanged Man person's like, I don't want to talk unless it's something of substance. I think the Hanged Man person is probably more quiet, more reserved, and feels more restrained. Whereas the Lovers person is like, I got enough love for everyone. And I think that the Lovers person is definitely like a true extrovert, in the sense that they get a lot of their energy and fulfillment from, being around others, being around their friends, being around the people that they love. But I think more than anything, this Lovers person wants somebody to share that life with. They want somebody, or possibly somebody's, to share their vision of the future together. I think that this person has enough love for all walks of life, and I think that the Lovers person has done a lot of work and growth when it comes to their self-esteem, when it comes to how they see themselves. I don't think that they were always this naturally extroverted. For some of you, they could have been, but I think that this is something that they learned over time, and they realized that they actually really did enjoy being around others. I think that if they isolated themselves in the past, it wasn't because they were introverts, but it was because they were working through their own things and maybe needed to be in a hermit mode for that time. But I also think that the Lovers person is a weird romantic, in the sense that like they're a romantic at heart, but you wouldn't know that externally. You wouldn't know that just by seeing them or looking at them. It's quite possible too that maybe when the Hanged Man and the Lovers person meet, maybe the Lovers person is in another relationship, and the Hanged Man person feels like they're kind of, stuck, just being like, oh well, I guess I just gotta hang out here, because they're overdoing their own thing. And so maybe the Hanged Man person might regret not saying something, or might, like, it's possible that maybe there's the potential for this connection to come together, and there's a lot of uncertainty, and maybe neither of you are being honest about your feelings, and so then maybe the Lovers person goes and gets in another relationship, and then the Hanged Man person is like, darn, like why didn't I say something when I could? But I think that even if that happens, Spirit is saying like you will have your opportunity to speak the truth if you're the Hanged Man person, or if you're the Lovers person. The Hanged Man, I think, will come around. But I do think that the Hanged Man is more reserved, more quiet, whereas the Lovers person is like, just says what they think, even if they may have like foot and mouth syndrome at times. I think that the Lovers person also really has a really beautiful laugh. Like their laugh almost like raises vibrations, like lightens up the room that they are in. And I think that they truly try to empathize and understand all different walks of life. I do think that the Lovers could be some type of activist, or just be very involved in activism of some kind, or helping others in some way. There's definitely an intellectual component to both counterparts that I think keeps things like spicy and interesting. And I think what's interesting is like, this doesn't seem to be the most romantic couple in the world, but it's like, you both are suited to your own type of romance. Like it's not what maybe most people would consider romantic. Like for example, like the Hanged Man might get the Lovers person like a giant thing of encyclopedias, and someone would be like, they got you encyclopedias, and the Lover person's would be like, they're so amazing, like I can't believe that they would do that for me, like they know me so well. This is the couple that listens to like NPR in the car and stuff like that. Like you both are constantly exploring ideas together. And I do think that the Lovers person is more intense in their perspective, but the Hanged Man, do not doubt the Hanged Man, because while they're more reserved, I do think that they're more perceptive than the Lovers person at times, because the Lovers person is just so like, like let's experience things and let's talk and let's get to know each other. And whereas the Hanged Man's like standing back and kind of like, you know, taking in everything, so to speak. And I think as a result, the Hanged Man will be able to like kind of warn the Lovers person where maybe their mentality is off, or maybe their judgment is off on a person or an experience. I definitely think the Hanged Man is more intuitive in the sense that like they can kind of see things. They're better at looking at things from a future perspectives. Like they can kind of tell when something will be a good idea or not. Whereas I think the Lovers person is intuitive at times, but I think their own excitement can kind of shoot them in the foot, so to speak. So like they could maybe be so excited that they confuse excitement for confirmation of something. And I think the Hanged Man will really help the Lovers person from getting too caught up in their own excitement that they make certain mistakes. So next we are going to look at light attributes for both counterparts. And when I say light attributes, I don't mean light in the sense of like good, happy, la la la. I just mean what each counterpart portrays, what the outside world sees, and like what they feel comfortable showing about themselves. So for the Hanged Man person, we have the raccoon, and for the Lovers person, we have the dragon, which I think makes a ton of sense, but I'm gonna take a little sip first. My drink, okay. So, yeah, let's start with the Lovers person. They come across as incredibly confident. They know who they are. This is the type of person that's gonna look you straight in the eye, tell you what they think, and they're not going to back down. They have a fierceness that definitely intimidates people. And Gemini energy can be can have a reputation for being kind of two-faced, and truthfully I do think it's a reputation that's deserved. But in this case, like if this Lovers person was talking badly about someone and like they were confronted by it, they'd be like, yeah, I did say that about you, like so what? Like this person is authentic to the point of like they're not gonna back down. They're not two-faced by any means. they say what they mean and mean what they say. And I think that that's going to be a very good influence on the Hanged Man. We'll get to them in a second. But with this energy, they just reek of self-confidence. Like, and at times it might actually trigger the people around them. Like, they might have haters for no reason. Like, this person could be just so loving, but people might unintentionally be triggered by them because their own self-confidence and sense of self-worth might trigger people with really low self-esteem to be like, why can't I have that? And why can't I feel that way about myself? I also think that this person is really confident in their identity and who they are, especially if like they belong to the LGBTQIA plus community, or they have, you know, other communities that they're a part of, or, you know, maybe they're really proud of their cultural or racial identity, something like that. Like, they're very proud of who they are, where they come from, what their deal is. Like, and when they're in a connection with this Hanged Man person, you know, while they may be adaptable to certain things, what's non-negotiable is their identity, who they are, what they're about. And people know not to make this person mad or fuck with this person, so to speak, because if you fuck with them or you fuck with the people that they love, they're gonna spit flames, and they can really burn themselves or others if they're not careful. This Lovers person could have a bit of a temper, but I think that one thing that will help them is the Hanged Man's influence, because I think the Dragon person, like, they don't want to hurt others, and I think that it's just that getting caught up in the moment energy. Like, sometimes they don't have the ability to regulate themselves, and so I think the Hanged Man person is going to be really helpful with that. But looking at the Hanged Man person, they're definitely more reserved. If you've ever seen Neon Genesis Evangelion, like, the Hanged Man person has like Shinji energy, if I could say, and the Dragon person has kind of like Asuka energy, but maybe just less angry and aggressive and more loving. With the Hanged Man person, they are really gifted, but they don't really trust in their gifts. I think that they are very shy, very quiet, and I think that they may just get overwhelmed by energy at times. This person can be really talented at like art or music or writing, really anything that involves creative expression, but I don't think that they feel confident enough in themselves to share those things with the world. So that's why I think it's awesome that we have the throat chakra here, because I do think that the Lovers person will really encourage the Hanged Man person to be more open with their creations and to have more confidence in them. It's almost like the Hanged Man person kind of is kind of that fly on the wall type person. They kind of stand in the corner. They try not to ruffle any feathers. They do have a wild side of their own, but they only express that wild side around people that they trust and feel comfortable with. I definitely don't think that they have the same confidence levels as the Lovers person, but I do think that they are learning to embrace their fierceness in their own way through this connection. I think the biggest thing is that, you know, this Hanged Man may need time to themselves a lot, so they may need time to retreat or be in hermit mode. And I think what's really beautiful is that the Lovers person is going to be really accepting of that. Like, if this Hanged Man person needs time to process things or needs time to just, you know, be on their own, I think the Lovers person is going to be confident enough to know that it has nothing to do with them and everything to do with the Hanged Man person just needing time to themselves, just needing time to, you know, retreat, relax, gather their bearings. That's just how they energize themselves, you know. While extroverts get energy from socializing, introverts get energy from being on their own and just kind of processing themselves and their own thoughts. So their light side is kind of their shy side. Like, even their light side is dark in the sense that you don't really see a whole lot about them. You only see what they're comfortable showing, and even then, they may not be comfortable showing much at all. I feel like this is the person that, like, they could be the smartest person in the class, but they're not going to raise their hand because they're afraid of people, like, they're afraid of getting a question wrong, or they're afraid of people looking at them or thinking they're stupid. They definitely have more insecurities to wrestle with within this connection, and I think that the Lovers person is going to be an excellent influence on them, in the sense that they're gonna realize that their own limiting beliefs and perceptions are definitely more so in their head than they are objective truths. So now we're going to look at both counterparts' shadow sides. And so in shadow sides, like light sides, these are just parts of each counterpart that they don't readily show others, that you'll likely see one another's shadow sides just being in a connection with them. But I think that these are things that the other tries to hide. So starting with the Hanged Man person, we have the Witch. And for the Lovers person, we have Ghost. So for the Hanged Man person, the Witch kind of goes straight back into what I was saying. They are so much smarter than they give themselves credit for, and then they show others. And I think part of that is a safety mechanism. Like, they don't want people to know how intelligent they are, or they don't realize how intelligent they are. I also think they have much more of an ability to manifest than they realize. They could practice witchcraft in secret, maybe because it's not accepted in their culture, in their family, or they may be ashamed of it. But I don't think that this necessarily has to do with witchcraft in general. I think that this is more so about, like, this person's ability to, it's kind of more magician energy, in the sense that this person has the ability to manipulate more than people realize. And I do think that this person, the Hanged Man person, is way more cunning than people realize. Like, this Hanged Man person, it's like a good thing they have a good heart, because if they didn't want to have a good heart, they could do a lot of damage. But I think the biggest struggle with the Hanged Man is that they don't realize how powerful they are. And I think that they're afraid of showing their power, because they're also afraid of being challenged, which is why this Lovers person will be so good for them, because the Lovers person will challenge them. But the Hanged Man won't feel like they're being challenged in a way where, like, they're being invalidated. It's like what's being challenged is not who they are as a person, but something that they said or something that they believe. I also think that if the Hanged Man belongs to a religion, they may be more skeptical than they let on, or if they're very critical of themselves as well, and others. I will say, like, the Hanged Man person is the type of person where, like, if someone says something annoying to them, like, they will cuss out that person in their head, or, like, say, like, really vicious things in their head about them, but just smile to their face and say nothing. I do think that there's a part of this Hanged Man person where they just don't have the energy to care about a lot of stuff. And so I think that for them, they've learned to let a lot of things go and just, like, let them be as they will. But with this card here, I definitely think there's an incredibly intellectual and intelligent side to this person that people don't really see. Like, I bet this person has a lot of books in their house, or they have a lot of knickknacks, or, like, things that they collect. I think that this person, they kind of have, like, a, you know how in The Little Mermaid, Ariel has her, like, you know, basically like a man cave, just full of her little treasures and stuff like that. I feel like this Hanged Man person might have something similar to that. You know, like, the Lovers person might ask the Hanged Man, like, yo, you got any thingamabops? And the Hanged Man person's gonna be like, baby, I got plenty. Like, but I think this Hanged Man person is gonna realize that they want more than just their own isolated little world. And I think that they may be afraid of their own power, afraid of what they can do. Like, this Hanged Man person may have wished for things before, and then they come true, and then it might, like, freak this Hanged Man person out. And so it's almost like they hold themselves back, and they almost restrain themselves, because they're afraid of their own power and what their own power might mean for them or what their own power might look like. Now for the Lovers person, I definitely think that this ghost aspect makes sense, because I do think that there are aspects of this Lovers person's past that does haunt them. I don't think, like I said, I don't think that they were always this confident. This confidence could be like a coping mechanism or a shield that they took on. I also think that this Lovers person maybe was bullied in the past, or if they moved away from a certain type of life or certain place, like maybe those past beliefs or those past people that taunted them like still kind of linger in the back of their mind. Like there's definitely demons that this Lovers person still hasn't addressed, but you would not know it if you were talking to them. I think even too, like the Hanged Man person might pick up on that, and it might make the Lovers person angry because they don't like to be challenged with that, which is why I think the Hanged person is going to be also really healthy for the Lovers person, because typically people aren't strong enough to stand up to the Lovers person, or aren't strong enough to assert their opinion if it's conflicting with the Lovers person. But with this ghost card here, I definitely think that the Lovers person, you know, has more insecurities than they're willing to admit. And I think that their past haunts them in some way. So, and it's really interesting too that we have witch and ghost. So it's like maybe these two have an interest in, like, maybe your favorite holiday is like Halloween, or you really like scary movies, or, you know, spooky stuff. That could be something that you both bond over and that you both share. But I definitely think that this Lovers person is afflicted by some sort of hardships from their past that they haven't fully healed from. And maybe they haven't told anyone about these. And so I think that this Hanged Man person will be, you know, the Lovers person's true confidant, in the sense that I think a lot of people love the Lovers person because of the energy they exude and the support that they provide, but I don't think that people really provide the Lovers person with support in the same way. And so I think that the Hanged Man is going to be very dedicated to the Lovers person, in the sense that the Hanged Man really only cares about the people closest to them, and they only have the capacity to care for the people closest to them. So it's like the Lovers person is going to get that individualized attention that they truly need, that they didn't have before. And like, I think the Lovers person as well, they might have had a lot of siblings or something like that, or maybe a lot of cousins. It just kind of seems like they weren't initially accepted, or they weren't initially allowed to be who they truly were. And so it's like those doubts, those fears, those things that haunt them still stay in the back of their mind, but it should be clear that they don't let that stop them. They will not let anyone know that these ghosts exist. Like, it's almost like a dirty secret of theirs. And what's interesting is that I definitely think that the Hanged Man is really going to be the one to help the Lovers person release those and realize that those are not things that they need to hold on to, that those are not things that define them. This Lovers person could also have like really bad nightmares or something like that, or they may like not like to sleep because of what they see in their dreams, or they may struggle to sleep. Like this Hanged Man person may sleep all the time, and this Lovers person may not ever sleep, because maybe the Hanged Man like is the king or queen of sleep, and the Lovers person is like, I hate sleeping, I hate being alone with my thoughts, I hate being alone. I think that's kind of what it is. The Hanged Man needs to be alone, and the Lovers person hates being alone. So what's nice is that when the Hanged Man needs alone time, you know, the Lovers person can just go out and find a homie to help them. But I also think that the Hanged, or to spend time with them. But I also think that the Hanged Man person is going to help the Lovers person realize that it's okay to be alone with your thoughts, that it's okay to let those thoughts just flow, because they're not a part of you, and you can release them. I definitely think though that the Lovers person may have past regrets, especially if they like didn't say more about this connection, or if they didn't go for this connection in the past. And so I definitely think that there will be some healing there, and some truthfulness to be had between the two of you. But I think that you both, oh, why is my hair on here? I think that you both will love and respect one another so much, and It's like the way that you operate, because it is different, is going to really strengthen the both of you, because it's like you're coming into the connection with opposite perspectives that help one another grow, help one another learn, and help one another empathize with the other. Like the lovers person in the past may have felt like introverts were just weird, or they didn't quite understand them. And I think the hanged man person is really going to show the lovers person that just because someone is not speaking doesn't mean there's not a lot going on internally, and doesn't mean that that person isn't brilliant. It just means that they have their own ways of expressing it. So now we are going to look at the unique energies that each person is going to bring within the connection. So for the hanged man person, we have the toad, which is kind of funny considering the even though toads and frogs are different. And for the lovers person, we have the trout. So the lovers person is definitely going to help with transformations. You know, like we said earlier, the lovers person clearly has gone through some sort of transformation well before they enter this connection, or well before they even met the hanged man person. And I think that the lovers person will have already challenged a lot of their own doubts and limiting beliefs, or the things that kind of stop them from being their truest self. There is a lot of rainbow energy with the lovers person, so rainbows could be significant. But I also think that this lovers person, you know, may be more on the shallow side when it comes to connections. Like, you know, I feel like the hanged man person doesn't have someone in their life unless there's like a good reason to have them there, or because they connect on a deep level. I think the lovers person in the past may have been satisfied with really like fickle connections, or really shallow connections, because maybe they were based on attraction or based on mutual interest. Like this lovers person may have friends like that they're friends with just because they have an interest in a specific TV show or hobby. I also think that this lovers person may have friends that they don't even really know why they're friends with them. They just like them, and they may not talk about anything deeply. They may not talk about anything of substance, but they still enjoy their presence. But they may realize either through this connection with the hanged man, or through their own experiences before they're in a connection with the hanged man, that they do crave something deeper. And I think this will just come with maturing and time, but they'll realize that like what they were looking for, or what they were trying to find, they were looking for in the wrong people. Like they'll come to this realization after they've transformed, which I think when they transform into this confident person, they're going to realize like, oh, I want something deeper than just, you know, a shallow surface level connection based on attraction, or, you know, oh, we have the same religion, or we have similar upbringings, or we like similar things. I mean, these two might have very different interests, but it's like both of you are willing to adapt to your interests, to adapt to what the other person likes. And there's a lot of give and take here in really healthy ways, where the the lovers person, I also think the lovers person is going to own their sexuality. I'm pretty sure like trout can be used as an insult to mean like whore or something like that. And I think that this person is going to like embrace their trout energy, in the sense that like you can't slut shame me because like I'm just freeing my sexuality. Like you clearly have your own issues to deal with. Like this lovers person is going to recognize that when people are hating on them for whatever reason, it has so much more to do with them than it does themselves. Like people will project their opinions onto the lovers person a lot, or their own prejudices onto the lovers person. And that's kind of part of the lovers person's journey, is to like be those to challenge societal norms about what is acceptable and what is good or what is valued. But they definitely have they'll come into this connection with experience of the things that they've learned from their transformations, the things that they've realized, and they're going to come into this connection with the desire to crave something deeply, which is why the Hanged Man person is so perfect for them, because the Hanged Man person knows all about diving deep. That is like what they do. Like, that is their bread and butter. Like, they love to ponder things deeply. They may be the Hanged Man person might be into like philosophy or psychology, or just things about the inner workings. They could love literature or things like that. They're just very contemplative, and they really enjoy. They've gotten a lot of their heart healing from external sources like books and movies and things that just really speak to them. Now, what the Hanged Man person is bringing into the connection that's unique to the Lovers person is they have more, I say this with peace and love, negativity and kind of toxic habits that they need to unlearn. And the beautiful thing is that the Lovers person is not going to tolerate any of it. And I think that's because the Lovers person has experienced certain energies before, or has been aware of how those energies, like the Lovers person may have had those similar habits or beliefs before that they've transmuted. And so it's like the Lovers person is going to be an excellent guiding light, in the sense that they're going to show the Hanged Man where their viewpoint of themselves is toxic, or their viewpoint of connections is toxic. Like, they're really going to call this Hanged Man person out and be like, do you really think you're a massive piece of shit? Or like, are you just telling yourself that because, you know, you don't think you'll succeed, or you're afraid to challenge yourself, and you're afraid to see that maybe you can shine? It's like this Hanged Man person really does struggle with negativity and negative thought patterns, and getting really stuck in ruts. And this Hanged Man person may not realize how toxic their own mindset is towards themselves. And so the Lovers person is just not going to have any of it. And the Lovers person is really going to help heal that and help the Hanged Man person transform as well. But I also think that the Hanged Man person is going to show the Lovers person where, hey, maybe you're looking at things through rose-colored glasses, or maybe you're not looking at things realistically. It's like the Lovers person seems to be more of an optimist, and the Hanged Man person seems to be more of a pessimist. But it's like you both kind of balance each other out to see, instead of seeing a glass half full or half empty, you just see it as a glass full of water, and it's open, and it's open to meaning. It's open to whatever your interpretation is. So I definitely think that is going to be a bit of a challenge. And maybe at times the Hanged Man may get frustrated with the Lovers, because they may want to dive on deeper levels, and the Lovers just isn't into that at the moment, or into that right now. So it's like one of you is hanging out on the surface, one of you is like down here, and it's just like you really balance each other out really well, in the sense that you both get helpings of energies that you wouldn't get on your own. And I think that the Lovers will help the Hanged Man person lighten up a little bit. They'll bring more light into the Lovers person's to the Hanged Man person's life, and make them realize that maybe they're being a Krabby Patty, or maybe, you know, they're being a little too stubborn, or a little too negative, and that's maybe partially why they struggle at times, or they feel so dark. So yeah, I think these two are going to be really healthy for one another. So finally, we are going to look at what each counterpart is going to learn through this connection. So for the Hanged Man person, we have I am curious with number 10, and with the Lovers person, we have I am celebrated. So yeah, like I said, you know, the Lovers person does seem to be very generous with others, but others don't necessarily seem to give that back to the Lovers, and the Lovers person doesn't typically take that to heart. But I think the Hanged Man is going to show the Lovers person that they deserve to celebrate themselves just as much as anyone else does. Like, the Lovers person might be the type of person to always, you know, throw parties on others' behalf, or organize things, or do kind things to their friends. And I think that the Hanged Man person is going to help the Lovers person realize that they deserve that energy as well, that they deserve to be celebrated. And I think the Hanged Man person is really going to shower the Lovers person in so much love, and they're going to realize that, like, maybe they were too hard on themselves in the past, or maybe they maybe they weren't fair to themselves in the past. And I think that they're going to realize that the people truly worth being in their lives are the ones that are going to see their worth and recognize how wonderful they are and celebrate their existence. So I definitely think that the Hanged Man is going to help the Lovers person feel very cherished. Whereas the Hanged Man person is going to realize a lot about their limiting beliefs. Like I said, there's so much about limiting beliefs here. Because the Hanged Man really is stuck in a prison of their own making that they're kind of slowly learning to unshackle themselves from. And I think that the Hanged Man person is really going to just see the way that the Lovers person lives, sees the way that the Lovers person sees the world, and they're going to be like, you know what, like, I want to know more. I want to be more open-minded, and maybe I've been unfair to myself and others in the past, in the sense that, like, I haven't been open-minded and I haven't given people the time of day, and I've written off other people's opinions. So it's like the Hanged Man person is going to be a lot more open-minded, and instead of writing anything that they don't understand off as dumb or bad or not worth exploring, instead they're going to take the Lovers person's approach and ask questions and you know, explore things more deeply and contemplate them. It's like the Hanged Man person, before they meet the Lovers person, may only contemplate ideas or things that they themselves feel comfortable exploring, but the Lovers person's going to come in and make them like completely question like everything that they've been looking at, and they'll realize that their perspective in the past maybe wasn't as holistic as they thought it was, and wasn't as solid as they thought it was. So yeah, these two are really, really healthy for one another, really good for one another's growth and health as well. I think you both are going to help each other, especially with your mental health. And you may actually go to couples therapy, not because you need it, but because you just want to relate better as a couple. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to shuffle some attribute cards for each side. They don't have to be entirely accurate, but these could be hints or signs as to who this person is, or confirmation to you, like which side you resonate with more. And let me be clear, it's absolutely okay to resonate with both sides, but both these energies seem to be pretty distinct. So I do think that you'll probably resonate more heavily, at least in this pile, with one side or the other. So Spirit, what attributes does the Hanged Man have that could be useful for helping pile 3 identify themselves or this person, please? Well, to start, we have soft, cute, round, short, quiet. Yeah. So they definitely are more, they could be soft-spoken or have a soft approach towards things. They do kind of have their head in the clouds as well. Like they are just kind of in their own mind. So we also have plastic, perfect, cosmetic surgery, acrylics, fake. So some people could see the Hanged Man person as fake when in reality they're just quiet. But yeah, they could be very physically attractive. They could have acrylics like me, or they could have had some sort of cosmetic surgery or something like that. Or maybe they like really like Mean Girls and they've been like dressed as the plastics or something. We also have spots, so routine, freckles, birthmark, consistency. So yeah, I think the Hanged Man person, like they probably have a set routine. They probably have things set in their ways, or they could have freckles or birthmarks, or they could like wearing spots. We also have green with heart, healer, harmony, and wealth. Yeah, I do think that this Hanged Man person really does care about making sure that like everybody's happy, everybody's good, but like only everybody in their immediate circle that they care about. They don't care if like, you know, some random stranger is not in harmony. Like they're gonna be like, whatever, like if you're not in my inner circle, I really am not bothered. And we also have gold, expensive, luxurious, abundant, heavy. So yeah, this person could have a heavier energy to them, or yeah, they could, like I said, come from that higher socioeconomic class and just come from maybe more wealth. Let's go ahead and see what attributes the Lovers person has. Oh, okay, so we have South America, Brazil, Argentina, Venezuela, Bolivia, Peru, Chile, Colombia. So this person could be South American or have roots to South America. They certainly don't have to. What else, Spirit? We have sharp, fancy, chiseled, cunning, tall. Aw, we have tall and short. So maybe there is like a height difference here. But yeah, definitely cunning works really well here. I just heard something else that we're gonna say for the extended because it's 18 plus, but you know what cunning starts, what cunning can end with. This person may take pride in that, or just what that mouth do in general. Okay, let's see what else. We have white, so elegant, clean, purity, innocence. So I don't think that this person necessarily sees them as pure, but I think that they've gone through a lot of purification in the sense that they've healed a lot. They may be in some sort of energy of renewal when they enter this connection. We also have air, so yeah, Gemini energy, light or ash hair, light toned skin, pale eyes, minimalist. So this is like a good example of where take what resonates here. But let's see, one more. Oh, and we have Pisces. So maybe both of you have Pisces energies here. So we have romantic, vulnerable, artistic, escapist. And on the back of the deck, this could be for either of you. One or both of you could be born in the year of the pig. So if you were born in 2007 and you're watching this, peace and love, you may need to be waiting a while. But you know, we have 1995, 1983, 1971, 59, 47, thing like that. Oh, and the year of the ox. So 1997, 1985, 1973, 1961, 1949. Yeah, so hopefully those were a bit helpful, but now we are going to get into the tarot portion. While I shuffle, I'm just going to talk about the extended really quick. So the extendeds are extendeds in the sense that like they're double what they typically are. What we are going to look at in the extended is the 18 plus connection between you and this person. We're going to dive deep into that. And then we are going to look at how others will see this connection. So we'll see how your family will see the connection, how their family will see the connection, your friends and their friends will see the connection, and then how strangers will see the connection. Then we'll get tons of channeled messages from this person, and we'll finish off with advice from Spirit. So it's a really juicy one if you want to check it out. I get a little unhinged in them, and they're quite fun. So to start with the tarot, we're going to see if this connection is something that you are destined to have or if it's a matter of free will. So far, I found that it's either like a mixture of both or one or the other. Well, I guess that's all. That's like all the options it could be, but let's just go ahead and see. So, oh, and this is the Whispering Spirits Tarot, by the way. So Spirit, is this connection a matter of fate or free will? Fate or free will. So we have the Four of Pentacles. So I'm taking this to mean that it's a matter of fate in the sense that as long as you want this connection, you can have it. I think that this is something that I'm hearing Hold On by Justin Bieber in my head. I think that this is something you may meet this person through free will, but I think that I'm feeling more fate. I'm feeling that this is more fated than anything. But you might find that this connection does not come to fruition in the way that you both thought it would. But I do think that you both will kind of hold on to one another's energy, hold on to one another's I just heard essence, until this connection does come to fruition. It's like, even if you meet this person and you think that you've missed your opportunity, Spirit's not going to let you let go of the connection, not going to let you let go of this opportunity. But I am hearing here that if you hold back, if you're not truthful with this person, it could create more complications and it could take more time for this situation to come together. But that's dependent on both of you. So if one of you is holding back, if you're being transparent, but this person is holding back, that's going to require trust and faith and patience in this person that they'll get it figured out. You know what I mean? So let's go ahead and see how you'll meet this person. So Spirit, how will pile 3 meet this person, please? Oh wow, okay, so we have the hanged spirit, which is similar to the hanged man. So I think that like I said, it's gonna be a chance encounter, and I think that the hanged spirit, it kind of depends on the hanged man person, because I think that the lovers person is typically out and about doing things, and I think it's gonna be a matter of where like the hanged man person is going to want to go somewhere on a whim or be invited to do something that they would typically like not do, and they're like, okay, I'll go. I think that the hanged man person is going to instigate this meeting in some way, even if it is online. It's like going to be a mixture of chance and this hanged man person going out of their comfort zone in a way where they don't understand why, and it's going to spark this meeting. So you're either going to meet this person by chance online or meet this person by chance in person. So if you are the hanged man person, this is just going to come, like Spirit's going to give you some sort of opportunity to go out of your comfort zone, to do something different, or to try something different. And the lover's person is either going to be in that space, in that area, or like Spirit's going to kind of do it naturally where you don't have to worry about it, but they are making the hanged person aware that it's going to be like, it's going to be on a whim. It's going to be very like you don't need to worry about it, because it when you're following your intuition, you're going to be led right to this person. But this meeting could happen or could have happened in Pisces season. So that would be the end of February to like middle towards the end of March, but it certainly doesn't have to be. Okay, let's see. So next we're going to look at a blessing to come from this connection. So what is a blessing to come from this connection, Spirit? The 9 of Pentacles. Okay, so not only is this going to be financially fruitful for the both of you, one of you might help the other with investing, but also I think that you both are going to be so much more confident in yourselves, and you're both going to know your worth a lot more than you did in the past. I think that you're going to trust that you are more valuable than you both gave yourselves credit for, and it's like you both are going to help one another see that you are worthy of good things all along, and that you are worthy of abundance, of financial support, of reaping benefits from the universe. You're also going to realize that you're worthy of receiving. Like you both may be good at giving, but you may be bad at receiving good things. And so I think one blessing is that not only are you both going to have improved finances, improved security, and an improved sense of self, but also I think that you both are going to feel more confident in your independence. And it's like, even if you and this person are far away from one another, like I said, maybe one of you has to travel for work or something, it's like you both feel secure in the connection, whether you're together in the physical or not. And there's going to be a lot of trust and faith here. And it's like, another blessing that you're going to realize is that you don't have to work so hard for your blessings, that when you trust that the universe will bring them to you, when you trust that you're deserving of them, the universe will in turn give them to you. And if you trust that like these things are your divine birthright, and you trust in your heart that you deserve these things, you're going to realize that you never had to prove your worth or prove anything, that the universe would just bring this to you on your own. So we're going to look at a challenge now. Okay, that's way too many. That's too much, man. One challenge, please, Spirit. One challenge in this connection, please. Okay. We have the Star. Okay, yeah, faith and hope. The challenge in this connection is going to be having faith in the universe that they can bring this person to you, or that if you meet this person and you miss your chance with them, that things can come around. I also think that maybe you both can fall victim to like victim mentality, or believing that you can never succeed, or that you'll never get what you deserve, or that you can't, or that you have to be realistic. I think that it will be challenging for the both of you to dream, in the sense that when both of you are balancing one another out, you might look at things from such a hyper realistic lens that it almost becomes difficult to dream. You might also become comfort in stagnation at times, and I think that it might be challenging to get out of ruts with this person. Like, you guys might get really set in your routines. You might get really set in your ways of going about things, and things might get so routine that you start to get bored. And so I think that the biggest challenge is just going to be like keeping things interesting at times, and remembering that you don't have to be stuck where you are, and that you can keep dreaming and keep doing and keep growing. But honestly, this really isn't much of a challenge. Like, this is a really great challenge to have, in the sense that, like, you're not really facing true challenges. The challenges that you have is just having faith in yourselves, having faith in the connection, and dreaming bigger than you already are. So we're going to finish off this section, at least, with looking at the potential of this connection. So Spirit, what is the potential for the connection between pile 3 and this person, please? The 7 of Swords. So you're not meant to know, but I'm going to get a clarifier for that because I don't want to freak you out. Okay, yeah, the Devil. Okay, back of the deck, 3 of Wands. So the potential of this connection is whatever. You can go as far as you want, but what is going to hinder this connection is not being truthful with one another and allowing your thoughts, your maladaptive coping mechanisms, the things that you think that you're not capable of, to hold you back. So really what Spirit is saying is that this connection is limitless, but if you're not able to be open and honest with one another, if you allow your fears and what chains you to stop you, then that is really going to seriously impede the potential that this connection has. So really, I think Spirit is saying this connection is yours to create. It is not ours. Like, you're fated to meet each other. You're fated to be in a connection. But what you both do with that connection is up to your own free will. And so what you really need to be aware of is how your own limiting beliefs, your own fears, your own doubts, your own worries, and your lack of faith in Spirit that this connection can happen, that is what really hinders the potential. Because it's like, really, the potential is limitless. But if you don't trust, if you feel like you have to be sneaky, or you feel like you can't be straight up, that is what's going to hinder this connection. Honesty is going to be incredibly important in this connection, because both of you, I think, can project your insecurities and project your fears. There is mirroring here, in the sense that, like, what the other has strengths in, the other has weaknesses in. And there is the ability to easily get triggered. But I also think, in terms of the potential of this connection, I think that you both have the potential to create, like I said, a lot of wealth. But this connection could get toxic if you're not like taking care of yourself. And I think that's probably actually why, if you meet this person and then things never end up panning out the way you thought they would, or at least in the beginning, like, Spirit's gonna have you go on your own healing journey first, so that you don't come in here and like feel like you're up against one another. Because the thing is that you're not competing against one another. You're not challenging one another or you're not challenging one another, I guess is the point of what I'm saying. So the potential of this connection is actually really awesome, in the sense that you have the potential to not only be honest, authentic, and transparent about who you both truly are, but you also have the ability to free yourself from the devil. And I can't stop burping. In the sense that the things that chain you both, like like, let's say that this is the Lover's person and this is the Hanged Man person. So let's say the Hanged Man person is constantly being manipulated by their illusions of doubt and fear, and the Lover's person is constantly being manipulated by their fears of the past resurfacing, so they don't maybe take action towards things. I think both of these people feel constrained, and both of these people feel afraid to be honest with one another, which may create suspicion and may create like, I don't really trust pile 3, or I don't really trust what they're saying or doing. And so I think the potential of this connection rests on both of your abilities to be upfront and transparent with one another, not only about what you want, but what you don't want, and then also to work through the things that chain you back, to work through the things that manipulate you both from being fully authentic with one another. And I think that's kind of why, it's like you need to kind of study yourselves and study, so that you can. Okay, so it's like, you guys are really going to study yourselves and grow in terms of your mindset, in terms of how you see things. Because like I said, this isn't a very like lovey-dovey connection in the sense that like, I don't think you guys are going to be calling each other like my schmoopy poopkins and stuff like that. I think you guys are going to have like your own silly little nicknames and things like that. But Spirit wants you to come into this connection not when you're a childish page, but when you're a wise king, when you both are wise kings, in the sense that you have lots of wisdom, you can be rational, you can be honest, and you're not afraid to be honest. So really the potential for this connection is limitless. The only thing that hinders it is your own fears and your own doubts in yourself and your own shadow aspects that kind of chain you guys. So to finish off the free part of this reading, we are going to look at some advice for you, the viewer, when it comes to this connection. We're going to finish with the ego cards, but we'll go ahead and start. My greatest spiritual shifts don't come through force. They come through freedom. Yeah, it's like, you don't need to be sneaking around or forcing anything to happen. It's by just allowing yourself to be free and discover things and explore things that you'll find that things just happen and pan out exactly the way that they need to. Spirit knows better than you do when it comes to what you need and want in your life. And the more you can trust that you can be honest and that you can be upfront and you can be transparent, the freer you will feel and the easier it will be for this connection to align. We also have surrender to wonder and awe, open to the magic of every moment, and sense the awe and wonder in all of life. This attitude will keep you connected to the ecstasy and flow. Yeah, I think one thing that both parties here struggle with is like the ability to see the magic in the universe. I think the Hanged Man can see it. Well, actually, no. I think the lovers and the Hanged Man see it in their own ways, but they both doubt themselves. You and this person really doubt yourselves in terms of like, oh yeah, miracles happen, but I don't get any miracles, but miracles aren't for me, or things like that. It's almost like you may feel like you've seen it all or you've experienced it all, and Spirit's bringing this connection in to be like, you thought, but you're wrong. And that's why I definitely think like especially with these two cards here, if you get too stuck in these rigid mindsets or in these, or you feel too afraid to be fully honest about what it is that you're experiencing, that is going to create blockages in the connection. And there may be addictions or things like that Spirit wants you both to battle, or coping mechanisms that aren't healthy that Spirit wants you to battle before they bring this connection together, so that those aren't things that impact the connection. We also have relax. Everything is okay. Everything is working out perfectly, and the situation will resolve effortlessly. Expect miraculous solutions to unfold. We also have first quarter moon in Taurus. Release control. Yes, Spirit is really like, y'all need to chill out. Like, everything's gonna be fine. You don't need to control this situation. And actually, that's what Spirit's saying. If you try to control this situation, if you try to play God, if you try to play the matchmaker of your own life, like, you are literally just going to be hindering this connection and fucking yourself over, like, with peace and love. Like, the more you allow Spirit to do its work and have faith in it and faith in Spirit's ability to do that, the freer and easier this connection will come to fruition. And finally, we have mirror, mirror. The beauty you see in me is a reflection of you. So yeah, Spirit is really asking you to not only, like, especially if you don't know this person yet, to look at people that you mirror and see like what things that you admire in others, because those are things that you have, and things that trigger you about others, because those are blockages in your life that or shadow aspects of yourself that you may be trying to subconsciously separate yourself from. But I also think that there is just a need to really improve your self-image, to improve your self-worth, because that's what's really going to help this connection come in. But we are going to finish off with these self-forgiveness oracle cards. So to start, we have, I forgive myself for taking myself more seriously than is helpful to me. I choose to believe that when I allow myself to lighten up, my entire being becomes illuminated with the intuitive wisdom that aligns me with my highest potential. And we also have, I forgive myself for thinking I need to know exactly where it is I am going before taking a step forward. I choose to believe that the path before me will be illuminated the moment I garner the courage to trust myself and make the first move. Yeah, so even if you notice, you guys got the same like ego response of the genius and control, and like Spirit's really saying the more you try to control your situation, the more you try to control this outcome or control how this happens, the further away you will actually be from what you want. The more that you surrender your fears of not being in control, the more you surrender the idea that you need to know everything before it happens, the more you'll realize that you've just been creating way more stress for yourself than you ever needed to, and that in fact everything is okay and that you don't need to control the situation. Spirit knows better than you do, and you are free to just live and trust that this connection will come or come back in its own time. So pile 3, I am going to leave this reading here, and I'm going to take things over to the extended, which like I said, we're going to do the 18 plus reading. We're going to look at how others will see this connection. We're going to get tons of channel messages and finish off with some self-care advice and some advice from the unicorns. But if you are leaving me here, which is absolutely okay, thank you guys so much for watching, and thank you so much for watching my ads. That is the simplest way to support me and express appreciation for what I do and exchange energy with me. But if you'd like to support me in other ways, you can like this video, you can comment down below, let me know how it resonates. You can subscribe if you haven't already and click that little bell notification to be part of my notification squad. I do tend to see and respond to comments when I first upload, so if you want to be part of the notification squad and you want me to see your comment, I would definitely do that. I also have merch linked down below, as well as my social medias, though do be aware I have tons of scammers pretending to be me. So if the account is not linked below, it is not me. If you want to be extra safe, come to this video or come to any video of mine on my channel and click my link to my Instagram. It's really Instagram mostly where the scammers are, and that should help you affirm that it is me. But that's all I have for you guys, so thank you so much for watching, and thank you so much for letting me be a part of your energy and for letting me be a part of your day. I hope you all have a wonderful day or night whenever it is that you're watching this video, and I hope you'll come back and see me again soon. Bye! Hi there, pile 4. If you guys chose the Aladdin and Jasmine Linnerman card and these 2 blue stones, this is going to be your reading. Thank you so much for being here. So we have underneath these stones, we have the stars card, and on this heart stone, we have the throat chakra. So what I can tell just from choosing this pile and choosing this stone, this is going to be a true love connection that is not instantly established. This is a very realistic true love connection. I don't want to say realistic in the sense that, like, you know, love at first sight or like true love that happens naturally can't happen. But I think that this is a true love connection that takes time to nurture and grow and reach that true loving state. And I think that this connection will be nurtured and grown as both parties within this connection feel more comfortable being honest, feel more comfortable to have open communication. I also wanted to talk about the stone that you picked, because this stone, blue sandstone, is actually a man-made stone, but clearly you are an intellectual because you were drawn to the glitter, I hope, because me, an intellectual, really appreciates this stone for the glitter. So, and it also makes me think of stars, but you know, just because it's man-made doesn't make it any less valid as a stone, at least in my opinion. I still think it's very beautiful, and I still think it's an amazing stone. And I think that it makes a lot of sense that you would be drawn to this pile, because this connection is a true love connection that is man-made, in the sense that the universe might naturally bring you two together. That's one thing we're going to look at when we get into the tarot. But there's going to be growing pains here, in the sense that you're going to be required to have more honesty with one another, to work with one another, and to help one another grow beyond your limitations. And I definitely think communication is a big opportunity for growth within this connection. Honesty, transparency, I think that these are things that are really going to help foster and nurture this connection to be stronger than it ever was before. So you could already be in a relationship with this person. You may not know this person yet, or you could possibly know this person, but maybe not be in a relationship with them. But I think with this Lenormand card representing your connection, I definitely think that this is a sign that if you've been having rough times with your partner, or if you're not with this person at this time, or if you haven't met them yet, that there is hope and prosperity and progress in you and this person's future. I do think that astrology could have something to do with it, like transits or something like that, could be an important aspect of this connection. But it's almost like this connection was written in the stars in a way. This is a really beautiful connection. Aquarius season could also be significant. But yeah, this is a connection where true love is like really fostered over time between the two of you, because you have enough love and compassion for one another to work through any disagreements, to work through any conflict, and to make compromises and grow together. So if that sounds like a connection that you could be involved in, we're going to go deeper into that now. So we're going to describe this connection in its truest, most loving state. And if you're hearing the description of this connection and you're like, hell no, I could not be in love with someone if my connection was like that, then this probably isn't your pile and I would pick another one. But we're going to go ahead and start now. So to start, we have love is all around you. There is love everywhere all the time. Simply acknowledge this as truth. And I wanted to note that we have 2 16s coming out, so that could be a significant number. We also have halfway point, meet in the middle, compromise, common ground, reconciliation. We have romantic love. The frequency of romantic love supports our experience through the reflection of a conscious lover. We also have earth connection. We have trust with ammonite. And finally, we have grounding. Okay, so we have a lot about grounding here, which is kind of ironic considering they're on a magic carpet and they're flying. But I think the beautiful thing about this connection is that this is a connection that for some of you could start out with fantasy and illusion. And I think that these are not things that are necessarily present in the connection where one or both of you is like intentionally trying to deceive the other. You both may be like putting on a front, or like in Aladdin's case, you know, he's sees himself as a no good street rat, so his words, not mine. And the I think the people in his town's words as well. But anyway, you both may put your best foot forward. You both may you may just try to be like the best version of yourself, and that may create some tension in the sense that you both may have like over idealized expectations, or maybe too many expectations, or something like that. But I could also see this connection as being a grounding one, in the sense that if you've had love in the past where this love was maybe based upon illusions or something like that, this love connection is coming in to show you both that you can have a truly loving connection with someone that isn't what's the word, shaky or flighty. This is a love connection that is truly grounded, in the sense that you and this person are committed to tending to your connection like a garden almost. And the fact that we have grounding so much, this definitely seems to be something that really helps you both in terms of feeling safe, and in terms of recognizing both of your worths as people. I don't think I said that very well, but I think there's a lot of uncertainty in this pile, a lot of self-doubt, a lot of belief in your own worth, a lot of belief in the fact that you can have something good, that you can have something beautiful. And I think I'm hearing acts of service. So I definitely think that quality time and acts of service are going to be two big aspects of this romantic connection. I think this connection is going to be one where a lot of abundance is reaped. And I don't just mean that in like wealth. I mean that more so like an abundance of love, an abundance of support for one another, and an abundance of good memories, good times, good conversations. You and this person may move to the countryside, or you may really prioritize being in nature with them, or traveling as well could be a big part of this connection. But I also see with all this grounding energy here that I do think that there are angels watching over this connection, specifically Archangel Gabriel. And that is because I just personally associate Archangel Gabriel with the color blue, and I just feel his energy here. I think that you both may have had trust issues in the past with past partners, or one reason why Spirit will bring you two together or back together after a time of healing is to work through the challenges that you were not able to overcome in other connections. This is a connection that I think is going to pan out very naturally, but also you and this person are going to be really invested in making this connection work, making sure the other person feels loved, making sure the other person feels heard, feels nurtured. Restaurants could be significant. Maybe you both like met working in a restaurant, or you met at a restaurant or something like that, or you met through mutual friends. We'll see how you meet later, but you could meet through mutual friends that you worked with at a restaurant or something like that. But I think that this is a divinely guided connection, in the sense that this is, you and this person are really healthy for one another. And you'll realize that past connections were never truly that loving because they were never rooted in truth. This is a connection that's going to be rooted in truth. Even if it didn't start out that way, it will end that way. Like, the truth will come out. Dragonflies could be a significant sign for this connection. I always view dragonflies as like to represent like truth transcending illusion. And I think that you and this person really are going to have an abundant, grounded life together, especially if you both are the type to really fantasize about things and to be to maybe kind of like have unrealistic fantasies or things like that. I think that this connection is going to help you both realize that nothing in your head could compare to this connection. I mean, this is going to be a real, true love where it's like you both have learned the lessons that you need to, or will learn the lessons that you need to together, to really create an authentic, harmonious, well, not always harmonious, but the will and the drive to redirect the connection back to harmony when it's not harmonious. And I think that you and this person will realize that there were loving forces around the both of you this entire time, conspiring for both of your benefits. I also think that you could have a family with this person, or family could be really important to you and this person. I also think that tigers or tiger's eye could be a significant stone for this connection as well. If you don't know what tiger's eye is, it's this stone. It's very beautiful. But yeah, what I noticed too with the pearl here, you know, pearls are formed over time, and they start out as an irritant that gets into an oyster that is pressure is put upon it, and then eventually over time it becomes a beautiful pearl. And so I do think that there are going to be challenges within this connection, pressure within this connection, and it's going to challenge your trust for the other. It's going to challenge your ability to be emotionally mature with the other and communicate honestly, transparently, and authentically. But the beautiful thing is that you and this person will feel rooted together in life and feel very safe with one another. There is that phrase that's like, you know, you don't want your connection to be based on like leaves or something, because leaves will always blow away, but you want a connection that's firmly rooted in the earth, because you know it's not going anywhere. And I think that's what you need to hear, is that this connection is not going anywhere, no matter how many challenges you and this person may face. There's a lot of compassion for each other when it comes to your humanity, when it comes to your limitations, when it comes to your perceived flaws. I think that honestly you both are perfect for one another, in the sense that you're imperfect and you recognize that. You recognize that you're both human. You recognize that you're both going to make mistakes. And forgiveness and compassion and truthfulness are going to be very important aspects of this connection. This is a very, very beautiful connection, in the sense that, you know, you might not be that couple that's like posting tons of pics together, or like, you know, are, you know, super PDA or things like that. But this is a calm love. This is a steady love. This is a grounded love. This is a love that is patient, is kind, allows and gives and forgives. And this connection will also help you be more loving towards others in your life. It will help you to see the humanity in people that you maybe don't share a true love connection with, but recognize that, you know, we all have a different story in our heads, and we all have different ways of viewing the world. You and this person might actually have very different viewpoints. You could come from very different backgrounds, or you could just have very different mindsets or ways of perceiving the world. But what's really beautiful here is that I think that those differences will definitely balance out. And I also think that this is going to be a connection where you're not going to feel exhilarating. It's not going to be exhilarating all the time, or you're not going to be like going on a wild roller coaster ride with this person, but you are going to feel safe with this person. You are going to feel held with this person, and you are going to feel nurtured. And yeah, there's a lot of beautiful things to come from this connection. And it truly comes from you and this person's ability to collaborate, your ability to see beyond conflict or disagreements, and your ability to recognize that you both are doing your best. And I think that that is really the crux of this connection, is you and this person out of love are always going to do your best to make this connection a priority, to make sure the other person feels heard, to make sure the other person feels loved. And I think that that is going to be like, oh my gosh, I just saw this image of like two people that are like two elderly people like sitting on a bench together, like leaning their heads on each other, like on a bench outside. And I really think that's going to be you guys. Like, I think that this is going to be a love that stands the test of time. And speaking of that, I do think it's quite possible that you could have a past life connection with this person, or this person could be a part of your soul family, or they could be a recent addition to your soul family. Like, maybe this is your first time actually coming into union with this person. Like, maybe that's been something you've attempted in past lives, if you believe in that sort of thing. But this is the first time where you both are able to kind of meet in the middle and really work together. It's quite possible that in the past there could have been societal limitations, like, I mean, in past lives, societal limitations that were just too strong for you both to withstand. And I think in this lifetime, Spirit is really giving you both the opportunity to do this connection right and make it something you both are proud of. And I just noticed as well, there's a shooting star in this connection. And so I think that this connection is definitely a wish come true, in the sense that, like, it may not be exactly what you thought it would be. It may not be exactly what you wanted or hoped for, but it's going to be exactly what you and this person need. And you're going to realize that you should have trusted the universe all along, because they were always conspiring to bring you and this person to a healthier and happier place. Okay, so now we're going to go deeper into the connection. We're going to look at both you and this person, but to start, I want to see the biggest aspect of your connection that will either be improved or learned or embraced through this connection with this person. So we have the throat chakra. The throat chakra with will. Maybe I need to heal mine. And we have expression, assertiveness, self-control, and direction. So I definitely think that there is a sense of amazing. Okay, I'm hearing amazing grace in my head. But I think that this is a connection where you both are going to have to follow your hearts and trust what you feel on the inside, even when it seems like things are taking a while or it seems like times are tough for a long time. But the beautiful thing here is that you both will be learning how to be assertive in what you believe, to trust the other, to have the self-control, to not allow your emotions to act in erratic ways, to trust the direction that your heart is guiding you both. I feel like you both are really going to trust one another, to be honest about what it is that you truly want. And I think that you both are going to give the other a lot of self-confidence, a lot of just power to speak your truth. And this is something that I think is going to evolve naturally over time. Although I do see the possibility that you may go to like counseling or couples therapy with this person. And I don't think it's because like you think their relationship is beyond salvaging or something like that. I think it's because you want to communicate better and you want to find ways to communicate better. And so you may seek help to improve your communication with one another if that's something that you struggle with. But this is really, I do think that this connection is going to be a mixture of fate and free will, but this is definitely more of a free will connection, in the sense that even when times are tough, it's like your love for one another, your will to be with one another, your will to get through challenges is really going to be the glue that really keeps this connection together. It's also, one thing that I'm hearing as well is that you both are going to learn how to listen to your hearts, either before you enter this connection or while you're in this connection, or listening to your heart is what is going to lead you and this person to one another. And it will also be what helps you and this person stick together and stick by one another. It may seem like it's a long time before you meet this person, or a long time before this situation comes back together. One thing I do want to note is that we have 31 and 34, so those ages could be significant. There could be like a 3-year age gap or something like that. You could just be in your 30s when you meet this person or when you reunite with this person, but I don't want to freak you out. You certainly don't have to be. I mean, like, you could have met this person when you were like 16, because we have those 16s, and then maybe things don't come around till you're like in your 30s. But like I said, that's not going to be for all of you. But turtles could be a significant connection, a significant animal within this connection, or a significant sign for this connection. I also think it's interesting because obviously in the movie Aladdin, there's a lot of desert landscapes. So it is possible that maybe you and this person live in the desert, and maybe you move to like a more lush place together, or maybe it feels like there's a drought, either if you do enter a separation phase with this person or are in one, or if it's a while until you meet this person. But I think overall, this is a really beautiful sign that you and this person are really going to help the other empower each other to not only be honest about who you are, what your story is, what you both are about, but you both will embrace one another for you being your authentic selves. And I also think that that will give you both the confidence to, you know, go out in the world and be like, hey world, like here I am, I'm pile 4, and like I'm a bad bitch, you can't kill me, or whatever it may be. Like I can see that you and this person will be like the types to, you know, hype each other up. Like if you have a big presentation at work, or hype one another up if you're like really struggling that day, to feel good about yourselves. It's like sometimes one of you will carry the weight of the connection when the other is really struggling, but it will always balance out in the sense that nobody is ever left in the dust, so to speak. Neither of you is going to, you know, take this connection for granted. And if you do, one of you will speak about it and it won't be an issue again. Like, that's one really beautiful thing that I'm seeing about this, is like your connection is going to have incremental progress, and slowly but surely you both are going to work out how to function optimally together. There almost is kind of an Aquarian aspect to this, where you both kind of have to think outside the box and think in unique ways of how to meet each other's needs, and you know, recognize what needs you'll have to meet on your own, what needs that you can rely on one another to meet. But I think that you both will feel really confident in this connection once you really have established that beautiful, honest connection with one another. So let's go ahead now and look at the two counterparts within this connection. So you may find that what is it? You guys might like have trouble like remembering things. I don't know if we have some ADHDers in this pile, but I can tell my brain and my mouth are struggling today to talk. So maybe you're not talking to this person right now, or maybe when you're around this person, you have trouble speaking to them, and that could be because like you might make each other nervous, or you might put one another on a pedestal. And I think that's one thing that Spirit is going to show you both that you need to knock down, because you are both human. But like I said, it's absolutely okay if you find aspects of yourself in both piles or both sides. But if you don't really recognize yourself in any of these energies, then this may not be your pile, or it may be a challenge for you to look at how you can embody certain energies, if that makes sense. So for counterpart A, we have the Empress, and for counterpart B, we have Judgment. So what I'm seeing here, actually, I was getting the idea that both of you kind of had your heads in the clouds, but I think I'm actually kind of wrong about that. In fact, I think maybe one of you is much more spiritual and one of you is much more grounded, especially with the Empress and Judgment being here. I also think it's kind of funny that we have Judgment here, and I was talking about Archangel Gabriel because he is typically in the he's the angel represented in the Judgment card, and yeah, he's a cool guy. I don't know where I was going with that, but in terms of signs, we have Plutonian energy here with Judgment. Judgment is ruled by Pluto and transformations. And with the Empress here, it is ruled by Venus, I believe. And the signs ruled by Venus are Libra and Taurus. I can't remember if there are any signs ruled by Pluto, but I do know that Pluto is a lot about transformations. It's kind of a more intense, like, Scorpionic energy. So Scorpio could be significant. I'll also throw Aries out there because Mars is ruled by Aries is ruled by Mars and Scorpio is ruled by Mars, but I don't know if after Pluto was discovered, they shifted Scorpio over to Pluto or not. Who knows? But I definitely think that these two have different perspectives that really balance one another out in beautiful ways. So to start with the Empress person, this person is definitely naturally more grounded, but maybe they struggle to believe in something beyond themselves. I definitely think that the Empress person is mastering material abundance, material wealth, mastering just grounding, mastering the earthly material realm, while the Judgment person is really mastering themselves on a spiritual level. They are really working on their own inner transformation for outer change. And I think what's interesting about the Empress is that it seems like the Empress, they evolve and transform in a very like cyclical and natural flow, whereas the Judgment person like changes in a snap, and not in like bad ways where it's like, you know, they're all of a sudden like all the progress they made is crumbling around them, but they might have, you know, things fall out of their life, they might have things removed from their life, or they might have just shocking changes that occur in their life that they're not expecting. And as a result, they create profound change. I do feel like the Judgment person is the more spiritual one of the two. I do think that the Empress person probably cares a little bit more about surface level things, whereas the Judgment person is like probably trying to see through people's souls just to see who they truly are. The Judgment person could also, I think both of these people are creative, if I'm being honest. They might be creative in their own ways. One thing that I heard is that the Empress person might be really good at cooking. And if the Empress person is identifies as a man or isn't masculine in nature, I think that this Empress card really goes to show that they are very comfortable with their feminine side, and they're not afraid to express their feminine energy. They have a really balanced energy between their feminine and masculine energy. Whereas the Judgment person, I feel like kind of struggles to be on earth. I think that this connection is going to be very healing for the Judgment person, in the sense that they kind of need someone to bring them down to earth, because I think that through their difficult life lessons, or through these difficult changes that have sparked intense transformation, they've maybe picked up this idea mentally that they can't trust the universe, or that they can't trust the earth. I do think that they kind of like to have their head above the clouds, and there is an angelic energy to them where I do think that they really care about all beings the same way the Empress does, but I think the Empress is maybe more environmentally motivated. Like the Empress may care more about, you know, being eco-friendly and you know, taking care of all of God's creatures and things like that, whereas the Judgment person may just care about more deeply like all souls and helping souls evolve and helping souls grow. I think that this Judgment person probably has some intense spiritual gifts. With this card being here, it's like their voice is very powerful, and I think that's part of the reason why this connection is so important for the Judgment person's healing, because they need somebody that can show them that their voice does matter and that they can trust themselves to speak up and be honest. The interesting thing is that with the Empress in Judgment here, I don't think that these two necessarily I lost my train of thought. Oh no. Oh, I got it. I don't think that these two necessarily embody these energies when they meet one another. And actually, I'm feeling really compelled to like switch their sides. I really am. Okay, so I'm gonna do that because this is my channel, my cards, whatever. I do what I want. It's my will. But with these two cards here, I think that the Judgment person is going to have a deeper awareness of this connection and the significance of this connection than the Empress person will at first. And the reason why I think that is because the Judgment person definitely does seem to have that deeper spiritual connection, deeper realization to maybe like the karmic cycles of life, or the Judgment person may be very good at recognizing like underlying energetic currents that play a specific role in their life, or give them information that help them know like if somebody's going to be significant in their life or not. I think before these two come into union, I think the Empress person is really going to lack self-confidence and is going to be very like very concerned about their physical appearance, their material wealth. I think that both of these people have like egoic desires in the beginning. Like I think that they both have different egoic desires though. So I think for the Empress person, you know, they are just focused on looking good, being admired, having the best clothes, you know, driving the best cars, or having the best like bags or shoes or things like that. They may also be unconcerned or not very connected to the spiritual realm. And if they are, I think it's only because they were maybe brought up in a certain religion, and I don't know if they necessarily have a connection to spirit, but they may have a connection to, or not necessarily a good connection to it, but connection to dogmatic religion in some way, where they may have certain limiting beliefs about what is true and what is not because of the religion that they were raised in. Whereas the Judgment person, I think they may be a little bit loud, but not in the sense that, I mean, before this transformation happens, I think that the Judgment person could be very harsh, very biting, very critical, very judgmental of others. Not because they like hate humanity, but because they hate themselves. I think they're very harsh, very judgmental, very critical of themselves. And I think they have had experiences in their past, either through relationships or through doubting their faith, doubting their connection to spirit, that made them very disconnected from their spiritual energy. And then at the same time, I think that this is a person that struggles to ground. So I think that all of their energy condensed into their mental body and their emotional body, more so their mental body. And as a result, they kind of decided to lean on maybe like scientific dogma, or they may have learned to only trust logic or trust what can be vetted through their own two eyes, or what can be vetted through the scientific method. And they may have discounted their connection to spirit for a while because they thought it wasn't real. I do think that one thing these two have in common is the sense that they both have a questioning of their own faith and a questioning of what they were taught growing up. I think both of these people may have grown up in kind of constricting circumstances, in the sense that like they may have grown up in strict households, or they could have had very intense rules and like regulations around what they are and are not allowed to do. But I also think that these two are kind of modest, in the sense that both of these figures are like they're clothed from the neck down, and I don't think this is necessarily like a modesty of like dressing modestly. I mean, it could be, but I think it's more so that these two feel the need to protect themselves from the outside world. They don't reveal a lot about themselves. They don't show a lot of their true selves to the world. And like I was saying earlier, I do think that the Judgment person will be aware of the connection before the Empress person is. And I just think that's because the Judgment person will go through their transformations and their growth in at a much quicker and more intense, rapid pace. And the Empress person is going to kind of take time to grow and evolve. But their evolution is going to be much more solid, in the sense that the changes that they do make, and as they grow, it will happen naturally and it will stick. For the Judgment person, I think that I just heard spiritual amnesia. So at times the Judgment person might have to relearn lessons or go back to square one sometimes, because their progress is kind of like this, and then but like these tiny loops form like a big ass loop, if that makes sense. Whereas the Empress is more just like a natural cycle of evolution and change, whereas the judgment person's like they're much more kind of all over the place, but in a way that works for them. So I definitely think that these are two very different perspectives that come together in a really powerful way when these two aren't like combating one another, but are instead embracing one another. Music and especially could be really important to the judgment person. I don't know if I said this earlier, but I really got the vibe that the Empress could enjoy like cooking, or they could really want kids or have kids. I think that the Empress person is naturally somebody very nurturing. They could be like an older sibling as well. Like they could bear a lot of responsibility or have had to bear a lot of responsibility since they were young. And so I think that maybe the Empress person didn't really have the time or energy to contemplate deeper aspects of life. Whereas the Judgment person, I feel like they have more of an aloof energy, where I think that they kind of like to be on their own and do things differently. I also feel like the Judgment person has had to deal with more discrimination and prejudice from the outside world, and I think that's only because they've been misunderstood and been unfairly judged. And I think as a result, when this judgment person is less secure in themselves before they enter this connection, you know, they may project that judgment of themselves outward and be incredibly judgmental of others as well. I also think that the judgment person could have like a booming voice or a really beautiful laugh or a beautiful voice in general. They could be a messenger for spirit, so they could have like a direct connection to spirit. They could do something like this, like tarot, or they could be like a writer or do something powerful with their voice. They could be good at public speaking, or they could be good at speaking to spirit directly. This is definitely somebody who gets messages from the divine but doesn't always trust them, because what they see on the physical level doesn't necessarily translate to what they hear. But they learn to trust their own power of will. They learn to trust themselves, and over time they realize, oh wow, I was hearing the truth all along. Whereas I think the Empress person maybe is a bit more mellow, a bit more like reserved. I do think one thing that the Empress will struggle with before coming into this connection is low self-esteem. I think both of these people will, and I think low self-esteem will be something that that both parties struggle with, but it's not going to be something that is so debilitating that that they can't grow beyond it. I mean, yeah, wow, okay. Communication is huge for these two, because I think that it's going to take some time for you to work out how you feel about one another, and I think how you feel about one another is going to evolve. I'm just noticing that when it comes to channeling this pile, I'm really struggling to trust what I'm receiving from spirit, and I think that that is very indicative of how you both will feel about this connection. I feel like you both will struggle to trust at times that this is the right thing, or that this situation will come around, or that this situation is worth it, or that you will ever find love. And I think that spirit is asking you to go with the flow more and trust and not overthink things like I am right now. Okay, so by the way, when I switched the cards, I switched the piles while I was talking, so don't worry, the assigned piles are still where they need to be. But okay, so now we're going to go into light attributes for each counterpart. And by light attributes, I don't mean things that are like good or positive. I just mean things that are seen on the surface that other people can recognize in the other, that people can see about one another, or what each party feels comfortable showing. So to start with the judgment person, we have the shark. And for the Empress person, we have the starfish. Okay, I'm going to take a sip of my drink if I can find it. Oh my gosh. But just to start, the fact that both parties are coming through with a water energy, I think goes to show that I think there will at least be interest between one another in the very beginning. But there's definitely let me get into it in a second. Okay, so I'm gonna start with the starfish. So this definitely really confirms what I was picking up about the Empress. The Empress person is going to be more surface level. They are probably going to be more flashy in the sense that like they may dress more flashy, or they may enjoy being in the spotlight more, or they just maybe exist on a more shallow level. I also think that the Empress person is incredibly physically attractive. And I think they also maybe attract a lot of similar types of people, and they may wonder why like they can't find a deeper connection. And I think that's because they're hanging out in shallow waters. Whereas with the shark being here, I think that the Judgment person is capable of existing in shallow waters, but they do like to swim back out to the deep, kind of like how sharks do, you know? Sharks do come to shallow waters, I think, to like have babies and shit. But they do always end up going back out to like the deeper oceans and things like that. So I think that at first, the Empress person will have a more shallow understanding of this connection, or they may not feel very deeply at first for the Judgment person, or they may not even be aware of the connection at first. But I think the Judgment person is going to be aware of their deeper feelings, but they're probably not going to express them. The biggest thing that I get with the Judgment person having the shark as a light attribute is that I feel like the people around them will pick up on the fact that the Judgment person has a little bit of like clenched butthole energy, not in the sense that they're like trying to control things, but in the sense that people can tell that the Judgment person is feeling things on a deeper level, or has things that they're withholding about their feelings, or just about life that they don't share with others. It's like the Judgment person only shows a little bit of what's actually going on underneath the surface, and I think they do feel afraid a lot to express their true emotions. I think that they try to appear more intimidating, or come off as like aloof. Again, the word aloof is coming up, and I think that's because this Judgment person is so much softer than they're willing to admit, and so I think they're very sensitive as well. And so I think that as a result, they have developed this tough outer shell to kind of protect them from having their sensitivities be mocked or made fun of. They may also have shame for their deeper feelings. They may wonder why they feel things so intensely, or why they can't seem to control their emotions. And I think that if the Judgment person feels threatened, they can bite, they can attack. And I think that's why emotional maturity is going to be really important for the Judgment person, because they may at times be unable, like they may go into like a frenzy or a rage if somebody really triggers something deeply within them that they don't like hearing, or that triggers like a truth, that hits like a truth nerve within them that they're maybe not wanting to acknowledge. It's like, I also heard spiritual bypassing as well. So maybe one thing that this Judgment person will have to learn, or will either learn through this connection, or will learn over time, that they can't just love and light their way out of dealing with their more intense emotions, dealing with their more difficult emotions. And I think that their feelings for the Empress person are just going to grow over time. I think it is going to be somewhat obvious to the outside world that the Judgment person has feelings for the Empress person, but I think the Empress person is either going to be oblivious to this at first, or is going to do a much better job at concealing their feelings and keeping things surface level. The Empress person learned a long time ago to keep things on the surface, to keep things light, to keep things fun, because I don't think they like exploring their deeper emotions. I think those are things that they are like, oh, feelings, that's a no-no. Like, we're not gonna worry about that. Like, I just heard in my head, like, feelings won't make you money, and I don't like that, and I also disagree with it. But I think that's the way this person is. Like, I think that they maybe didn't really value deeper connections for a longer time. Like they could have had a really shallow understanding of relationships, or they could have had a really, or even if they did have always had the capability of going deep and being more in depth with others, I think that they preferred to be on the surface. And that's likely because they may just feel more uncomfortable with their deeper emotions. They may have not had any solid coping mechanisms to really help them work through their difficult emotions. So they may have just learned to suppress them and pretend like they're not there. And then slowly over time, they just kind of allowed time and nature to heal certain things. And it's almost like this person maybe got stuck in shallow waters. Like if you think about how starfish like stick to things, it's quite possible that this Empress person could have gotten stuck in some sort of comfort zone where they stay in this shallow energy, where they stay in this energy where their emotions aren't challenged, where their deeper beliefs aren't challenged, where they feel like the master of their universe because they have mastered the more material world, or they understand the workings of surface level people. I do think that this Empress is deeper than I'm giving them credit for, but I think that that's something that they even try to distance themselves from. So when I'm channeling their energy, it kind of comes through as like, oh yeah, I could read a philosophy book and I do enjoy deeper things, but I don't like deeper things once they challenge anything that I'm not comfortable with exploring, or any parts of myself that I'm ignoring. Whereas the Judgment person literally cannot help themselves, in the sense that if they don't express their truth, at some point they will just explode. It's almost like with the Judgment person, they may try to hold things down, they may try to suppress their feelings, but it's like at some point they gotta sound the horn and speak their truth. And one thing that may happen at first is that maybe the Empress person is not interested in a relationship at first, and maybe the Judgment person wants one. And that's why there might be like an evolution of sorts in this connection, where maybe these two go their separate ways or have a false start of some kind before they truly come back together. Which is like really beautiful, because I think that if that happens, they'll come back together because their hearts willed it. It's what their hearts truly wanted, and they may not even realize consciously that that's what they're wanting, but it's like the universe will like redirect them back to one another. And it's like the Empress person is gonna, you know, come around in a very slow way, and then the Judgment person is gonna get there, and then, you know, the Empress person might be here, they do one lap, they'll do another transformation, and eventually they'll meet in the middle. And which, yeah, that was a card in there. So I do think that the Judgment person is really able to go deep with people. They're able to see through facades, and I think they see through the Empress's facade, but the Empress's facade is so tight. Like, it's like they have their story straight and they know how to stick to it, that the Judgment person may doubt their feelings, they may doubt themselves, or they may doubt how the Empress person truly feels about them. But I think that the truth of this connection is really shown when these two are alone, especially because I think that the Empress person will be really nurturing to the Judgment person. I think they'll recognize the erratic nature of the Judgment person and kind of the inner chaos that they deal with on a daily basis. And I think that even though the Empress may have their own versions of chaos, they're good at surrendering their chaos to the universe, whereas the Judgment person kind of bears the chaos themselves. I also think that the Empress person is better at like separating themselves from their emotional body, in the sense that like even if they're really struggling, they can still go out in public and nobody would ever know. Whereas the Judgment person, like if they're struggling, you're gonna know. You're gonna see it on their face. But the Judgment person is also really awesome in the sense that they're that person that you want there when shit gets real, when shit gets tough, when shit gets hard. The Empress person may have a reputation for being more of a fair weather friend, and I don't think that's because I think that this is something that they're going to improve upon when they go deeper into their emotions, but because they are existing in shallow waters and they don't have deep emotional connections to the people around them, I don't think that they're very invested or concerned about other people's healing. And I think what's going to be really hard for them is they're going to realize that when shit hits the fan for them, they're not going to have anyone to show up for them because all of their friends were fair weathered too. Whereas I think the shark person is more so, they're kind of more, I just keep hearing aloof. Like I just keep hearing aloof over and over. So I do think that they definitely will be more of a loner, more of an introvert, but it's like this judgment person is the type of person to have quality friends over quantity friends. And I think that the Empress person will have quantity friends over quality friends, but that may evolve over time. A lot of these things that I'm hearing though are they could be present energies or energies that you're both evolving out of. What I think is really beautiful is that these are elements that are going to be transmuted, and it's like both of these parties are really going to help one another see life in ways that they couldn't see before. And I think the judgment person, side note, could be like good at pool or something. But one thing that I really like about these two is that they really have a beautiful difference in perspective that really enlightens the other and will really help the other to grow and evolve and recognize that maybe their way of seeing the world isn't the only way to see the world. But let's be clear, they're not always going to agree. And at times they might disagree to the point where there is conflict or there is, a butting of heads. But it's through this ability to work on truth, the ability to work through conflict and forgive, that is going to really help things. And that might be why there is some sort of separation here, and it may not even be like a literal separation. Like you may still talk to them, but you like might be at a distance or something like that. I don't think that necessarily that will be the case for all of you, but I don't think that this connection is like, I don't think you're gonna meet this person and then like be in a connection immediately. I think it's gonna take some time. I think it's gonna take some growth and some honesty, and I don't know if you guys will be very honest with one another at first, because I'm tapping into the Empress's energy more. And I'm feeling this deep pull in my gut. And I think that the Empress is going to feel it, but I think the Empress is going to be intimidated by the judgment person's energy, because they're going to feel that the judgment person sees things about them that other people don't. And the Empress person is going to be very comfortable in this energy of being a Squilliam fancy sin, which if you've ever seen SpongeBob, you know exactly what I'm talking about. Like, they may just create this fake life for themselves that is something that they wanted maybe like in high school or something like that. And this judgment person will really challenge them to grow beyond that. And I don't think that they'll be ready to let go of that. And so I do think like the judgment person is going to kind of know how they feel this entire time, but it's going to take the Empress person time to kind of come around, because I don't think the Empress person likes to feel threatened or intimidated by anything that they are dealing with. So now we are going to look at shadow aspects for these two. So like light aspects, shadow aspects are just parts of the other that, sorry, I had to burp. Aspects of both of these counterparts that they don't readily show others, that maybe they're unaware of themselves at times, or just parts of themselves that they don't like to claim or don't like to look at. And these may be aspects of their subconscious as well that come out unintentionally. So for the judgment person, we have soil. And for the Empress person, we have gift. Yeah, okay, this makes a lot of sense. Okay, so for the judgment person, I think that they have a really deep desire to be more grounded. And I think that that's something that they work on. I think that honestly, the judgment person holds a lot of shame for who they are. I do think that the judgment person could be neurodivergent in some way, or just really struggle to connect with the earth. They may also be like the type of person who gets stuck in mental loops or mental thought patterns, and as a result they may get stuck in cycles which could attribute to that like spiritual amnesia where they have to like relearn lessons. But I do feel like the judgment person, even though they have such intense spiritual abilities, I think they really struggle to feel confident in themselves on earth, to feel confident in who they are, to feel like they actually deserve to be here, or that there's a reason for them being here. I definitely think that the judgment person feels like a misfit. They feel like an outcast. And I definitely think that the judgment person also dealt with a lot of bullying growing up. The Empress person could have too. And I think that actually both of these parties probably had incredibly similar upbringings, which I think I mentioned a little bit earlier. But I think that both parties also dealt with like bullying, or you know, people just really being unfair and mean to them. And both parties took, like, even though the similar things happened to them, they took incredibly different routes in terms of how to heal them and how they responded to it. It's almost like the judgment person decided that they would just be better off being alone, embracing their weirdness on their own, and leaving themselves be. Whereas the Empress person was like, okay, well, I'm just going to pretend like I don't give a fuck. And I'm just going to be, you know, I'm just going to make myself so impressive and so powerful in a material way that nobody can say shit to me. Like nobody can fuck with me. I do think that with the judgment person, though, they have a deeper desire for more routine, for more calmness, and to truly let go of their past. I think that they don't really like to admit how much their past can still dictate their behavior in their present. I think that they do struggle to be honest with others about what they're really struggling with, and to be honest about their trials and tribulations. I feel like the judgment person is the type of person to push people out, in the sense that they're afraid to ask for help, or they feel that they're not worthy of help. I also think that the judgment person may deal with like wishing away their life, wishing away what they have, and wishing that they weren't here. And I do think that this is something that they are going to heal naturally as they grow their spiritual connection. But I do think that they may be really ashamed of who they were in the past, and so that shame may dictate how they act in the present. And it may create these shadow aspects where they're ashamed to admit that, like, while they on the surface embrace their chaotic aspects and embrace the fact that they're different, you know, maybe I think that deep down they really just do crave a solid home, someone to, you know, help them recognize that they can grow beyond what they are, and to it's like they really just want to evolve and master the material realm, master the physical world, and not feel so weighed down by it. I don't know why, but cucumbers could be significant. Random message for someone. I also think that they I think both of these parties struggle with avoidant attachment. They don't have to, but I think they both do. And I think for the judgment person, I think one of their biggest shadow aspects is the fact that they worry that they'll never truly be able to grow beyond their mental health challenges, or the challenges that really stop them from embracing their full self. I think they also worry that their past will come back to haunt them. But if I'm being honest, I think they conflate how bad they were or how much people hated them in the past. I honestly think that the judgment person was their own biggest bully, but I think that there were definitely bullies that contributed to their mindset as well. I think that the judgment person has a deep desire to cultivate a deeper connection with the earth, but they just don't know how to, because through their coping mechanisms, it's like they have a hard time seeing the beauty in the natural world, or they have a hard time trusting that the natural world has them. It's almost like healing divine feminine healing is going to be very important for this Judgment person, because part of divine feminine healing is having a connection to nature, having a connection to its cycles, and recognizing that the feminine, you know, doesn't work in very logical ways. It works in very sporadic and ways that flow and you know, evolve naturally. Now, looking over at the Empress person, this does not shock me in the slightest, because the Empress person, their shadow aspect is the fact that they desire a true heart connection with someone, that they desire somebody that they can be loyal to, somebody that they can share their heart with. I think that they realize that their heart is something precious and they can't give it to people because people will just eat it or stomp on it or treat it like shit. And oh my gosh, I keep coming back to this Judgment person with their shadow aspect. I feel like the Judgment person feels stuck a lot and doesn't know how to dig themselves out of difficult situations. So rather than asking for help, they just like suffer in stuckness, and it may slow them down. But for the Empress person, I definitely think that the Empress person craves deeper connections. They actually want a deep partnership, loyal connection with somebody. The Judgment person. But they don't readily show that. I think people would automatically assume that the Empress person doesn't need anyone, that they don't like love, or that they don't like relationships, that they're more of just a hit it and quit it type person, or that they, you know, they just like to date around, you know, kind of play the field. But the truth is that they have a really sweet, sensitive heart underneath all that. It's just that they're afraid to show it to others. And it's like, only once they feel that their heart is whole again and that they can trust it with someone else will they feel safe enough to give it. But I do think that these two almost avoid one another, which makes it harder for them to meet halfway and come together, which is like, this connection truly is going to be a miracle, in the sense that like, it's going to take both parties overcoming their fears, their limitations, the things that truly hold them back, in order to have this really authentic, beautiful connection. But let it be known that it is super fucking possible. And I think that these two will do it naturally. The fact that it's here, and it's what's being shown in these cards, you know, I think through each counterpart's own will and assertiveness and the ability to have the self-control to heal, to be able to express their truth and things like that, this will heal naturally over time. But I definitely think that for the Empress, they are so capable of feeling deeper things and do feel things on a deeper level. I think they will feel the connection at the same time the Judgment person does, but I think that it will be a lot easier for the Empress person to just like put it out of sight, out of mind. Whereas for the Judgment person, they're like, I have this truth and now I'm stuck with it. Like, they don't know how to let go of it. I also think, once again, another shadow aspect is that the Judgment person may really struggle to let go of things that have already decayed. So they may really hold on to the past. They may really hold on to things that don't serve them anymore because they're afraid of change. So now we are going to move on and look at unique aspects that each party will bring to the connection, or unique energies that each counterpart will bring to the connection. So for the Judgment person, we have Catfish, and for the Empress person, we have Bat. So starting with the Empress person, I think that they are very skilled. So like, they're either very good with their hands, they could be good gardeners, or like I said, good cooks. They definitely have a good ability to recognize like the senses. Like they're very in touch with their senses, especially like taste and tactile senses. Spirit's showing me, I don't know if anyone here watches Hell's Kitchen, but there's always a challenge that they do where they like blindfold the chefs, and then they feed them certain foods, and then they have to guess what the food is. And I feel like the Empress person would be really good at something like that. Like, they have a really refined palate. They have the ability to detect subtle differences in like spices, and they're very good at whipping up like unique concoctions. But I also think that the Empress person is just very good at like methodical improvement. So like if this Empress person wants to be better at like piano, for example, they're going to be the type of person to, you know, work at it slowly but surely every single day. And I also think that the Empress person has more trust in their path than the Judgment person does. But I also think that the Empress person, when they feel they can't trust their path, or when they get kind of disconnected from their truth, it might be a lot harder for them to chill out, in the sense that like, I'm knocking over cards. Where did that card go? Oh, here it is. They might have a much harder time accepting that other people can progress quicker than they do. While the Empress has slow, methodical progress, they might actually feel really insecure by the Judgment person, because it seems like they just evolve so quickly and shift so quickly and change so quickly. Or from the Empress's perspective, it could be quickly. It could actually be a long time, but the Empress may try to avoid or try not to pay attention to what the Judgment person is doing at times, when they're not in a connection, of course, because they're intimidated by the rapid transformation that the Judgment person goes through. But the cool thing about this connection is that the Empress person has patience, which is so important, because the Judgment person definitely struggles with patience, but the Empress person will help the Judgment person with making slow, incremental progress. I feel like the Judgment person is much more all or nothing, and the Empress person is very good at building solid plans and taking things one step at a time. So I definitely think that they will really help the Judgment person trust the things that need immediate attention, and trust that making slow progress over time will yield the same result that or even an even better result than the Judgment person's chaotic way of going about things. Whereas for the Judgment person, the unique energy that they bring to the connection is that, surprisingly, they're actually better at going with the flow than the Empress person is. I think that the Empress person likes to be in control, in the sense that they don't want anyone around them to recognize that they're in control, but like the Empress person kind of has this energy of feeling like they're the smartest person in the room, or the most controlled person in the room, or that they like to feel like they know exactly what's going on, or there's a little bit of know-it-all energy there, I guess. And when the flow of life, I think especially the flow of spirit, doesn't match their plan or what they were expecting, I think they get really, really frustrated and get really, really like discouraged, and they really question themselves. It's like, God, these two are so paradoxical. I can't, like, my brain is melting with you guys, like, no offense. This is really fascinating, but it's like, wow, you both are so like, complex. The Judgment person, they're better at surrendering. They're better at learning to trust what happens around them that they can't control, because especially once they're in a connection with the Empress person, they will have learned how to recognize that when things go differently than they planned, or when things go awry or differently than they expected, that there's a beautiful reason for it. I think one thing that they're learning to heal is how to let go of the past. And I think with this catfish energy as well, the Judgment person is very good at being whatever anyone wants them to be. And so that might be a difficult thing in the beginning of this relationship, because the Judgment person may unintentionally morph into whatever the Empress person is looking for, and it may take time. Like part of the reason why there may be disillusionment in the beginning is because the Judgment person may be pretending to be somebody that they're not. They may be pretending to be more shallow, you know, even though they come across as this shark, you know, swimming in these shallow waters. You know, they don't necessarily fit in there. And I think it's maybe obvious to certain people that they stick out like a sore thumb, or they feel like they stick out like a sore thumb. But I think on a subtler level, they are better at projecting whatever the energy calls for than they realize. I don't think that this is something that they're necessarily very aware of, but I do think that these energies are very compatible in the sense that I think that the Judgment person likes to go with the flow, and I think that the Empress person likes to set the tempo. So the Judgment person will be happy to, you know, follow the schedules that the Empress sets, or follow the routines or the rules that the Empress sets. But the Empress is going to have more challenges in the sense that the Judgment person, because they may be more up and down, they may be more all or nothing, they may struggle to always adhere to the Empress's specifications, or always adhere to the way the Empress likes things to be done. And so I think one really healthy thing that the Judgment person is going to teach the Empress is to learn how to fucking get over it, like with peace and love. Like, I mean, the Empress person might be the type of person to be like, you put the dishes in this cabinet and I like them in that cabinet, and the Judgment person's gonna be like, who cares, they're cabinets, I put them away, at least I put them away, I never used to put my dishes away. Like, there's definitely what is it a balance that is going to need to be met here, and compromise that's going to need to be met. So I think that the Empress person is going to be challenged to maybe let go of some of their more controlling aspects and some of their more nitpicky desires. I think that they're going to have to learn to allow things to be different and learn how to work with the Judgment person's energy, because it is more erratic. But it's going to be helpful for the Judgment person to have more routine and more structure. So these two counterparts are going to balance one another out really, really, really well. And there is another thing that I do want to mention, because I feel like I'm talking a lot about like the things that you're transmuting, the things that you both are healing. And I feel like I need to mention that, like, these are not things that define you both forever. These are things that you guys are like hidden gems. Like, you both see the truth in one another, and so it's like those irritating surface level aspects that some people might see as incompatibilities are actually just challenges and opportunities for you both to grow stronger. But like I said, I did pick up on that low self-esteem energy, and so I think I'm channeling a lot of that right now, especially if you're not with this person right now, or you haven't met this person, or if you are with this person and you're struggling to trust in this connection. It's like, I think both of your insecurities about yourselves are impacting your ability to be upfront with one another. And so that's why honesty is going to be so important here, because when you really work with each other and you recognize your own limitations and what really holds you both back, you're going to be able to work together and become a really strong team. Because the thing is that you're not working against each other, you're working together. And the more you try to work against each other, or view things as like a competition, or view things as me versus them, the more it's going to create a rift and a divide between the two of you. But the more that you work together and try to understand things from one another's perspective, you're really going to integrate the opportunities that Spirit is giving you both for this connection, and you're both going to grow stronger as individuals and have such a strong connection. I mean, like, the Empress person is going to know when something's up with the Judgment person, and the Judgment person is going to learn how to accommodate like the Empress person's like more particular desires. But the Judgment person is also going to challenge when the Empress person's desires are a little bit too ridiculous. You know what I mean? Like, and same with the Empress to the Judgment person. Like, you both are there's a lot about how you communicate with one another. It's like you both could be harsh and criticizing of one another, or you can be kind and compassionate about how you communicate things. And so I think that really determines how healthy this connection is able to become. And when it's in its truest, most loving state, you both are going to be respectful of one another, honest with one another, compassionate towards one another. And yeah, this connection will naturally find its flow the more you work together to work as a team. So now we are going to look at what each counterpart is going to learn through this connection. So to start with the Judgment person, we have I can change my thoughts. And for the Empress person, we have I am a dreamer. Yeah, so once again, it's like you guys are really helping one another change the way that you view things. And I do want to notice that we have the number 4 and we have the number 44. So I do think that angels have a significant aspect or a significant role to play in this connection. But what the judgment person is going to learn is that they are not their thoughts, and that their negative beliefs about themselves, their negative beliefs about others, their discouraging thoughts, their discouraging beliefs, like they can work with their brain. They can change their neuroplasticity. They can evolve their mindset, and they can work incrementally to improve their mindset. They're going to learn that they don't have to be stuck in rigid thought patterns, or that they don't have to define themselves by the person that they were in the past. They're going to learn that they can see the beautiful things about themselves, and that they can lay to rest the parts of themselves that they never aligned with, or the parts of themselves that they were ashamed of. The judgment person is may have harder transformations to experience, but they're going to be so powerful and impactful. And I think they're going to come out of this healing journey with such strong coping mechanisms, strategies for connecting with others, strategies for regulating themselves, strategies for staying connected and making sure that their brain isn't running away with them. So this is a really beautiful energy, and I think that the Empress person is going to be so helpful for the judgment person, because they're really going to help them connect to the energy of the earth, connect to divine feminine energy, in the sense that they'll realize like that they've always been held, they've always been nurtured, and that Mother Gaia has always loved the judgment person. It's just that the judgment person was afraid to truly connect. Whereas the Empress person is going to realize that they were seriously doubting their ability to dream and their ability to think bigger, to think beyond what they think is realistic. I think that the judgment person is really going to challenge the Empress person to realize that, you know, maybe part of the reason why the Empress person was like triggered by the judgment person was because the Empress person thought they had to let go of their dreams, thought that they had to let go of their desires, and that being a dreamer or dreaming big is unrealistic and impossible. And I think that the judgment person is going to be like coming in there with their trumpet like, da-na-na-na, you're wrong, and really inspire the Empress person to trust in those deeper, more subtle feelings that they have, and trust in their intuition, and trust that, you know, that their connection to the earth can only be even more solidified once they have that connection to spirit as well, or that connection to their heart and their deeper emotions, their deeper desires. The Empress person is going to realize like they're allowed to dream big, they're allowed to have hopes, they're allowed to have desires, and they're allowed to have wishes. You know, this kind of makes me think of Tiana from Princess and the Frog, where, you know, she works so hard, you know, to get her own restaurant and you know, works herself to the bone, but doesn't believe in wishing on a star. It's like she's doing all the work, but she's trying to create it all on her own. She doesn't trust spirit to help her as well. Whereas maybe the judgment person relies too heavily on spirit and doesn't rely enough on their own free will and on their own actions. So it's like these two are really helping one another by coming into this connection with different strengths that will help one another have a more holistic view of life, and help one another flow with life, and flow with the ups and downs, and flow with, you know, the craziness and things like that in a much more relaxing way, where it's like, even though these two may not be able to control what happens around them, these two will have one another to rely on. And yeah, I think that this is a really, really healthy connection, in the sense that you're not expecting one another to complete the other. You're not expecting one another to be perfect. You're just showing up together as a team and doing your best to make sure the other person feels seen, make sure the other person feels heard, truly try to see the other person's side of things, and help one another grow and heal. So that's very beautiful. So we're going to finish off this section by looking at attributes of each pile. If you feel like you need some more confirmation, or some like physical descriptors, or personality descriptors. So not all of these may resonate because there's like countries, there's physical descriptors that may not be entirely accurate. So just take what resonates here and throw away the rest. So Spirit, what would you use to describe the Judgment person, please? Okay, so we have Europe, United Kingdom, France, Germany, Ukraine, Poland, Italy, Ireland. So this person could have a fascination with Europe. They could be from Europe. They could have European ancestry. I feel like this one describes both. Oh, wow. So both these people could have, could be fire signs or have fire energy. So we have pointy features, animated gestures, unruly hair, and flushed skin. I felt like Spirit wanted me to put that in the middle, so I'm going to take that. But what else about the Judgment person, Spirit? We have pink, rosy cheeks, loving, playful. Yeah, I think that this person, they really have a sweet childlike energy to them, but then they have this like really deep cynical aspect to them that really, it's just like you either get like bouncing bubblegum Judgment person or you get the world is doom and gloom and like everything sucks version of the Judgment person. Meanwhile, the Empress person is just over here like, it's all good, like I'm all good, everything's Gucci over here. Like, of course everything's Gucci, everything has to be designer, right? Not everything, but I think the Empress person is just like they are much more even keel in the sense that like even if they're dealing with mood swings or fluctuations in emotions, they're a lot better at hiding them or a lot better at separating themselves from those emotions so that people can't really tell. But what else about the Judgment person? Okay. We also have the year of the rooster. So they could be born in one of these years, 1993, 1981, 1969, 1957. I've been kind of taking the year ones like as just a possibility. We also have Sagittarius energy. So adventurous, philosophical, brave, honest. They don't have to have Sagittarius placements, but they do have these qualities. We also have silver, modern, trendy, accessories, style. What about one more? Oh, we have spots. So this person could also have freckles, birthmarks. They could have routines and learn to be more consistent, but that's not really a vibe that I picked up on. So I think that it's more so that they I honestly think they're more spotty in like how they show up every day. I think that's something that they're learning to heal. But let's go ahead and see for the Empress person what attributes they may have. So what can you tell me about the Empress person, Spirit? Oh, okay. Wow, okay. We have the year of the rabbit, so they could be born in 1999, 1987, 1975, 1963, 1951, yada yada. What else, Spirit? We also have Asia, so they could be from Singapore, India, Indonesia, Thailand, Japan, China, or Asia in general. They could have Asian ancestry, or they could have a special connection to one of those countries or a culture in one of those countries. I also just heard study abroad, so that could be something as well. What else, Spirit? We also have Gemini, witty, entertaining, persuasive, versatile. Yeah, I think the Empress person can really be the life of the party when they want to. I also think that they really like entertaining. What else about the Empress person, Spirit? We have blue, yeah, throat, speaker, calm, cool. So I think that the Empress person, while they may not be as much of like a public speaker as the Judgment person, or they may not be as chatty as the Judgment person, or more upfront with their thoughts as the Judgment person, I think that the Empress person is really good at choosing their words, whereas the Judgment person is maybe more word vomity. The Empress person is more like, I'll speak if I feel like I have something of value to say, or if I feel like what I'm saying will be actually picked up upon by the correct people. We also have Leo energy, so fierce, unapologetic, opinionated, and strong. What else about okay, so finally we have orange. So the Empress person could have a very strong sacral chakra. They could be creative, enthusiastic, and sensual, which I definitely see sensual because like I think they like the tangible senses. And we have navy, so authority, duty, devoted, and adaptable. So that's really good. I think adaptability is really important for them. Let's see what's on the back of the deck. On the back of the deck, we have yellow, solar plexus, cheerful, confident, blonde. So you both could be blondes, or Honestly, with the blonde thing, I feel like this person, like, maybe both of these people project themselves to be, like, dumber than they really are, or, like, put up this facade that they're not as insecure as they really are. Like, I definitely think solar plexus healing is something that is a big factor in this connection. It's like the more you improve your willpower, the easier it is to like meet one another halfway. So okay, we are going to go ahead now. I don't know why I put that back. We'll put that there. Okay. So we are going to go ahead and get into the tarot now, as if this hasn't been long enough. But that's okay. I love long readings, and I know y'all love long readings. I have enough time for all of you. Okay, so what we are going to do with the tarot is first we are going to see if this connection is a matter of fate or free will. I kind of already answered that, but we'll see what the tarot says. We'll also see how you meet. We'll see a blessing from this connection, a challenge with this connection, and the potential that this connection has, at least at the time of viewing this reading. I always like view potential as like something to take with a grain of salt, because I think like free will and all that can really be stronger. But I feel compelled to grab the top one. Okay, gold. So, expensive, luxurious, abundant, heavy. So maybe you both will, yeah, like experience a lot of abundance, or you both have a desire to live a good life, and that might be something that bonds you together. But I also think that you both have hearts of gold, and I think that's really what is going to solidify this connection. And I'm also thinking of like the genie lamp. Like the genie lamp is gold, and it's like you both are like wishing for this, and yeah. Okay, so Spirit, is this connection a matter of fate or free will? Okay, so this is 8 of Wands. So I think that Spirit will bring you both together in a fated sort of way, but it's going to be on you both to have the willpower to take action towards one another. This really does just kind of confirm what I was already thinking. I mean, the 8 of Wands is kind of directly like Spirit giving you both opportunities to take action, but ultimately it's up to your own free will whether you take action towards this person or not. But well, for both of you, whether you take action or not. But I don't think that there will only be like one opportunity and then you'll miss it. I think that there will be plenty of opportunities. But I think Spirit is asking you not to get reliant on the idea that you can just push away all the opportunities and hope that it'll still come around. Like, this connection does require action on the parts of both of you, especially when it comes to taking action in your own healing, in your own lives, and to have the confidence to take action towards the other person. So how will these two meet, Spirit? How will pile 4 and their... Oh my god, and you guys are pile 4. So there's definitely angels involved in this connection, I just gotta say. We have the 2 of Wands. So, your meeting might be planned by like outside people. Like, you could meet this person. You could meet this person traveling. You could meet this person online. Those are 2 potential possibilities, because typically in the 2 of Wands we kind of see the globe. But I also see with the 2 of Wands, like, you and this person could both like be invited to, like, there could be a planned event that you both show up to, or that you have mutual friends that like plan your meeting, or just through mutual friends that you meet one another. But I definitely think, like, I heard study abroad, so I think school, you could meet this person through school or work. You could meet this person through traveling. I just heard merger as well, so like your 2 companies could like have a merger, or once again, yeah, you could meet this person when traveling. It's almost like your meeting is fated in the sense that like it's in Spirit's plan, but it's like you don't plan to meet each other when you meet each other. It's like kind of out of the blue and unexpected. And you both may not really pay deeper attention, or maybe one of you pays more deep attention to the other. But it's like, I don't know if either of you recognize the significant connection at first, or if only one of you recognizes the significance of the connection at first. It's like, I feel like your meeting is either uneventful, or it's like, it's not as impactful as like your meetings after. It seems like this connection does start in a very casual way, where neither of you are really anticipating the other being something more than just like a friend or just someone you're meeting in passing. It's like, oh, but you could also meet this person on like a dating app, or you could be like directly looking for someone to date. Like when I do see the Two of Wands, like I do think of like discovering someone's options. So you could meet this person through some sort of dating service, or like when you're out on a date, or something like that. That might be kind of awkward. You might be on a date with someone else. But I don't think either of you will really understand the significance of this connection until later on. Okay, so what's a blessing to come from this connection, Spirit? What is a blessing to come from? Okay, so we have the Queen of Swords, the Three of Cups, and the Devil. So quite a few blessings, actually. You both are going to learn how to communicate in more compassionate ways. You both are going to improve your communication skills, your ability to remove your emotions from your feelings, and your emotions from your feelings. Your ability to remove your emotions from your behavior. So in the sense of like, for example, if you're feeling angry, you're like not gonna, be a Kyle and like punch a wall. You know what I mean? Like you're not gonna, yeah. You're also, I think you both are going to learn how to communicate in more compassionate ways. And I also think that for one or both of you, you may have like an ex that really like stops one of you from moving on to better things. And I think that one of the blessings is that you'll be able to overcome that. I also think with the Three of Cups here, I think that this is just a joyful connection where you both will celebrate the good things in life. Like, I think that both of you get kind of carried away with worries and doubts and fears and uncertainties, and both of you kind of have this energy of like, well, fuck it, let's party and have fun. Like, we can worry about this shit tomorrow. And I think that you both will know how to have fun. We're gonna look at this in the extended, but I do think that you guys are going to have a very like very, very satisfying physical connection. Y'all might be a little bit kinky as well. But I think one beautiful thing is that no matter how old you two grow, like, I think there's a true connection to your inner children. And I think that's going to allow you both to have fun and to be playful and to experience like the darker, the less understood or less accepted aspects of life, and truly embrace them. I think that you both are going to embrace like working hard and playing hard. But I also think that, with the Devil card here, I think one blessing of this connection is that you both are going to be challenged to grow beyond what chains you to stagnation, what chains you to entrapment. What chains you to entrapment? What, Spirit? I think that the blessing is that you both will be able to grow beyond maladaptive coping mechanisms, really destructive ways of thinking, really destructive ways of acting. And I think that you both overall will be much more joyful, healthy individuals through this connection. And I think that you both are going to be supported and really truly enjoy life together. I think that you also will share in like good friends and share in having fun. And I think that one of the biggest blessings is that you both are going to improve greatly with your communication skills. So lots of blessings to be had from this connection, if I'm being honest. Okay, so let's go ahead and look at a challenge then. So Spirit, what challenge is Ace of Swords? Okay, so yeah, communication is once again a challenge, but it's more so like clarity. I think it will be challenging to understand your truth about this connection for both parties. I think that there's quite a possibility for miscommunication here, or the possibility for things to get kind of carried away. I did just hear in my head, like, he said, she said. So I do think that if you both are like communicating through others, or communicating, or like aren't feeling brave enough to confront the other, I do think it can create more confusion. So I think the biggest challenge is cutting through your own bullshit and their own bullshit, and being truthful with one another, being honest with one another, and seeking clarity. It's like, I think you both may avoid each other for a long time, or avoid talking about certain things for a while until you learn that it's safe enough to be honest with one another. I mean, communication is huge here, but I think the biggest challenge is seeing the truth in things and not allowing your own illusions or your own misguided beliefs to stop you both from embracing each other and embracing this connection. So then, Spirit, what is the potential for this connection? Oof, okay, so we have the Three of Wands, and I wanted to pull this as well, the Knight of Wands. Okay, so Spirit's being cheeky. I love... yeah, so there's definitely a potential for a beautiful union here, but Spirit's being very cheeky. They're essentially saying the potential of this connection rests on your ability to be patient and on your ability to take action, and also your ability to not let your immature tendencies on both sides to trigger one another into pushing the other away. I also think the potential of this connection, once again, rests in your ability to communicate. Go figure. But I mean, there really is real potential. Oh, there's potential for a really beautiful connection here. Ah! Like, so beautiful. And like, you both really truly can come together in a beautiful union, but you both have to be brave enough to take action, and you both have to be patient enough to allow the universe to give you both time and space to heal, give you both time and space to allow the connection to evolve, give you the time and space that you need to become the people that you need to be. Like, so for example, like, maybe if you don't know this person yet, you both need time and space to kind of heal and grow beyond things, or maybe you need to experience a D-bag or two to really kind of enhance your growth. Not that you need it, but like, it's quite possible that the potential of this connection just really rests on your ability to be confident, to take action, and to trust that even if the action that you take doesn't have the outcome that you want, that there is a method to the universe's madness, and that there can be true happiness, true love, and true fulfillment here. That is literally so beautiful. So, wow, okay, we are finally, okay, there's a random tarot card. Oh, so when I picked up the deck, I didn't notice that this card was sitting there, but the Death card is here. So, trust that there will be transformation, not only in yourselves, but in this connection. There will be change, but in order for this connection to come in its truest, most authentic light, you both have to be able to cut away what is no longer there, cut away what no longer serves you, and allow the parts of yourself that hold you both back to like literally die. So I'm just gonna put her in the, yeah, it's gonna require collaboration. I'm gonna put her in there. But we are going to go ahead and finish off with advice now before we get into the extended. If you're interested in checking out the extended, which by the way, it's like an extended, they've all been like 40 minutes long. We're gonna look at the sexual connection between you and this person. We're gonna look and see how others will view your connection. We're gonna look and get channeled messages from this person, and we're gonna get tons of advice from Spirit. But we're going to finish off the free version of the reading with some final advice for you from Spirit about this connection. So to start, we have, my super attractor power comes from how I feel, my faith in love and the joy I put out. So yeah, the more that you and this person focus on finding a joyful state in the presence and finding love in your present energies, the stronger this connection will be, and the more powerful the pull towards one another will be. We also have unwavering faith. It's comforting to know that we can lean on a power higher than us. Have complete faith that your desires and needs are being taken care of. So yeah, enough said there. We also have surrender your desire to control people. Being over-controlling can sabotage relationships. To more effectively achieve your goals, back off, regroup, and give the situation some breathing room. Yeah, you really can't control each other. You have to allow one another to work through things at your own pace, and to allow one another to come to your own conclusions as well. We also have full moon in Cancer, let your fears dissolve. So yeah, Spirit's really saying don't allow your fears to overpower the love that exists within this connection. And finally, we have Kali, step into the unknown and do not be afraid. So since you guys got this card, I'm also going to pull some advice from Kali in the extended if you're interested in that. But, you know, Kali is really here. Like, Kali is such a badass goddess because she really creates change from love that might seem like hard or difficult, but it's really in your best interest. She's so powerful, she's so awesome, and Kali's really saying like you're protected, you're safe. Like you may not understand why certain things are happening in this connection, but if you just surrender and trust, like everything that you are hoping for or desiring or that you need will come to fruition. I shouldn't say hoping for, I should say everything that you need will come to fruition, because she has this divine feminine energy of I'm going to do what is for your highest good. I'm not going to do what you want. Okay, so let's finish off here with 2 ego cards. So the first one says, I forgive myself for attempting to draw conclusions based on the incomplete truths available to me now. I choose to believe that when I wait patiently without drawing premature conclusions, I allow myself to be swiftly moved to what is meant for me next. Yeah, so Spirit's really asking you not to jump to conclusions about this situation. I think that because both of you maybe struggle with self-esteem, it might be easier to be like, oh yeah, well this person thinks I suck, or like, you know, they probably think I'm a dumb loser or something like that. And Spirit's like, you know, you really should stop playing leapfrog with all these conclusions that you're jumping to, because you're really just creating more stress for yourself. But we also have, I forgive myself for thinking that it means anything about me at all should my loved ones experience challenge. I choose to believe that it is safe to trust those I care for, to grow resilient through the experience of difficulty so that they may realize their strengths. So yeah, maybe one reason why this connection hasn't come into balance is maybe one of you is trying to save the other, or you both were maybe trying to heal the other, or you weren't really ready to heal, or it may be hard to surrender this connection because you worry that if you don't help the other person heal, then it won't happen. But Spirit's really saying, you know, you don't need to save anyone. It's not your job to save anyone. The hero that you're holding out for and the hero that they're holding out for is yourself and themselves. And it's through your own healing journey that you and this person will really become the mature adults that you need to be in order to have a truly authentic, loving connection with one another. Because I think the feelings run deep here, but I think that this connection can be very triggering. There's so many snake imagery things here. So it is quite possible that there could be mutual friends or people in one another's ear that are really not good for the other, and it may require some shedding of skin on both of your parts, where you let go of the snakes or the deceptive people that aren't really there for your highest good. But these snakes may not be people, they could be maladaptive coping mechanisms or things like that. There's a real need for transformation, a real need for healing, and a real need for growth before this situation can come together in a beautiful, authentic way. And that doesn't mean you need to be fully healed or that you need to be fully fixed. There's no such thing as that. But it does mean that in order to be in a connection with this person, you both kind of need to have the skills to navigate difficult conversations, to have the skills to navigate differences, to navigate conflict, to learn how to see things from another's perspective, to learn how to see beyond what triggers you, and things like that. So pile 4, I am going to leave this reading here. I'm going to take things over to the extended. Thank you guys so much for watching, and thank you so much for watching my ads. That is the simplest and easiest way to support me, but if you would like to support me in other ways, you can like this video, you can comment down below, let me know how it resonates. You can subscribe if you haven't already, and you can click that little bell button to be notified whenever I upload a new reading. If you want to be part of my notification squad, I tend to respond to the notification squad more than if you view my readings later, just because like I try not to exist in the comment section, but I do read comments when I am first uploading videos. I also have merch, which will be linked down below, as well as social media, though do be aware that there are tons of scammers pretending to be me. So if you catch, so if you follow me on Instagram and then somebody follows you and pretending to be me and DMing you, asking you for a reading. That's not me. I do not offer personal readings, and I will never offer you a personal reading through your DMs. So that's really all I have for you guys. Thank you so much for watching, and thank you so much for being here. I hope you all have a wonderful day or night whenever it is that you're watching this video, and I hope you'll come back and see me again soon. Bye!